Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0. How it all began. We hit Highway 71 westbound with the lights on, making the drive to Austin in just under 30 minutes. The whole way I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, like the air pressure before a tornado. Jim tried to make conversation, but I was too focused on running through possibilities in my head. A situation bad enough that the captain wouldn't discuss it over the phone. Bad enough that he wanted me armed to the teeth could be anything from a terror threat to a full-scale cartel incursion. The Ranger headquarters sat in a nondescript building on the north side of Austin, deliberately unmarked to avoid attention. We badged our way through security and found Captain Webb in the Situation Room along with 3 people I didn't recognize. 2 were in military uniforms, Army by the look of them, with insignia I couldn't quite make out. The 3rd was a woman in a crisp gray suit who had federal agent written all over her. "Houston Reeves, close the door," Webb said. His face looked like it had aged 10 years since I'd seen him last week. "This is Colonel Martinez and Lieutenant Chen from USAM Riyadh and Special Agent Victoria Cross from Homeland Security. They're going to brief us on a developing situation, and I need you to understand that everything you hear in this room is classified at the highest levels. No recordings, no notes, no discussions outside this room. Clear?" "Clear," I said, taking a seat. Jim nodded beside me. Colonel Martinez pulled up a series of images on the screen. The first showed a facility that looked like something out of a science fiction movie, all concrete and steel built into the side of a mountain. "This is Research Station Prometheus, located in a classified area of Nevada. 3 weeks ago, there was a containment breach in one of the bioweapons research labs. The pathogen involved is designated as Solanum-7, a virus developed as part of a defensive research program." "Defensive?" I repeated, not bothering to hide the skepticism in my voice. Martinez didn't flinch. The research was focused on understanding potential bioweapons threats and developing countermeasures. Solanum-7 was a prototype based on a naturally occurring virus found in cave systems in Southeast Asia. The modifications were designed to make it less lethal, more controllable. Instead, they made it worse. Lieutenant Chen took over, her voice clinical and detached. "Solanum-7 attacks the frontal cortex and the limbic system, effectively shutting down higher brain functions while leaving the brainstem and motor functions intact. Infected individuals lose all capacity for reason, communication, or emotional response beyond base aggression and hunger. The transformation takes between 6 and 12 hours from initial infection, depending on the individual's immune response and the infection vector. Once turned, the infected are driven by an overwhelming compulsion to consume living flesh. The virus is transmitted through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, any direct contact with infected tissue." "You're talking about zombies," Jim said, and I could hear the disbelief in his voice. "Actual walking dead zombies." "We're talking about humans suffering from a catastrophic neurological infection," Chen corrected. "But functionally, yes. They exhibit many of the characteristics traditionally associated with zombie mythology. They don't die in the traditional sense. The virus keeps the body mobile even as it breaks down. They're drawn to sound and movement. They can be killed by destroying the brain or severing the brainstem, but they don't feel pain and they don't stop unless physically incapacitated." Agent Cross leaned forward, her expression grim. "The breach at Prometheus was contained, but not before several samples were stolen. We believe they were taken by someone with inside knowledge of the facility's security protocols. 4 days ago, those samples surfaced in Mexico. They were being sold to the highest bidder." My stomach dropped. Los Muertos. She looked surprised. You know about them? We've been tracking cartel activity with that signature for months. New organization, extremely violent, well-funded, run by someone called El Muerto. Diego Vargas, Cross said, pulling up a new image. The man on the screen looked like he'd walked out of a recruitment poster for the Special Forces. Chiseled features, cold eyes, the kind of military bearing that never really goes away. Former Army Ranger, later recruited for Delta Force. Served 3 tours in Afghanistan, 2 in Iraq. Decorated soldier, expert in unconventional warfare and insurgency tactics. He went dark 6 years ago after a mission in Syria went sideways. Officially listed as killed in action, but we now know he faked his death and disappeared into Mexico. Why would a decorated soldier turn into a cartel leader? Jim asked. Money, power, ideology. Does it matter? Martinez snapped. What matters is that he now has access to Solanum 7, and we have intelligence suggesting he's planning to weaponize it on American soil. Captain Webb spoke up for the first time since the briefing started. We received a tip from one of Houston's informants before he went dark. Said something big was coming to Texas, something that would make 9/11 look like a warm-up act. We didn't know what it meant until these folks showed up with this information. I felt the pieces clicking together in my head. Vargas wants to use the virus to create chaos, with law enforcement and military resources tied up dealing with an outbreak. His cartel can operate with impunity, maybe even expand territory while everyone else is distracted. That's our working theory, Cross confirmed. We've been trying to track Vargas for the past week, but he's a ghost. The man knows how to move without leaving a trail. What we do know is that he's somewhere in Texas, and we believe an attack is imminent. How imminent? I asked. We intercepted communications suggesting the timeline is within the next 72 hours, possibly sooner. We've mobilized federal resources, but the truth is we don't have enough boots on the ground to lock down an entire state. That's where you come in. You know the territory, you know the criminal networks, and you've been tracking Vargas's organization longer than anyone else. We need you to find him before he can deploy the virus. I looked at the image of Diego Vargas on the screen, memorizing every detail of his face. And when I find him, Martinez's expression was carved from stone. Eliminate the threat by any means necessary. This situation is beyond the scope of normal law enforcement protocols. Vargas and anyone working with him are enemy combatants on American soil. You are authorized to use lethal force. The weight of those words settled over the room like a shroud. I'd killed before in the line of duty, and it never got easier. But this was different. This was assassination, dressed up in legal language and classified orders. I'll need everything you have on Vargas's known associates, possible locations, communication patterns, everything, I said. And I'll need a free hand to operate. No bureaucracy, no chain of command delays. If I'm going to stop this, I need to be able to move fast and make decisions in the field. Cross pulled out a folder and slid it across the table. You have it. This contains all our current intelligence, access codes for federal databases, and direct contact numbers for emergency support. Colonel Martinez has arranged for military backup if you need it, but understand that we're trying to keep this contained. The fewer people who know about Solanum 7, the better. Why? Jim asked. If this thing is as dangerous as you say, shouldn't people be warned? Because panic kills faster than any virus, Webb said. You tell people that flesh-eating zombies might be unleashed in their city, and you'll have riots, looting, and mass exodus that'll kill more people through accidents and violence than the actual outbreak. We contain this quietly, or we risk turning a potential disaster into a guaranteed catastrophe. I understood the logic, even if I didn't like it. Sometimes the truth caused more harm than secrecy, at least in the short term. But I also knew that secrets had a way of coming out at the worst possible moment. "When do we start?" I asked. "You already have," Martinez said. "Good hunting, Ranger." The meeting broke up and I found myself walking back to my truck with Jim, my mind racing through possibilities and plans. The folder felt like it weighed 100 pounds in my hand, even though it was just paper and digital files. Inside was everything that was known about Diego Vargas, Los Muertos, and the Solanum 7 virus. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. "You believe all that?" Jim asked as we reached the vehicle. "Zombie virus, secret labs, all of it?" "I believe that people with those kinds of credentials don't waste their time on fairy tales," I said. "Whether it's actually zombies or just people hopped up on some new drug that makes them violent and crazy, it doesn't matter. What matters is that Vargas has something dangerous and he's planning to use it." "So where do we start?" I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found the number I needed. Maria Gonzalez had been my most reliable informant for the past 3 years. A former cartel accountant who'd gotten out of the life and now fed me information in exchange for protection and a small stipend. If anyone had heard whispers about Vargas's plans, it would be her. The phone rang 6 times before going to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. A cold feeling started spreading through my chest. "Try calling Jesus Morales," I told Jim. "He's been deep in the smuggling networks. If Vargas moved any kind of equipment or materials into Texas, Jesus would know." Jim dialed while I tried Maria's number a 3rd time. Still nothing. I was starting to get a very bad feeling. "Jesus isn't answering either," Jim reported. I think we need to check on them, now." Maria lived in a small house in East Austin, one of the older neighborhoods that was slowly being gentrified by tech workers and young professionals. Her place was modest, well-maintained, the kind of home that didn't draw attention. I'd only been there twice before, always careful to make sure I wasn't followed, always rotating vehicles and routes to protect her identity. We pulled up half a block away and I immediately knew something was wrong. The front door was standing open, swinging slightly in the hot breeze. No one in this neighborhood left their door open, not with the property values rising and the crime that came with transition areas. "Stay behind me," I said, drawing my Sig Sauer P226 from its holster. Jim pulled his own weapon, a Glock 19, and we approached the house in a tactical formation that was second nature after years of working together. The smell hit us before we even reached the doorway. Blood, shit, and something else, something organic and rotten that made my stomach clench. I'd smelled death before plenty of times, but this was different. This was fresh death mixed with something that spoke to a part of my brain that remembered when humans were prey animals hiding from things that hunted in the dark. The living room was destroyed. Furniture overturned, blood splattered across the walls in arterial spray patterns. And in the center of it all was what was left of Maria Gonzalez. She'd been torn apart, literally ripped to pieces in a way that suggested multiple attackers going at her with bare hands and teeth. Her eyes were gone, her throat was missing, and her abdomen had been opened up like a butchered deer. "Jesus Christ," Jim whispered, his face going pale. I forced myself to look at the scene professionally, cataloging details even as my mind screamed at me to look away. The blood was still tacky, not fully dried, which meant this had happened within the last few hours. There were no shell casings, no signs of gunfire. Whatever had killed Maria had done it up close and personal. Then I heard it. A low, wet sound coming from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. Something between a groan and a gurgle, rhythmic and wrong in ways I couldn't quite articulate. I signaled Jim to cover the door while I moved toward the hallway, my weapon raised and my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound was coming from the bedroom on the left, the door partially closed. I could see movement through the gap, a shadow shifting in the dimness. Using my foot, I pushed the door open and brought my gun to bear on whatever was inside. The thing that had been Jesus Morales turned to look at me with eyes that were flat and dead, filmed over with a white cataract that hadn't been there the last time I'd seen him. His mouth was smeared with blood, his shirt torn and hanging off one shoulder. He'd been kneeling over something on the floor, something I didn't want to look at too closely, but now he was standing up and those dead eyes were locked on me. "Jesus," I said, knowing it was futile but unable to stop myself. "Jesus, can you hear me?" He lunged at me with a speed that caught me completely off guard. 1 second he was standing there, the next he was crossing the space between us with his hands outstretched and his mouth open in a soundless snarl. I didn't think. I just reacted, squeezing the trigger twice in quick succession. The first round caught him in the chest, right over the heart. It should have dropped him. Instead, he barely stumbled, still coming forward with that terrible, single-minded purpose. The second round took him in the throat, and that slowed him down but didn't stop him. Blood sprayed from the wound, but it was dark, almost black, and it didn't pump the way it should have. It just oozed out while he kept reaching for me. "Headshot!" Jim yelled from behind me. "They said headshot!" I adjusted my aim and fired again. This time the round punched through Jesus' left eye and exploded out the back of his skull. He dropped like a puppet with cut strings, hitting the floor with a wet thud that would haunt my dreams for years to come. The room went silent except for our ragged breathing and the ringing in my ears from the gunfire. I stared at the body on the floor, at the way the blood pooled around the shattered head, and felt my understanding of reality tilt sideways. "That was him," Jim said, his voice shaking. "That was really him. I met Jesus last month. We had beers. He showed me pictures of his kids, and now he was infected," I said, my voice sounding distant and mechanical to my own ears. "Somehow Vargas got to him. Got to both of them. This wasn't random. This was a message." I pulled out my phone and called Captain Webb. He answered on the first ring. "We've got a problem," I said. "The virus is already here. We've got at least one confirmed infected, possibly two. Send a containment team to Maria Gonzalez's address in East Austin. And Captain, we're going to need a lot more than good hunting wishes. This thing is real and it's already started." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then, "Get out of there now. Don't touch anything. Don't let anyone else enter that house. I'm sending a hazmat team and military support. Houston, I need you to understand something. If you've been exposed..." "I'm aware of the protocol," I cut him off. "But we didn't have direct contact with bodily fluids. We should be clean. How fast can you get that team here?" 30 minutes. Can you secure the scene until then?" I looked at the carnage around me, at the body of a man I'd known for years lying in a spreading pool of black blood, and felt something cold and hard settling into place in my chest. This wasn't a case anymore. This was war, and the enemy was already inside the gates. "Yeah," I said, "we can hold for 30 minutes." Jim and I retreated to the front yard, establishing a perimeter and keeping civilians away from the house with our badges and stern warnings about a gas leak. It was a flimsy cover story, but it would hold for a short time. People in this neighborhood had learned not to ask too many questions when the police showed up. While we waited, I pulled up the files on my phone and started reading everything about Solanum 7. The medical reports were dense with jargon, but the basic facts were clear and terrifying. The virus was incredibly efficient at transmission. A single bite or scratch could transfer enough viral load to guarantee infection. Once infected, the victim would experience flu-like symptoms for the first few hours: fever, nausea, muscle aches. Then the neurological symptoms would begin: confusion, aggression, loss of speech, and higher cognition. Finally, usually between 6 and 12 hours after initial infection, the transformation would complete. The frontal cortex would shut down completely, leaving only the most primitive parts of the brain functional. The infected would be driven by base impulses: feed, spread, consume. The virus was airborne only in the final stages of transformation, when the infected were actively decomposing and releasing viral particles into the environment. That meant it spread primarily through direct contact, which was both a blessing and a curse. It limited the speed of transmission, but it also meant every infected individual was a walking weapon, actively seeking out new victims to bite and infect. There was no cure. The research notes were clear on that point. Once the transformation was complete, there was no bringing someone back. The damage to the brain was irreversible. The only way to stop an infected individual was to destroy the brain or sever the connection between brain and body. I thought about Jesus, about the way he'd kept coming even with bullets in his chest and throat, about the dead eyes and the mindless hunger, about how I'd put a round through his skull and watched him drop like a broken machine. That wasn't Jesus anymore. It was just a thing wearing his face, driven by a virus that had hollowed him out and filled the empty space with hunger. The hazmat team arrived in unmarked vans, moving with military precision to establish a containment zone around the house. Men in full protective suits went inside, while others set up portable labs and decontamination stations. Colonel Martinez himself showed up, along with Agent Cross and a small army of support personnel. "Walk me through what you found," Martinez ordered, and I gave him the facts in a clear, clinical manner. Maria dead and torn apart, Jesus infected and active. The kill shot and the aftermath. All of it delivered in the kind of detached tone you learned when you'd seen too much horror and couldn't afford to let it break you. "We're running tests on the bodies now," one of the hazmat team reported. "Preliminary analysis confirms Solanum-7 infection. The male victim shows all the classic markers: brain degradation, viral load through the roof, tissue necrosis beginning in the extremities. The female victim was likely the initial target. She was infected first, then the male arrived and was attacked. Based on decomposition rates and stomach contents, we're estimating time of death for the female at approximately 4 hours ago. The male was probably infected about 3 hours ago and turned roughly an hour before you arrived, which means whoever infected Maria was already long gone by the time we got here," I said. "Vargas is cleaning house, eliminating anyone who might talk about his operation, and he's using the virus to do it, which means he's not worried about containment. He wants this to spread." Cross was typing rapidly on her tablet, pulling up data and cross-referencing information. "We've been monitoring emergency services calls across Travis County. In the past 6 hours, there have been 17 reports of violent assaults with unusual characteristics. Victims attacking EMS personnel, extreme aggression, incoherent behavior. We filtered them out as drug-related incidents, but now we know they're not," I finished. 17 incidents. How many people potentially exposed?" She didn't answer, which was answer enough. The math was simple and horrifying. Each infected person could potentially infect dozens more before they were stopped. And each of those could infect dozens more. Exponential growth, the kind of spread pattern that could turn a city into a graveyard in a matter of days. "We need to find Vargas," I said. "Right now, before this gets any worse." Martinez nodded. "Agreed. We're setting up a task force command center at Camp Mabry. Every available resource is being diverted to tracking down Vargas and anyone associated with Los Muertos. But Houston, I need you to understand the reality of the situation. Even if we find Vargas in the next hour and eliminate him, we might already be past the point of no return. This virus doesn't need him anymore. It's out there, spreading on its own. Then we stop the spread, quarantine the infected, lock down the city, do whatever it takes. You ever try to quarantine a city of over 1 million people? Cross asked. We'd need the entire National Guard just to establish a perimeter, and even then we'd have people breaking through within hours. And that's assuming we could get the authorization to do it without causing mass panic. So what's the alternative? We just let it spread and hope for the best? The alternative is we try to minimize casualties while working toward a solution, Martinez said. That means finding Vargas, securing any remaining samples of the virus, and eliminating infected individuals as quickly and quietly as possible. It means making hard choices about resource allocation and acceptable losses. It means doing our jobs even when the situation seems hopeless. I hated everything about what he was saying, but I couldn't argue with the logic. We were already behind the curve, already playing catch-up with an enemy that had planned this operation down to the last detail. Our only advantage was that Vargas probably didn't expect us to know about the virus this quickly. He'd underestimated how fast federal intelligence could mobilize when properly motivated. My phone buzzed with an incoming message. Unknown number, but the text made my blood run cold. You killed my messenger. That was rude, Ranger. I was hoping to have a conversation with you before things got messy. Since you're so eager to play, let's make this interesting. There are 5 packages in Austin right now, each one containing enough active virus to infect hundreds. Every hour you don't find me, I open one. The first package opens at 6 p.m. That gives you about 4 hours. Don't keep me waiting. DV. I showed the message to Martinez and Cross. The Colonel's jaw tightened until I could see the muscles jumping. Son of a bitch is playing games. He wants you to chase him. Then I'll chase him, I said. But on my terms, not his. He sent this message, which means he's monitoring my phone. That gives us a starting point. Can your people trace the signal? Cross was already making calls, snapping orders into her phone in a voice that suggested she was used to being obeyed without question. NSA is pulling the metadata now. We should have a location within minutes. He'll have anticipated that, I said, thinking through the angles. Vargas is Special Forces trained. He knows about signal tracking and counter-surveillance. But he's also arrogant. That message was personal, aimed at me specifically. He knows about my informants, knows I'd check on them, knows I'd find Jesus infected. This is all part of his plan, which means he wants me looking in a specific direction. So what direction do we look? Jim asked. He'd been quiet since we'd cleared the house, probably processing the reality of what we were facing. Now he sounded steady again, focused. Good. I needed him sharp. We look at the pattern, I said, pulling up a map on my phone. Maria's house is in East Austin. Jesus was found here too, which means he came to check on her or was brought here after being infected. The other 17 incidents Cross mentioned. Where did they occur? She pulled up her tablet and overlaid the data on a map. Red dots appeared across the city, clustered in 3 main areas. East Austin, downtown near the Capitol, and a section of South Austin near the university. 3 deployment zones, I said. Vargas is spreading the virus in a pattern designed to maximize confusion and response time. Emergency services get stretched thin, responding to multiple simultaneous crises. By the time anyone realizes it's coordinated, the infection has already taken root. The question is where he's operating from, Martinez said. He'd need somewhere secure, somewhere with enough space to store the virus samples and coordinate his people. Somewhere that wouldn't draw attention. I thought about what I knew about cartel operations in Texas. They favored warehouses, industrial areas, places where trucks coming and going at odd hours wouldn't raise eyebrows. But Vargas was military trained, which meant he'd think in terms of tactical advantage. High ground, good sight lines, multiple exit routes. The old cement factory, I said suddenly. Southeast of the city, been abandoned for years. It's got height, it's isolated, and it's close enough to major highways that you could move in and out quickly. We've suspected it was being used for smuggling operations, but never had enough evidence for a warrant. That's a place to start, Martinez agreed. I'll have satellite reconnaissance pulled and analyzed. In the meantime, you two need to get checked out by medical. If there's even a chance you were exposed... We're fine, I said, and we don't have time for a full medical workup. Every minute we waste is a minute closer to Vargas opening another package. Houston, with respect, Colonel, I'm the one he contacted. I'm the one he wants chasing him. If I disappear into a medical tent for the next few hours, he wins. He gets to deploy his virus without anyone actively hunting him. I can't let that happen. Martinez looked like he wanted to argue, but Cross put a hand on his arm. Let him go. We can monitor him remotely for symptoms, and if he starts showing signs of infection, we pull him immediately. But right now, he's right. We need boots on the ground and someone who knows the territory. The colonel didn't look happy about it, but he nodded. Fine. But you're wearing a tracker and you're checking in every 30 minutes. First sign of fever, confusion, or aggression, you're out. Understood? Understood. They fitted us with GPS trackers embedded in our belts and gave us access to tactical communication channels. We were also issued better weapons. M4 carbines with plenty of spare magazines, along with authorization to requisition anything else we needed. The message was clear. This was now a military operation and normal rules didn't apply. Jim and I headed back to my truck, both of us moving with the kind of purpose that came from having a clear objective and no time to waste. The sun was starting its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. Now it just looked like the city was on fire. You really think he's at that cement factory? Jim asked as we pulled out onto the highway. I think it's worth checking. But I also think Vargas is smart enough to have multiple locations. The cement factory might be a staging area, but his actual command post will be somewhere else, somewhere he feels safe. And the packages he mentioned? The ones with the virus? Could be real, could be a bluff. Either way, we can't ignore it. If those packages exist and he starts opening them, we'll have multiple simultaneous outbreaks across the city. Even with every available resource, we wouldn't be able to contain that. My phone rang. Unknown number again. I answered it and put it on speaker. Ranger Houston, a voice said. Male, slight accent that suggested native Spanish speaker with excellent English. Diego Vargas. I'm glad you got my message. I was worried you might not take me seriously. I'm taking you very seriously, I said, keeping my voice level. Seriously enough that I'm going to find you and put a bullet in your head. He laughed, and the sound was genuinely amused. I like you, Ranger. You've got balls. Most lawmen would be trying to negotiate right now, trying to convince me to stand down. But you understand that this isn't a negotiation. This is war, and war doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and going home. What do you want, Vargas? I want to watch this country burn. I spent years serving a flag that didn't give a damn about people like me. Sent me to fight wars for oil and corporate interests. Told me I was protecting freedom while we bombed villages and killed civilians. When I started asking questions, when I started seeing through the lies, they labeled me a problem, a liability, so they buried me in Syria, erased me from the records, and hoped I'd just fade away. So this is revenge? You're going to kill thousands of innocent people because you're angry at the government? This is evolution, Ranger. The system is broken, corrupt. It needs to be torn down and rebuilt from scratch. The virus is just a catalyst, a way to expose the cracks in the foundation. When people see that their government can't protect them, that law and order is just an illusion, they'll understand. They'll be ready for something new. You're insane. I'm enlightened. There's a difference, but we can debate philosophy later. Right now, you've got about 3.5 hours before the first package opens. I'd recommend you start looking. Oh, and Ranger, don't bother trying to trace this call. I'm using a burner routing through multiple proxies. By the time your tech people locate the signal, I'll be 3 phones ahead of you. The line went dead. I looked at Jim and saw my own frustration reflected in his expression. He's playing with us, Jim said. This whole thing is a game to him. Then we changed the rules, I replied. He expects us to run around the city looking for his packages. We're going to hit him where he doesn't expect it. I called Cross and filled her in on the conversation. I need everything you have on Vargas's known associates. Anyone who's ever worked with Los Muertos. Anyone who's been flagged as a potential contact. And I need it in the next 10 minutes. That's a lot of data to process. Then process it fast. Vargas is smart, but he's not omniscient. He needs people to move his product, people to set up his packages, people to run communications. Those people leave trails. Find them. While we waited for the data, I drove us to the cement factory anyway. If nothing else, it would give us eyes on a potential site, and I trusted my instincts about cartel operations. The place had always felt wrong to me, too quiet for something that was supposedly abandoned. The factory sat on a large lot surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire. The main building was a 4-story structure of concrete and steel, windows broken and covered with graffiti. Smaller outbuildings dotted the property, along with massive silos that hadn't been used in decades. It looked exactly like the kind of place criminals would use for operations. Isolated, defensible, and with multiple levels for lookouts. We parked a quarter-mile away and approached on foot using the failing light and scattered brush for cover. I had my rifle ready, safety off, finger indexed along the receiver. Jim moved beside me with his weapon in a low ready position. We'd done this dance enough times that we didn't need to communicate verbally. Hand signals and tactical awareness were enough. As we got closer, I started noticing signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the dirt, cigarette butts that hadn't been weathered by sun and rain, a section of fence that had been cut and recently repaired. Someone was using this place, and recently. Then I heard voices, Spanish too quiet to make out words but loud enough to confirm at least 2 people. I signaled Jim to circle around to the east while I approached from the west. We'd bracket them, get a better idea of what we were dealing with before making our move. I moved through the shadows like a ghost, using every piece of cover available. The voices grew louder and I could make out snippets of conversation. They were arguing about something, tension clear in their tones. I edged around a rusted-out truck and got my first clear view. 2 men, both armed with AK pattern rifles, standing near one of the outbuildings. One was smoking, the other pacing nervously. Neither of them looked like experienced soldiers. Their posture was sloppy, their weapon handling careless. Cartel muscle, probably. Guys who were used to intimidating civilians but had never been in a real firefight. I could take them both out before they knew what hit them, but I needed information more than I needed bodies. These guys might know where Vargas was, where the packages were hidden, what the actual plan was. I keyed my radio twice, the signal for Jim to hold position and wait for my move. Then I stepped out of cover with my rifle aimed at the closer man's center mass. "Texas Rangers," I shouted. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground. Now!" The smoker actually started to comply, his hands coming up and his rifle beginning to lower. But the nervous one panicked and swung his weapon toward me. I didn't hesitate. 2 rounds center mass, smooth and controlled. He dropped without firing a shot. The smoker froze, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't shoot! Please don't shoot!" "On the ground," I repeated. "Face down, hands behind your head." He complied immediately, dropping his rifle and prostrating himself in the dirt. Jim appeared from the other side of the compound, weapon covering our prisoner while I moved in to secure him. I zip-tied his hands behind his back and hauled him to his feet. "What's your name?" I demanded. "Carlos. Carlos Fuentes. Please, I didn't know what they were doing here. I'm just lookout." Just making a little money, that's all. Who's they? Los Muertos. They hired me last week, told me to watch the factory, make sure nobody came around. That's it, I swear. Where's Vargas? I don't know, I never met him. They just send me messages, tell me where to go, what to watch. I've never even seen the boss. I pressed the barrel of my rifle against his chest. Don't lie to me, Carlos, I'm not in the mood for games, and I promise you I can make things very uncomfortable if you're not straight with me. I'm not lying. His voice was shaking now, tears streaming down his face. I'm nobody. They use guys like me because we're expendable. The real work, the important stuff that's done by the soldiers, the ones who came back from the war with El Muerto. How many of them are there? I don't know. Maybe 10, 15? They don't talk to guys like me, they just give orders and we follow them or we end up dead. What's inside the building? Storage, weapons, drugs, I don't know exactly. They don't let me inside. But there's something else. Something they brought in yesterday in containers with special seals. Guys in protective suits handling them. Whatever it is, they're real careful with it. The virus samples. Had to be. Vargas was using the cement factory as a staging area after all, probably moving the packages from here to their deployment locations around the city. How many containers? I asked. 5? Maybe 6. I saw them loading them into a refrigerated truck this morning. Where was the truck going? I don't know. They don't tell me that stuff. I believed him. He was too terrified to lie effectively, and everything about his body language screamed bottom-rung soldier who was way out of his depth. But he'd given me something useful. Confirmation that the packages existed and that they were being moved from a central location. Jim, call it in, I said. Get hazmat and military support here ASAP. This place needs to be locked down and searched. While Jim made the call, I secured Carlos to a support beam with additional zip ties and turned my attention to the main building. The dying light made the shadows long and treacherous, but I could see lights on inside the factory through the broken windows. Someone was home. My radio crackled with Cross's voice. Houston, we've got a hit on the data analysis. One of Vargas's known associates, a guy named Ramon Torres, was flagged at a storage facility in South Austin about an hour ago. Security cameras caught him moving what looked like medical equipment in sealed containers. Address? She rattled off a location I recognized. Public storage facility. The kind of place where people kept their overflow belongings and businesses stored inventory. It was also perfect for hiding contraband since the units were rented anonymously and security was minimal. We're 40 minutes out, I said. Can you get eyes on the facility? Already working on it. But Houston, I need to tell you something. We just got reports of multiple incidents at Dell Children's Hospital. People in the ER exhibiting extreme aggression, attacking staff and other patients. The security footage shows one of them biting a nurse before they were restrained. My stomach dropped. The virus is spreading. Looks that way. We're dispatching containment teams, but we're talking about a hospital full of sick and vulnerable people. If the infection gets into the general population there, I know. How long do we have before it becomes unmanageable? Based on current infection models, 12 hours, maybe less. After that, we're looking at exponential spread across multiple locations. Austin becomes ground zero for a pandemic. Then we don't have 12 hours, we stop this now. I made a decision that probably violated about a dozen protocols and regulations. Jim, you stay here with the prisoner. When backup arrives, secure this location and process any evidence you find. I'm going to that storage facility. Alone? That's insane. You need backup. I need speed more than I need backup. Vargas is moving the packages now, which means we're running out of time. If I wait for a full tactical team to assemble, we might miss our window. At least take some of the hazmat guys with you. They're needed here and at the hospital. I'll be careful. I've survived worse odds. That was probably a lie, but Jim didn't need to know that. He looked like he wanted to argue, but he also knew I was right about the time constraint. Every minute we wasted was another minute closer to catastrophe. I took his spare magazines for the M4 and headed back to my truck at a run. The sun was setting fast now, darkness pooling in the low places and spreading across the landscape like spilled ink. It felt appropriate somehow, like the world itself was acknowledging that something had broken, that we'd crossed a threshold into a darker reality. The drive to the storage facility was a blur of speed and adrenaline. I pushed the truck as fast as it would go, lights flashing to clear traffic out of my way. Other drivers honked and gestured, but I didn't care. Their anger was based on normal rules, normal expectations. They didn't know that the world was ending, that monsters were walking the streets, that we had hours at most before everything went to hell. The storage facility was one of those sprawling complexes with hundreds of units arranged in long rows, each one sealed with a roll-up door and a padlock. Security consisted of a single guard shack at the entrance and cameras that probably hadn't been serviced in years. Perfect for criminal activity, terrible for responding to emergencies. I badged my way past the guard, who looked barely out of high school and completely unprepared for dealing with an armed Texas Ranger on a mission. "You see anyone matching this description?" I showed him a photo of Ramon Torres on my phone. "Yeah, maybe an hour ago. He's got a unit in the back section, been renting it for a couple months. Pays in cash, keeps weird hours. We don't ask questions as long as the rent's paid." "Which unit?" "F-17, but hey, you can't just go back there without..." I was already moving, leaving the kids' stammering protests behind me. F-17 was in the deepest section of the facility, surrounded by other units that looked long abandoned based on the rust and grime. Good place to hide if you didn't want unexpected visitors. The light was almost completely gone now, just a faint orange glow on the western horizon. I clicked on the tactical light mounted to my rifle and swept it across the row of units, looking for F-17. I found it 3 from the end. The padlock was open, the door slightly raised. Fresh tire marks in the gravel suggested someone had been here recently. I approached carefully, every sense on high alert. Then I heard it. That same wet, gurgling sound I'd heard at Maria's house. The sound of something that used to be human but wasn't anymore. I ducked under the partially raised door and into the unit, my rifle light cutting through the darkness. The space was full of equipment. Refrigeration units, sealed containers marked with biohazard symbols, medical supplies. And in the back, hunched over something on the floor, was a figure that I recognized from the security photos. Ramon Torres had been infected. His clothes were torn and bloody, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. As my light hit him, he turned toward me with those same flat, dead eyes I'd seen in Jesus. His mouth was smeared with blood and tissue, and I realized with horror that he'd been feeding on something. Someone. There was a body on the floor behind him, or what was left of one. I couldn't tell if it had been male or female, couldn't tell much of anything beyond the fact that Ramon had been systematically tearing it apart and consuming it. "Jesus," I whispered, and the sound of my voice triggered Ramon into action. He came at me with that same mindless aggression, faster than I expected, hands reaching and mouth snapping. I fired 3 times. The first 2 rounds hit his torso and didn't slow him down at all. The third took him in the forehead and dropped him mid-lunge. He collapsed in a heap at my feet, finally still. My hands were shaking. I'd killed 2 infected people in one day, and the reality of it was starting to sink in. These weren't mindless monsters. They were people who'd been turned into monsters by a virus. People who'd had lives and families and futures before Diego Vargas decided to use them as weapons. I forced myself to focus on the mission, The containers were here, the virus was here, and that meant this was a deployment site. Ramon had been preparing packages when he'd gotten infected, probably from handling the virus without proper protection, which meant the containers might be compromised. I backed out of the unit and called Cross. I've got a contaminated site at the storage facility. One infected individual down, unknown number of potentially exposed civilians. I need a full hazmat team and lockdown procedures immediately. Copy that. Team is en route. Did you secure any of the virus samples? I looked at the containers through the doorway, at the biohazard symbols and the blood spattered across their surfaces. Negative. The site is too hot. We need professionals to handle this. Understood. Pull back and establish a perimeter. Don't let anyone near that unit. I was about to respond when I heard screaming from somewhere deeper in the facility. Not the screams of someone being attacked, the screams of someone who was doing the attacking. I ran toward the sound, my rifle up and ready. The screaming was coming from one of the units 3 rows over, along with crashing sounds and what might have been gunfire. I rounded the corner and saw the door to Unit C9 torn completely off its hinges, lying in the gravel like a discarded toy. Inside, illuminated by flickering emergency lights, was a scene from a nightmare. 3 infected were tearing apart 2 men who'd been armed but hadn't been fast enough or skilled enough to save themselves. The infected moved with horrifying coordination, working together to overwhelm their victims in a way that suggested some level of pack-hunting behavior. I didn't give myself time to think. I just started firing. Controlled pairs, one infected at a time, headshots when I could get them and body shots to slow them down when I couldn't. The M4 kicked against my shoulder with each shot, the tactical light strobing across the gore-soaked space. The first infected dropped with a round through the temple. The second took 3 shots to finally go down. I missed the headshot twice before connecting on the 3rd try. The 3rd infected turned away from its victims and charged me, and I had maybe 2 seconds to track and fire before it would be on me. I squeezed the trigger and the rifle clicked empty. The magazine was dry. Time seemed to slow down. I dropped the rifle and went for my Sig Sauer, drawing it in one smooth motion and bringing it up just as the infected launched itself at me. I fired point blank into its face, the muzzle flash illuminating dead eyes and bloody teeth. The round took it in the cheekbone and angled up into the brain, and it dropped like a stone, falling so close that its blood splattered across my boots. I stood there in the silence that followed, my heart hammering and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The 2 victims were beyond help, torn apart in ways that would have killed them even if they hadn't been infected. But I'd stopped the infected before they could escape and spread further into the facility. My radio crackled. Houston status? 5 infected down, I said, my voice sounding distant and mechanical. 2 civilian casualties. The virus is spreading faster than we thought. These people were already turned, which means they must have been infected hours ago. Maybe this morning. That matches what we're seeing at the hospital. We've got 17 confirmed infected in custody now, and the number is climbing. Houston, we're losing containment. If we don't find Vargas and shut down his operation in the next few hours, Austin is lost. I reloaded my weapons with shaking hands, forcing myself to focus on the mechanical tasks. Magazine out, fresh magazine in, rack the slide, safety off. The familiar motions helped ground me, gave me something concrete to focus on. Headlights appeared at the entrance to the facility, multiple vehicles converging on the location. The hazmat team was here, along with military support. Good. They could handle the cleanup and containment. I needed to keep moving, keep hunting. My phone buzzed with a new message from Vargas. Impressive work at the storage facility, Ranger. You're faster than I expected. But you're still not fast enough. First package opens in 2 hours, tick-tock. I stared at the message, feeling anger rising like bile in my throat. He was watching. Somehow he had eyes on my movements, knew where I was and what I was doing. That meant surveillance, either digital or physical. Someone was feeding him information in real time. I looked up at the security cameras scattered around the facility. They were old, probably easy to hack if you had the right skills and equipment. Vargas had both. He'd been watching me from the moment I entered the facility, watching me fight and kill his infected soldiers, watching me struggle to contain a situation that was already spiraling out of control. "You want a show?" I said to the nearest camera. "I'll give you a show." I called Martinez on a secure line. "Colonel, I need access to every traffic camera, security feed, and surveillance system in Austin. Vargas is monitoring me through public cameras. That means he's got a monitoring station somewhere, probably running multiple feeds simultaneously. If we can trace the data flow, we can find him. That's going to take time. We don't have time. He's playing games while people die. Every minute we waste arguing is another minute closer to his deadline." There was a pause, then Martinez's voice came back harder and more focused. "You're right. I'll get you access. But Houston, you need to understand something. If we can track his surveillance, he can track ours. The moment we start looking for him in the system, he'll know we're coming." "Good. Let him know. I want him scared. I want him making mistakes. That's not how you hunt someone like Vargas. You don't spook him. You outthink him. With respect, Colonel, I'm not trying to arrest him. I'm trying to kill him before he kills thousands of people." Different playbook. Ugh. Martinez was silent for a long moment. Then, "All right, Ranger, we'll do it your way, but if this goes sideways, it's on both of us." "I can live with that." The hazmat team had established a perimeter around the contaminated units, working in the harsh glare of portable lights to secure the scene and process the infected bodies. I gave them a brief rundown of what I'd found, then headed back to my truck. The night was fully dark now, the temperature dropping into the comfortable range after the scorching heat of the day. My phone lit up with data access codes and system passwords. Martinez had come through. I now had access to virtually every camera in the city, along with analytical software that could track patterns and anomalies in data traffic. It was an incredible resource, the kind of thing that would normally take weeks of paperwork and legal wrangling to obtain. I pulled up the traffic camera feeds and started tracing backwards from the storage facility, looking for vehicles that might have been monitoring my movements. There were hundreds of cars in the area at any given time, but I was looking for patterns. Vehicles that appeared multiple times in different locations. Cars that seemed to be following my route. It took 20 minutes of scanning before I found it. A white panel van, no visible markings, that had been captured on cameras near Maria's house, near the cement factory, and near the storage facility. It was always at a distance, always positioned where it would have clear sight lines but wouldn't be immediately obvious. Professional surveillance. I cross-referenced the license plate and got a hit. The van was registered to a shell corporation that traced back to a known Los Muertos front company. Bingo. "Cross, I've got a vehicle of interest," I said, transmitting the plate number and description. "White panel van, possibly being used for mobile surveillance. I need its current location. Running it now. Stand by." A pause, then. "Got it. The van is currently stationary at a location in North Austin. Residential area near the Domain shopping district. Could be watching someone specific or just parked for operational security. Send me the address. I'm going to check it out." "Negative. You need backup for this. If that's one of Vargas's surveillance teams, they're going to be armed and trained. You can't go in solo. Watch me." I ended the call before she could argue further. I knew it was reckless. I knew I was breaking protocol and risking not just my own life, but potentially compromising the entire operation. But I also knew that we were running out of time and options. Vargas had been one step ahead of us all day. It was time to get ahead of him. The drive to North Austin took 15 minutes through moderate traffic. Normal people going about their normal lives, completely unaware that the city was on the verge of collapse. I envied them their ignorance. There was a certain peace in not knowing that monsters were real and walking the streets. The address Cross had given me was in a newer development, one of those planned communities with uniform houses and perfectly manicured lawns. The white van was parked on a side street, backed into a spot that gave it a view of the main road and several houses. As I drove past slowly, I could see the faint glow of electronic equipment through the tinted windows. I parked 2 blocks away and approached on foot, moving through the shadows between streetlights with my rifle slung and my Sig Sauer in hand. The neighborhood was quiet, families inside eating dinner and watching television, safe in the illusion that walls and locks could keep the darkness at bay. The van was running, engine idling quietly to power the surveillance equipment inside. I could hear the faint hum of electronics and the occasional crackle of radio traffic. At least 2 people inside, maybe more. I needed to make a choice. I could call for backup and wait, potentially giving whoever was inside time to alert Vargas and disappear. Or I could move now, take them by surprise, and extract whatever information they had before they could destroy it. I chose speed over caution. I yanked open the van's rear door with my pistol aimed inside, ready to fire if anyone made a hostile move. "Texas Rangers, let me see your hands." There were 2 men inside, both Latino, both wearing tactical vests and surrounded by computer monitors and communications equipment. The closest one reached for a weapon on the console beside him. I shot him in the shoulder, the suppressed report of my Sig Sauer barely louder than a cough in the confines of the van. He screamed and fell back, clutching his ruined shoulder. The second man raised his hands immediately, eyes wide with fear. "Please don't shoot," he begged. "I'm just a tech. I don't even know what we're watching." I kept my weapon trained on him while I cleared the first man's gun away from his reach. The shoulder wound was bleeding heavily but wasn't immediately life-threatening. He'd lived long enough to answer questions. "Who are you working for?" I demanded. "You know who?" the wounded one gasped. "You've been chasing him all day." "Where is he?" "Fuck you, cop." I pressed my boot against his shoulder wound and he screamed again, the sound muffled by my free hand clamping over his mouth. "I'm not a cop. I'm a Texas Ranger, and I'm trying to stop your boss from killing thousands of people. Now you can help me, or you can bleed out in the back of this van while I question your friend. Your choice." His eyes were watering with pain, but I could see the calculation happening behind them. Finally, he nodded. I released the pressure and stepped back. "Vargas moves between locations," he said, voice strained. "Never stays in one place more than a few hours. Right now, he's at a house in Westlake Hills. Big place, lots of security, but he won't be there long. He's planning to move again before midnight." "Give me the address." He did, and I recognized it immediately. Westlake Hills was one of the wealthiest areas in Austin, home to tech executives and old money families. The house he described was a mansion overlooking Lake Austin, worth millions, and recently purchased by another shell corporation. How many people with him? At least a dozen. All former military, all loyal. They'd die for him. They're going to get their chance. What about the packages? Where are they? Already deployed. The first one opens automatically at 6 p.m. Nothing you can do to stop it. I looked at my watch. 5:45. 15 minutes until the first package released its payload of virus into an unsuspecting public. 15 minutes until the outbreak moved from contained to catastrophic. What's the delivery mechanism? Aerosol dispersion in a crowded location, bars, restaurants, shopping centers, places where people are packed together. By the time anyone realizes what's happening, hundreds will be exposed. My blood ran cold. An aerosol release in a crowded location was a worst-case scenario. The virus would spread like wildfire, infecting far more people than simple physical transmission ever could. Which locations? I don't know. Vargas compartmentalized everything. I just monitor communications and track your movements. I believed him. The wounded one was too scared and in too much pain to lie effectively. But that meant I had a choice to make. I could go after Vargas at his compound in Westlake Hills, try to take him out before he could deploy the remaining packages. Or I could try to warn people away from potential target locations, attempt to minimize casualties when the first package activated. But I couldn't do both. There wasn't enough time. I made my decision. I secured both men with zip ties and called in their location to cross, along with everything they'd told me about the packages and Vargas's location. Then I got back in my truck and pointed it toward Westlake Hills. It wasn't a decision I made lightly. By going after Vargas instead of trying to evacuate potential target sites, I was accepting that people would die. The first package would activate. The virus would spread and I'd be miles away, unable to help. But if I could take out Vargas, I could stop the remaining 4 packages from being deployed. 1 outbreak versus 5. Hundreds dead versus thousands. Terrible mathematics, but sometimes that's all you had. The drive to Westlake Hills took me through some of the most expensive real estate in Texas. Houses set back from winding roads, surrounded by professional landscaping and security systems. The kind of place where people believed money could insulate them from the world's problems. They were about to learn how wrong they were. Vargas's mansion sat at the end of a private drive, a sprawling modern structure of glass and steel perched on a hillside. Lights blazed in multiple windows, and I could see vehicles parked in the circular driveway. SUVs and trucks, all expensive, all probably armored. The security setup was professional. Cameras, motion sensors, and almost certainly armed guards. I parked half a mile away and proceeded on foot, using the thick cedar growth for cover. My phone buzzed constantly with updates. The first package had activated right on schedule at a sports bar downtown, aerosol release into the ventilation system. 17 people confirmed exposed in the first 5 minutes, with the number climbing rapidly. Emergency services were responding, but containment protocols were already breaking down as infected individuals fled the scene and spread into the surrounding area. I silenced my phone and focused on the mission. Vargas was inside that house, and I was going to end this. As I got closer, I could make out guards on patrol around the perimeter. 4 that I could see, probably more inside, all armed with rifles, all moving with military precision. These weren't cartel thugs, these were professionals, soldiers who'd fought in real wars and knew how to kill. I needed a different approach. A frontal assault would get me killed before I made it to the front door. But fire and maneuver tactics required a team, and I was alone. Then I remembered something from Vargas's military file. He'd been decorated for valor during a mission in Fallujah, where he'd held a position against overwhelming odds. The citation had mentioned his tactical thinking and his ability to turn environmental factors to his advantage. If I knew his background, he probably knew mine. He'd know I'd served in the army before becoming a ranger, that I had combat experience, that I wasn't afraid of a fight. He'd expect me to try something clever, so I'd give him what he expected, then hit him with something he didn't. I called Martinez on the secure line. "Colonel, I need a distraction. Something big enough to draw the guards' attention away from the house." "What are you planning?" "Something stupid and probably suicidal, but it might work." "That's not exactly inspiring confidence, Houston. It's all I've got. Can you give me the distraction or not?" A pause, then, "I can have a helicopter make a low pass over the property in 10 minutes, make it look like a surveillance run. Will that work?" "It'll have to. Thanks, Colonel." I used the 10 minutes to get into position on the hillside above the house. finding a spot with clear sight lines to the main entrance and the guard positions. When I heard the helicopter approaching, I settled into a prone shooting stance and waited. The helicopter came in low and loud, spotlights sweeping across the property. Exactly as planned, the guards all turned their attention skyward, weapons tracking the aircraft. For about 30 seconds, no one was watching the approaches to the house. I moved fast, using the distraction to cover the open ground between my position and the house. By the time the helicopter moved on and the guards returned their attention to the perimeter, I was already inside the security perimeter, pressed against the exterior wall of the house. Now came the hard part. I needed to get inside, find Vargas, and neutralize him, all while avoiding or eliminating approximately a dozen trained soldiers who would kill me the moment they realized I was there. I found an unlocked door that led into what looked like a utility room. The interior of the house was all exposed wood beams and polished concrete, modern minimalism that probably cost more per square foot than most people made in a year. I could hear voices deeper in the house, along with the sound of equipment being moved. I cleared the utility room and moved into a hallway, my Sig Sauer up and ready. The house was enormous, with multiple levels and countless rooms where Vargas could be hiding. I needed to narrow down the search. Then I heard his voice coming from somewhere above me, speaking Spanish, giving orders to someone about evacuation procedures and timeline. He was on the second floor, probably in one of the main living areas based on the acoustics. I found a staircase and started climbing, each step measured and quiet. At the top, the hallway opened into a large living room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. And standing in the center of it, surrounded by maps and communications equipment, was Diego Vargas. He looked exactly like his photos, military bearing, cold eyes, the kind of presence that commanded attention. He was wearing tactical gear and had a sidearm on his hip, but his hands were currently occupied with a satellite phone. "I know you're there, Ranger Houston," he said without turning around. "You're good, but not quite good enough. I've been tracking you through the house since you entered." I kept my weapon trained on his head. "Tell your men to stand down. This doesn't have to end with everyone dying." "Doesn't it?" He turned to face me, and I saw that he was smiling. "You've already killed several of my people today. Why stop now?" "Because I'm trying to save lives, not take them." Noble. Naive, but noble. You still don't understand what this is really about, do you? This isn't about body counts or territory. This is about exposing the lie, the comfortable fiction that keeps people docile and compliant. Save the philosophy lecture. Where are the other packages? Already in position. Set to activate on schedule. By morning, Austin will be in chaos. By next week, the infection will have spread to Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. By next month, Texas will be a graveyard. And you think that's a good thing? I think it's a necessary thing. Sometimes you have to burn everything down to build something better. Your government certainly taught me that in Iraq and Afghanistan. I saw the movement in my peripheral vision a split second before I heard the footsteps. Guards coming up the stairs behind me. I'd been so focused on Vargas that I'd lost situational awareness of the rest of the house. Vargas's smile widened. "Goodbye, Ranger. You fought well, but you were always going to lose. This was decided the moment I got my hands on the virus. I had maybe 2 seconds to make a decision. I could shoot Vargas and die when his guards killed me. Or I could try to survive and potentially still stop the remaining packages. I chose survival. I dove toward the windows as gunfire erupted behind me, rounds punching through the space where I'd been standing. The glass shattered around me, and then I was falling 20 feet down to the hillside below. I hit the slope hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs and sending me tumbling down through brush and rocks. Something in my ribs cracked, pain flaring bright and sharp. But I was alive, and I still had my weapons. I scrambled to my feet and ran, gunfire tracking me from the broken window above. Rounds kicked up dirt around my feet and shattered tree branches overhead. I zigzagged through the dense cedar, using every bit of cover available. Behind me, I could hear guards mobilizing, spreading out to cut off my escape routes. They were going to run me down like a wounded animal, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was outnumbered, outgunned, and injured. My phone buzzed with an incoming call. Martinez. Houston, get out of there. We've got satellite feeds showing at least 15 armed individuals converging on your position. Working on it, I gasped, struggling to breathe with what I suspected was a cracked rib. Vargas is on the second floor if you've got air support. Negative. Too much collateral damage risk in a residential area. You need to extract now. I was running out of hillside. The slope was getting steeper, dropping away into a ravine that would break my legs if I fell. I could hear the guards behind me close enough that I could make out individual voices. Then I saw headlights on the road below. A vehicle approaching fast, and as it got closer, I recognized the make and model. Jim's truck. He slammed to a stop and threw open the passenger door. Get in! I didn't question it. I just ran, legs pumping and lungs burning, and threw myself into the passenger seat. Jim floored it before I even had the door fully closed, tires screaming as we accelerated away. Gunfire erupted from the hillside, rounds pinging off the truck's body and shattering the rear window. Jim kept driving, weaving between parked cars and taking corners fast enough to make the truck's suspension groan. How did you find me? I managed to ask. GPS tracker, remember? When I saw you were at Vargas's location and heard gunfire over your open mic, I figured you could use backup. You're supposed to be securing the cement factory. I was. Then I decided you were more important. Sue me. We put distance between ourselves and the mansion, finally slowing to a reasonable speed once we were clear of the immediate area. My ribs were screaming, and when I looked down, I could see blood on my shirt from where I'd scraped myself raw sliding down the hillside. What happened up there? Jim asked. Vargas knew I was coming. Probably had the whole place wired with sensors and cameras. I got eyes on him, but I couldn't take the shot before his guards showed up. So he's still alive and still planning to deploy the remaining packages. Yeah, and I lost my one chance to stop him. My phone rang again. Cross this time. Houston, we've got a situation at the sports bar downtown. The first package release has infected 47 people that we know of, and the number is still climbing. Most of them fled the scene before we could establish containment. We're tracking them through the city, but they're spreading out in multiple directions. Within the next few hours, we could have hundreds of infected scattered across Austin. What about the packages? Can we locate the others before they activate? We're trying, but Vargas used dead drop protocols. The packages are in place and set on timers. Even if we find them, we'd need explosives to safely destroy them without releasing the aerosol. And we don't know where they are. I wanted to punch something. We'd been outplayed at every turn, and now Austin was paying the price. Dozens infected, with the number growing by the minute, and 4 more packages waiting to activate on Vargas's schedule. What about Vargas himself? Did we get any useful intelligence from the surveillance van guys? Nothing that helps us. The wounded one is in surgery, the other one lawyered up the moment we brought him in. But Houston, I need to tell you something. The situation at the hospital has gone critical. We've got 63 confirmed infected now, and the facility is going into lockdown. They're evacuating critical patients and establishing a quarantine perimeter. 63 infected in a hospital full of vulnerable people. The exponential spread was beginning, exactly as the models had predicted. How long before we lose control completely? I asked, though I already knew the answer. We're already past that point. Right now, we're just trying to minimize casualties and prepare for the worst. The governor has been briefed and he's considering emergency measures. National Guard mobilization, martial law, evacuation orders. What about a nuclear option? Martinez mentioned. That's being discussed at the highest levels, but you're talking about destroying a major American city. That's not a decision anyone wants to make unless there's absolutely no alternative. I understood the hesitation, even as I knew in my gut that it was probably the only solution. The virus was too efficient, too infectious. Once it reached critical mass, no amount of conventional containment would stop it. You'd need something absolute, something that killed everything in the blast radius. Tell them to start planning for it, I said, because that's where this is headed. There was a long silence on the other end. Then, I'll pass that along. In the meantime, what's your next move? I'm going back for Vargas. He slipped away once. I won't let it happen again. Houston, that's suicide. He's got an army protecting him, and you almost died trying to approach him the first time. Then I guess I need a different approach. I ended the call and looked at Jim. He was watching the road, but I could see the tension in his shoulders and the white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. You don't have to stay with me, I said. This is going to get worse before it gets better, if it gets better at all. Where else would I go? Home? Pretend like everything's normal while the city falls apart. At least with you, I'm doing something. We might both die. Yeah, well, I've had a good run. I appreciated the sentiment, even if the logic was questionable. We drove in silence for a while, listening to the police scanner chatter about incidents across the city. Reports of violent assaults, people attacking each other in public, emergency services overwhelmed with calls. The infection was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated. My phone buzzed with another message from Vargas. You're persistent, Ranger. I'll give you that. But persistence without wisdom is just stubbornness. How many people have to die before you realize you can't win this? I typed back, every one of them is on you, not me. His response came immediately. We all make choices, Ranger. Mine freed me from a corrupt system. Yours are just keeping you trapped in the illusion of order and justice. When Austin burns, remember that you could have walked away. I'll remember it when I'm standing over your body. Big talk from a man who just ran away with his tail between his legs. He was trying to get under my skin and it was working. But anger could be useful if properly channeled. I called Martinez back. Colonel, I need everything you have on that mansion in Westlake Hills. Floor plans, security systems, guard rotations, everything. I'm going back in. Houston, that's not advisable. Vargas will have doubled security after your last attempt. You won't make it to the front door. Then I won't use the front door. There has to be another way in. A weakness in the security that we can exploit. A pause while Martinez consulted with his team. Then, the house has a boat dock on the lakeside. Less security there because the approach is difficult and the terrain is steep. But you'd need watercraft to reach it, and you'd still have to scale a 40-foot cliff to get from the dock to the house. Can you get me a boat? Houston, can you or can't you, Colonel? Another pause, longer this time. Then reluctantly, there's a marina 3 miles from the target location. I can have a boat waiting for you there. But Houston, I can't authorize this operation. If you go in again and get killed, that's on you. No backup, no extraction plan, no air support. You'll be completely on your own. That's fine. I work better alone anyway. That's not what your file says. Your file says you're a team player who follows orders and respects the chain of command. My file is out of date. I gave Jim directions to the marina while calling up satellite imagery of the mansion on my phone. The lake approach was definitely less defended. Only 2 guards visible on the dock itself, versus the dozen or more patrolling the landside perimeter. If I could get past those 2 quietly, I'd have a straight shot up to the house. Of course, quietly was relative. The moment I killed the first guard, alarms would start going off and the entire security force would converge on the boat dock. I'd have maybe 5 minutes before I was overwhelmed. 5 minutes to find Vargas in a house with dozens of rooms and multiple floors. 5 minutes to end this before it got even worse. Not great odds, but I'd faced worse, probably. The marina was quiet, most of the boats secured for the night. A man in military fatigues was waiting by a small speedboat, the kind designed for quick movement rather than comfort. He handed me a key and a waterproof bag. "Tactical equipment," he said. "Night vision, breaching charges, combat knife, extra ammunition. Colonel Martinez says you're probably going to need all of it. Tell the colonel thanks. He also says you're an idiot and this is going to get you killed. Tell him I know." I climbed into the boat and started the engine, the powerful motor rumbling to life. Jim started to follow me, but I held up a hand. "No, you stay here. I need you to coordinate with Martinez and Cross, keep track of the infection spread, help with evacuation if it comes to that." "But I mean it, Jim. You're a good ranger and a better person than me. If I don't make it out, someone needs to keep fighting. Someone needs to remember what we were trying to do here." He looked like he wanted to argue, but something in my expression must have convinced him. He nodded once, sharp and military, then stepped back from the boat. I pulled away from the dock and pointed the boat toward the mansion, keeping the throttle low to minimize noise. The lake was dark and still, reflecting the stars and the lights from houses along the shore. It would have been peaceful under different circumstances. As I approached Vargas's boat dock, I killed the engine and let momentum carry me the last 100 yards. I could see the two guards clearly now through the night vision goggles, both armed with rifles, both scanning the approaches but not particularly alert. They weren't expecting an attack from the water. I drifted right up to the dock, using the pilings for cover. When I was close enough, I drew my combat knife and waited for the guards to pass each other on their patrol pattern. Then I moved. The first guard never saw me coming. I came up behind him and drove the knife into the base of his skull, severing his spine and killing him instantly. He dropped without a sound. The second guard turned at the movement and started to raise his rifle. I threw the knife, a skill I'd learned in the army and practiced relentlessly ever since. It wasn't a perfect throw. Instead of hitting him in the throat like I'd intended, it caught him in the shoulder. But it was enough to make him stumble and cry out in pain. I closed the distance in 3 long strides and tackled him off the dock into the water. We went under together, thrashing and struggling. He was trying to bring his weapon to bear, but the water and my grip on his throat made it impossible. I held him under until he stopped struggling, then let the body sink. Alarms started blaring before I even made it back to the dock. Someone had heard the guards cry or noticed the bodies on the security cameras. Either way, I was out of time for stealth. I grabbed my rifle from the boat and started climbing the cliff face, using the metal rungs that had been installed as a ladder. Above me, I could see guards appearing at the edge, looking down and bringing their weapons to bear. I fired from an awkward angle, one-handed while hanging onto the ladder with the other. Not accurate, but enough to make them duck back for cover. Then I was over the edge and moving, sprinting toward the house with guards converging from multiple directions. Rounds cracked past me, some close enough that I felt the wind of their passage. I returned fire without really aiming, just laying down suppressive bursts to keep heads down while I covered ground. The house was 50 yards away, then 40, then 30. A guard stepped out from behind a planter and I shot him in the chest, 3 rapid shots that dropped him. Another appeared from my left and I pivoted, firing from the hip and catching him in the leg. He went down screaming and I kept moving. The back entrance to the house was glass doors, locked but not reinforced. I put 2 rounds through the lock and kicked them open, diving inside as gunfire from the pursuing guards shattered what was left of the glass. I was in some kind of entertainment room, all expensive furniture and mounted televisions. I cleared it quickly and moved deeper into the house, following my memory of the floor plan. Vargas had been on the second floor during my last visit. Chances were good he'd be there again, directing his forces while staying out of the direct line of fire. I found the stairs and started up, my rifle sweeping for targets. A guard appeared at the top and I fired twice, dropping him. Another came around the corner and I switched to my sidearm, the Sig Sauer barking 3 times in quick succession. The second floor hallway was a kill zone, long and open with minimal cover. I could see Vargas at the far end, standing in the same room where I'd confronted him before. He had a rifle in his hands now, and he was raising it to shoot. We fired at almost the same instant. His round caught me in the vest, right over my already injured ribs, and I went down hard. Mine caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around and making him drop the rifle. I struggled to my feet, gasping for air, my vision going gray at the edges from the pain. Vargas was clutching his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers, but he was still standing, still dangerous. "You just don't quit, do you?" he said, his voice strained but somehow still amused. "Most people would be dead by now. Most people would have given up." "I'm not most people," I wheezed, bringing my pistol up. "And you're done." "Am I?" "Look around, Ranger. Your city is already dying. My packages are deploying on schedule. In a few hours, there won't be enough healthy people left to maintain order. The infection will spread unchecked, and everything you're trying to protect will collapse. Killing me won't change that." "No," I admitted, "but it'll make me feel better." I pulled the trigger. The round took him center mass, right over the heart. He looked down at the spreading bloodstain on his chest with an expression of mild surprise, then looked back up at me. "Guess you win after all," he said. Then his legs gave out and he collapsed. I stood over him, watching the light fade from his eyes. No final words, no dramatic last breath. He just died, same as anyone else when you put a bullet through their heart. I should have felt something, satisfaction, relief, triumph. Instead, I just felt empty. Vargas was dead, but he'd been right about one thing. It didn't change anything. The infection was still spreading. The packages were still activating, and Austin was still dying. My radio crackled to life. Cross's voice, urgent and frightened in a way I'd never heard from her before. "Houston, if you're still alive, you need to get out of Austin now. The governor just authorized the nuclear option. They're evacuating essential personnel and preparing to level the city. You've got maybe 4 hours before the strike." I stumbled to the window and looked out over the city. I could see fires in multiple locations, hear sirens that never seemed to stop. The infection had reached critical mass while I'd been hunting Vargas. The exponential spread had overwhelmed every attempt at containment. "What about the civilians?" I asked. "The people who aren't infected?" "Evacuation orders are going out now. But Houston, realistically, most of them won't make it out in time. We're talking about over 1 million people trying to leave on limited road infrastructure. There's already gridlock on every major highway. Then extend the timeline. Give people more time to evacuate." "We can't. Every hour we delay, the infection spreads to neighboring cities. Dallas has already reported suspected cases. San Antonio is on high alert. If we don't contain Austin now, we risk losing the entire state." I wanted to argue, to rage against the mathematics of acceptable losses, but I knew she was right. Sometimes you had to sacrifice hundreds to save thousands, thousands to save millions. "Where do you want me?" I asked. "Extraction point is at the old airport on the east side. Military transport will take you and any civilians who make it there to safety, but you need to move now. Traffic is only going to get worse." I looked down at Vargas's body one last time. He'd wanted to watch the system burn, wanted to expose its weaknesses and failures. In a way, he'd succeeded. The government's response to his attack was to destroy one of its own cities. Hundreds of thousands would die, most of them innocent people who'd just been in the wrong place when the infection hit. But he was still dead, and I was still alive. That had to count for something. I made my way back down through the house, past the bodies of guards I'd killed and the ones I'd just wounded. Outside, I could see headlights approaching. More guards, probably, or maybe police responding to the gunfire. I didn't wait to find out. I grabbed one of the guards' vehicles, a black SUV with the keys still in the ignition, and took off down the driveway. Behind me, I could hear more gunfire, but I was already too far away for it to matter. The drive back toward downtown was a nightmare. The highways were packed with cars trying to flee the city, many of them abandoned when traffic came to a complete standstill. People were on foot, carrying whatever they could, pushing shopping carts full of belongings or just running with nothing but the clothes on their backs. And scattered among the refugees were the infected. I saw them attacking people in stopped cars, dragging victims out through broken windows. I saw them chasing down runners, bringing them to the ground in groups of 3 or 4. I saw fresh infections happening in real time, people being bitten and scratched and exposed to the virus even as they tried to escape. I couldn't help them. There were too many, and I had my own evacuation to worry about. I kept driving, using the SUV's bulk to force my way through gaps in the traffic, ignoring the angry shouts and desperate pleas from people who thought I might save them. My phone rang. "Jim. Samuel, where are you? Trying to get to the evacuation point, where are you? Still at the marina, the roads are completely blocked. I can't get the truck more than a mile in any direction. Abandon it. Get to the evacuation point on foot if you have to. We don't have much time." "I know, Samuel, I just wanted to say, in case we don't make it, it's been an honor working with you. Save the eulogy for when we're actually dead. Get moving and I'll see you at the extraction point." I ended the call before he could respond. Sentiment was a luxury I couldn't afford right now. I needed to focus on survival, on putting one foot in front of the other, or in this case, 1 mile behind the other, until I reached safety. The old airport was on the east side of Austin, a former municipal facility that had been closed for years and was now being used as a military staging area. As I approached, I could see helicopters taking off and landing in a constant rotation, ferrying people out of the city. Soldiers in full hazmat gear were manning checkpoints, screening refugees for signs of infection before allowing them to board. I badged my way through the checkpoints and found Martinez standing near a command tent, coordinating the evacuation. He looked like he'd aged 20 years in the past few hours. "Houston," he said when he saw me, "you made it. I wasn't sure you would. Vargas is dead. I put 3 rounds in him, including 1 through the heart. Good. Bastard deserved worse, but dead is good enough. Did you find anything about the remaining packages?" "No. They're still out there, set on timers. Even with Vargas dead, they'll activate on schedule." Martinez's expression was grim. "Then it doesn't matter. The city's already lost. We're just trying to save who we can at this point." I looked around at the chaos of the evacuation, families being torn apart as infection screening separated the sick from the healthy, children crying for parents who'd been left behind, old people sitting on the tarmac, too exhausted to go any further. "How many are we getting out?" I asked. "Current estimate is about 40,000 before we have to pull out of over 1 million. The math is brutal, but it's the best we can do." 40,000 saved, 1 million dead. The kind of numbers that broke your brain if you thought about them too hard. "What about the bomb? When does it drop?" "Current timeline is 3 a.m. That gives us about 3 more hours to evacuate who we can, then we pull all personnel and aircraft out of the blast radius. The strike package is already in the air waiting for final authorization. 3 hours. 180 minutes to save 40,000 people from a city of over 1 million. to decide who lived and who died based on who made it to the evacuation point in time. Jim arrived about 40 minutes later on foot and covered in blood that I hoped wasn't his own. He'd picked up a woman and her 2 children somewhere along the way, carrying the younger kid while the older one held the woman's hand. They got through screening and were loaded onto a helicopter within minutes. "You did good," I told him as we watched them take off. "I left hundreds behind," he said, "maybe thousands. I could hear them calling for help, but I couldn't save them all. None of us can. We're just doing what we can with what we have." The next 2 hours were a blur of exhaustion and horror. More refugees arrived, some infected and having to be restrained or killed, others desperate and willing to fight their way onto helicopters. The infection had spread faster than anyone anticipated. Instead of taking hours to transform, people were turning in 30 or 40 minutes. The virus had mutated or adapted, becoming more efficient with each transmission. Around 2:30 a.m., Martinez gave the order to begin pulling out. The last helicopters were being loaded, priority given to medical personnel and children. Everyone else was being left behind, including us. "There's a chopper waiting for command staff," Martinez said. "That includes you 2. You've done enough. Time to get out." I looked back toward the city, toward the lights and the fires and the screams that carried on the wind. Somewhere out there, people were still fighting to survive, still hoping someone would save them. "I'm not leaving," I said. "Not yet." "Houston, that's an order. The bomb drops in 20 minutes. Anyone still in the city after that is dead. End of story." "Then I've got 20 minutes to save a few more people. You'll be vaporized." "Then I guess I better work fast." I took one of the abandoned vehicles and drove back toward the city, ignoring the shouted protests from Martinez and Cross. The roads were mostly clear now. Anyone who was going to flee had already fled, and the infected didn't drive. They just wandered and fed and spread the virus to anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. I found a small group of survivors barricaded in a convenience store. Maybe a dozen people, including several kids. They were terrified, but still alive, still human. I loaded them into the SUV and started driving back toward the evacuation point. We almost made it. About 2 miles from the airport, a wave of infected blocked the road. There had to be 50 or more, all moving together like a pack, all driven by the same mindless hunger. I tried to go around them, but they spread out to cut off escape routes. We were boxed in. "Everyone stay in the vehicle," I ordered, checking my weapons. I had maybe 30 rounds left total between my rifle and pistol. Not enough to fight through that many infected, but maybe enough to buy time. I stepped out of the SUV and started firing. Controlled shots, one infected at a time, always aiming for the head. They dropped like puppets with cut strings, but more kept coming. Always more. My rifle clicked empty and I switched to my pistol. The infected were 10 feet away now, then 5. I could smell them. The stench of death and rot and something else, something chemical that the virus added to the equation. Then headlights appeared behind me and Jim's voice called out, "Get down!" I dropped flat as Jim opened up with an M240 machine gun mounted on a military Humvee. The heavy weapon tore through the infected with brutal efficiency, dropping them in groups of 3 or 4. The ones that survived the initial burst tried to reach the Humvee but were cut down before they made it. In 30 seconds, it was over. 50 infected reduced to corpses and bloody meat on the asphalt. "Thought I told you to evacuate," I said, climbing to my feet. "And I thought I told you I wasn't leaving you behind," Jim replied. "Now get those people loaded up. We've got about 10 minutes before this whole city turns into a crater." We got the survivors into the Humvee and made the drive back to the evacuation point in record time. Martinez was livid when we arrived, but he got the civilians onto the last helicopter without argument. Then he turned to us. That was the stupidest, most reckless thing I've ever seen a ranger do, he said. You're both getting written up for this, if you survive. Looking forward to it, sir, I said. Now can we please get out of here before the bomb drops? We boarded the command helicopter just as it was lifting off. Through the open door, I could see Austin spread out below us. A dying city full of people who would be dead in minutes. People I couldn't save. People no one could save. The helicopter banked hard and accelerated away from the city. I checked my watch. 2:58 a.m., 2 minutes to detonation. At exactly 3 a.m., the sky behind us turned white. Not bright, white like someone had replaced the darkness with pure light. Even through closed eyes, even facing away from the blast, I could see it, feel it. The heat washed over us even at this distance, a wave of energy that made the helicopter shudder. Then came the sound. A roar like nothing I'd ever heard, louder than thunder, deeper than anything natural. The sound of a city dying. The sound of hundreds of thousands of lives ending in an instant. When I finally opened my eyes and looked back, there was a mushroom cloud rising over what had been Austin. The city was gone. Just gone. Replaced by fire and dust in a crater that glowed in the darkness. We landed at a temporary base in San Antonio an hour later. The refugees we'd saved were being processed, given medical care and temporary housing. The infection screening protocols were strict. Anyone showing even mild symptoms was quarantined immediately. No exceptions. Jim and I were cleared after extensive testing. No fever, no aggression, no signs of infection. We'd been exposed multiple times, but we'd gotten lucky. Or maybe we were just too stubborn to die. Cross found us in the medical tent looking as exhausted as I felt. The president has declared a state of emergency. Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio are under quarantine. The military is establishing a perimeter around the entire central Texas region. Anyone trying to leave is being detained and screened. What about the infection? Is it contained? She hesitated, and I knew the answer before she said it. We're still finding new cases. Most of them can be traced back to refugees from Austin who made it out before the bombing. We're trying to track them all down, but it's like trying to catch smoke. The virus is out there, spreading through the population. How bad is it going to get? Worst case? We lose Texas, maybe the entire Southwest. The virus is too efficient, too aggressive. Every model we run says the same thing. Without a cure or a vaccine, this becomes a pandemic. National, maybe global. I thought about Vargas's last words, about how killing him wouldn't change anything. He'd been right. The virus didn't need him anymore. It was spreading on its own, carried by people who didn't even know they were infected. Carried by refugees fleeing to safety only to bring death with them. What about research? Is anyone working on a cure? CDC has samples from the initial outbreak. They're working around the clock. But Houston, you know how this works. Developing a vaccine takes years. Clinical trials, safety testing, mass production. Even if we found a cure tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to manufacture enough doses fast enough to stop the spread. So what do? We survive, we fight, we save who we can and mourn who we can't. Same as always. Over the next 3 days, I watched the infection spread across Texas like wildfire. Dallas reported its first cases on day 2, Houston on day 3. San Antonio was already showing signs of community transmission despite the quarantine. The military was doing its best to maintain order, but they were fighting a losing battle. The news showed footage of riots in major cities across the country as people panicked and tried to flee to areas they perceived as safe. The stock market crashed. Governments around the world closed their borders to American travelers. It was the kind of global crisis that movies were made about, except this was real and there was no happy ending waiting at the credits. I stayed in San Antonio working with federal authorities to track down anyone who might have been exposed during the Austin outbreak. We found some of them. Most of them were already turned or dead. A few were still human, still fighting. We put those ones in quarantine and hoped for the best. Jim worked alongside me, same as always. We didn't talk much about what had happened. What was there to say? We'd done our jobs. We'd killed the bad guy. And it hadn't mattered. On the 7th day after the bombing, I received word that Martinez wanted to see me. I found him in a command tent on the outskirts of San Antonio, looking at maps and casualty reports. "Houston," he said when I entered, "I wanted you to know that the investigation into Diego Vargas is officially closed. You're being credited with his elimination, and you'll receive commendations for your actions during the outbreak. I don't want commendations, I want this to be over. Don't we all? But I'm afraid it's just beginning. The infection has reached 16 states now. The president is considering a national lockdown, but the logistics are nightmarish. We're talking about trying to contain a pandemic in a country of 300 million people. What about other nuclear strikes? More cities like Austin? That option is still on the table. Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, all of them could be destroyed if the infection gets bad enough. But there's resistance to the idea. Political pressure, international condemnation, the basic human revulsion at deliberately annihilating American cities. The president is trying to find another way. There isn't another way. You know that as well as I do. Maybe, or maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the CDC will find a cure. Maybe the infection will burn itself out. Maybe God will perform a miracle. You don't believe that? No. But I can't afford to stop hoping. None of us can. I left the tent and walked out into the Texas night. The stars were bright overhead, untouched by the chaos below. Somewhere to the north, Austin was a radioactive crater. Somewhere to the east, Dallas was fighting a losing battle against the infected. Somewhere to the south, refugees were trying to cross the border into Mexico, only to be turned back by military forces that had orders to shoot anyone who tried to breach the line. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Dallas was being evacuated. The infection had reached critical mass despite all containment efforts. They were talking about another nuclear strike, another American city erased from the map. I thought about all the people I'd failed to save. Maria and Jesus, dead before I even knew the outbreak had started. The 1 million people in Austin who died in the bombing. The refugees who'd made it out only to spread the infection to new cities. The families torn apart, the children orphaned, the lives destroyed. Vargas had wanted to expose the weakness of the system, to prove that order and civilization were just illusions. Looking at the world now, burning and dying, I couldn't argue that he'd been wrong. The system had failed. We'd all failed, but we were still here, still fighting, still trying to save what could be saved. My phone rang. Jim. "You seeing the news about Dallas?" he asked. "Yeah. They're saying they might bomb San Antonio next if the infection keeps spreading. We could be sitting in the next ground zero." "I know. So what do we do?" I looked up at the stars again, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. The investigation, the chase, the confrontation. Vargas dead on the floor with my bullet through his heart. Austin burning in nuclear fire. The infection spreading despite everything we'd done to stop it. "We do our jobs," I said finally. "We find infected and we stop them. We help evacuate civilians. We fight until we can't fight anymore. And when the bomb drops, if the bomb drops, we make sure we've saved as many people as possible before it does." "That's it? That's the plan? That's the plan. You got a better one?" "No, I guess not." "Then meet me at the command center. We've got work to do." I ended the call and started walking. Behind me, San Antonio glowed with the lights of a city trying desperately to maintain normalcy while the world fell apart. Ahead of me, more work, more death, more impossible choices about who lived and who died. But I kept walking. Because that's what you did. You kept moving forward even when forward led to fire and dust and the end of everything. You kept fighting even when you knew you couldn't win. 3 weeks later, Dallas burned, then Houston, then San Antonio, with me and Jim evacuating on one of the last helicopters out before the bomb dropped. We watched the city disappear in fire just like Austin had. Just like every other city where the infection had taken root. The virus continued to spread. California, New York, Florida, every state in the union reporting cases, every country in the world dealing with outbreaks. The death toll climbed into the millions, then tens of millions. Governments collapsed, infrastructure failed. The thin veneer of civilization cracked and fell away, revealing the chaos underneath. I survived. Jim survived. We kept working, kept fighting, moving from one crisis to the next. But we were just postponing the inevitable. The dead outnumbered the living now. The infected dominated every landscape. Cities were abandoned or destroyed. The world that had existed before Vargas released his virus was gone forever. Sometimes, late at night, when I couldn't sleep, I wondered if he'd gotten what he wanted. He'd wanted to burn it all down, to expose the system's weaknesses, to prove that civilization was fragile. He'd succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. But he was still dead, and I was still alive. That had to count for something. I wrote this account 6 months after the Austin bombing, in a fortified compound in Alaska where the cold seems to slow the infection's spread. The government, what's left of it, wants documentation of what happened. How it started, how it spread, how we failed to stop it. I gave them the facts, the investigation into Los Muertos, the intelligence about Solanum 7, the chase through Austin, the confrontation with Vargas, his death, the bombing, the spread. But I don't think any report can really capture what it was like. The smell of burning cities, the sound of people screaming as they turned, the weight of knowing that millions died while I watched, unable to save them. Vargas wanted to watch America burn. He succeeded. But somewhere out there, people are still fighting, still trying to survive, still hoping that maybe somehow we'll find a way to take back what we lost. I don't know if we will. The odds aren't good. The infection continues to spread, the dead continue to multiply, and safe havens continue to fall. But I'm still here, still fighting, still a Texas Ranger, even though Texas is mostly a graveyard now. And as long as I'm still breathing, I'll keep fighting, because that's all any of us can do. Keep fighting until there's nothing left to fight for, or until the dead finally drag us down to join them. The end came not with a bang, but with a whisper, with the last transmission from what had been Washington, D.C., the final presidential order to survive by any means necessary, with the shutting down of the last power grids and the extinguishing of the last city lights. I'm still here, writing this by candlelight in an Alaska that's already showing signs of infection despite the cold. Jim died 2 months ago, killed when our supply run to Anchorage went bad. He fought to the end, saving 3 children before an infected horde overwhelmed him. I think about Texas sometimes, about the missions and the people and the life I had before all of this, about whether anything we did mattered in the end. Vargas is still dead. The virus is still spreading. The dead still outnumber the living. And I'm still here, waiting for the inevitable. The last ranger in a dead state, in a dying world, in a future that Diego Vargas built with stolen virus and revolutionary zeal. He wanted to expose the weakness of civilization. Mission accomplished. But I got him first. Put a bullet through his heart with my grandfather's revolver, watched him die knowing he'd won anyway. That has to count for something. It has to. Outside, I can hear them. The dead shambling through the snow, drawn by the light of my candle or the warmth of my body. There are more every day. Soon there will be too many to fight, but not tonight. Tonight I'm still alive, still human, still remembering what we lost and why we lost it. Still a Texas Ranger to the very end. The dead can wait one more night. They've got all the time in the world. Now let's move on to the next story. At 10:47, everything changed. A flight from Phoenix had just landed at gate D28, and passengers were disembarking when I heard the screaming start. It wasn't the normal sounds of the airport, announcements and conversations and rolling luggage. This was primal, terrified, the kind of screaming that makes your stomach drop because you know something truly horrific is happening. My radio exploded with chatter, everyone talking over each other, words like attack and biting and oh God cutting through the static. I started running toward D28, my hand on the pepper spray I wore on my belt, even though some part of me already knew it wasn't going to be enough for whatever was happening. Other security officers were converging on the gate, passengers scattering in every direction. And when I got close enough to see, I stopped dead because my brain couldn't process what my eyes were showing me. There were bodies on the floor, at least 5 people down, and they weren't moving. Blood was spreading across the carpet in dark pools, so much blood that it looked black under the fluorescent lights. Standing over them were 3 people who looked wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Their movements twitching and unnatural, their clothes torn and stained. One of them was a man in a business suit, his tie hanging loose, his face slack except for his mouth, which was opening and closing like he was trying to chew air. He had blood around his lips and chin dripping onto his white shirt. As I watched, he turned toward a woman who was trying to crawl away, and he fell on her. Literally fell like he'd forgotten how to walk, and his teeth found her shoulder and tore into it. Her screaming went up an octave, became something I'd never heard a human make before. I pulled my pepper spray and sprayed him in the face, a full blast that should have dropped him instantly. He didn't even blink. Just kept biting, kept tearing at the woman while she thrashed and screamed under him. Another officer, Jenkins, tried to pull him off, and the man in the suit released the woman and clamped his teeth onto Jenkins' hand, bit down so hard I heard bones crunch. Jenkins screamed and tried to pull away, but the man held on like a pit bull, shaking his head back and forth, blood spurting from the wound. I grabbed the man's shoulders and tried to haul him back, but he was impossibly strong, his muscles rigid with some kind of superhuman strength that shouldn't have been possible. It took 4 of us to pry his jaws open, and even then he kept trying to bite, kept lunging at anything that moved with single-minded determination. The other 2 infected passengers were doing the same thing, attacking anyone close enough to reach, biting and clawing with complete disregard for their own safety. One of them was an elderly woman who'd been walking with a cane when she boarded the flight. But now she was on top of a gate agent, her dentures lost somewhere, but her gums still gnashing into the agent's face, blood spraying with every impact. The third was a teenage kid, maybe 17, his eyes rolled back white and cloudy, his skin gray like old meat. He'd cornered a family against the wall and was tearing into the father while the mother tried to shield 2 small children behind her. I ran toward them, pulling out my baton, and brought it down on the back of the kid's skull with every ounce of force I had. The impact would have killed a normal person, or at least knocked them unconscious. The kid stumbled, fell to his knees, then got right back up and turned on me. His face was a ruin of blood and exposed tissue where he'd been chewing on the father, but he didn't seem to notice or care. He came at me with arms outstretched, fingers curled into claws, that awful slack jaw working uselessly. I hit him again, across the face this time, felt teeth shatter under the baton, but still he kept coming. It was like fighting something that couldn't feel pain, that had no sense of self-preservation, that existed only to attack and consume. I backed away, my training screaming at me to maintain distance. And I saw the father on the ground trying to hold his throat closed with both hands, blood pulsing between his fingers in rhythm with his heartbeat. The mother was screaming, the children were screaming, everyone was screaming, and under it all I could hear this wet chomping sound as the infected fed on whoever they'd managed to bring down. More security arrived, airport police with actual guns, and they started shouting commands that the infected completely ignored. One officer fired a warning shot into the ceiling and the infected didn't even look in his direction. They just kept attacking, kept biting. And I realized with mounting horror that they weren't going to stop. An officer named Rodriguez, good guy with 3 kids who I'd shared lunch with 100 times, made the call. He aimed at the business suit man who was now trying to bite a chunk out of a teenage girl's leg, and he fired 3 rounds center mass. The man jerked with each impact, blood and tissue exploding from his back, but he didn't fall. Didn't even slow down. Rodriguez fired again, this time aiming for the head, and the top of the man's skull came apart in a spray of bone and brain matter, and finally he collapsed and stopped moving. The other officers understood immediately. Headshots. That was the only thing that stopped them. They started firing, methodical double taps to the skull, and the infected went down one by one. The elderly woman, the teenage kid, 2 more passengers who'd just turned, who'd been normal people 5 minutes ago but were now things that needed to be killed before they killed someone else. The gunfire was deafening in the enclosed space of the terminal, my ears ringing. The smell of cordite mixing with the copper stench of blood. When it was over, there were 13 bodies on the ground, some of them infected, some of them victims who'd been torn apart before we could stop it. The wounded were crying, holding injuries that leaked blood onto the carpet, and I could see bite marks on almost all of them. Deep, tearing wounds that would need stitches, antibiotics, maybe surgery. I knelt next to the father who'd been trying to protect his family. His throat was destroyed, arterial blood still pumping out, but weaker now, his face going pale. I pressed my hands over the wound even though I knew it was useless, even though I could feel his life draining away under my palms. His eyes found mine, wide and terrified and already glazing over. He tried to say something, but only blood came out, bubbling and dark. His wife was next to me, her hands on his chest, begging him to hold on, begging God to not take him, and their children were clinging to her and sobbing. He died in less than a minute, his body going still, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I'd seen dead people before, car accidents and heart attacks and one suicide, but I'd never watched someone die like this, violently and suddenly with their family watching. The terminal erupted into chaos. Passengers were fleeing in every direction, abandoning luggage and shoving each other aside in their panic to get away. The announcement system was blaring evacuation orders, but nobody needed to be told. They were already running. My radio was a mess of overlapping transmissions, reports coming in from all over the airport. More attacks at Terminal B, infected passengers at Terminal C. Someone was saying the outbreak had started on a flight from Phoenix, that everyone on that plane had been exposed, that we needed to lock down the entire airport immediately. Martinez was shouting for backup, for medical teams, for anyone who could help, but the medical teams weren't responding anymore. The airport medical facility had gone silent. I saw Jenkins cradling his mangled hand, the one the business suit man had bitten. The flesh was torn down to the bone, fingers barely hanging on, blood everywhere. He was in shock, his face white, his breathing rapid and shallow. I called for a medic, but none came. Another officer, Thompson, started wrapping Jenkins' hand with gauze from a first aid kit, but the blood soaked through immediately. Jenkins was saying he needed to get to a hospital, that he needed surgery, and Thompson was telling him to stay calm, that help was coming. But we both knew the hospitals were already overwhelmed. I could hear sirens outside, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, a wailing chorus that told me whatever was happening at the airport was happening everywhere. My phone buzzed. Carmen, finally. I pulled it out with shaking hands and read her message. "Richard, something's wrong. People are attacking each other on our street. Police won't answer the phones. I'm scared." I tried to call her immediately, but again it wouldn't connect. I texted back, "Lock the doors, don't let anyone in, I'm coming home." The message showed as delivered, but she didn't respond. I needed to leave. I needed to get to my family, but around me the airport was falling apart and I was still on duty. Still wearing the badge that said I was responsible for these people's safety, even as everything I'd been trained to do proved completely inadequate for what was happening. The power flickered, once, twice, then went out completely for 5 seconds before the emergency generators kicked in. The lights came back but dimmer, and half the monitors and displays stayed dark. The announcement system cut out mid-sentence, leaving an eerie silence broken only by distant screaming and the wail of sirens. I looked toward the windows and saw smoke rising from somewhere in the airport complex, thick black columns reaching into the morning sky. There was a fire, maybe multiple fires. The automatic sprinkler systems hadn't activated, or maybe they had and it wasn't enough. I could smell it now, acrid and chemical, mixing with the smell of blood and gunpowder and human waste from bodies that had voided in death. A group of passengers ran past me heading for the exit, and I saw one of them stumble and fall. The others didn't stop, didn't even look back, just kept running. The man who'd fallen was trying to get up, but something was wrong with him, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Blood was running from his nose and ears, his skin had that same gray pallor I'd seen on the infected. And when he finally made it to his feet, he swayed like he was drunk. His eyes found me and I saw nothing in them. No recognition, no humanity, just a blank animal hunger. He took a step toward me and I raised my baton, backing away, and he opened his mouth and this sound came out, a low moaning that made every hair on my body stand up. I ran. Not proud of it, but I ran, heading toward the security office where there might be weapons, might be answers, might be some way to make sense of what was happening. The concourse was a disaster zone, abandoned luggage everywhere, trash bins overturned, electronic displays showing delayed or canceled for every single flight. Bodies were scattered along the floor, some of them torn apart, some of them just lying still, and I couldn't tell which ones were dead and which ones were about to get back up as something else. I heard gunfire from somewhere above me, Terminal C maybe, the sharp crack of pistols and the deeper boom of shotguns. The airport police were fighting, but I didn't know if they were winning. The security office was in lockdown when I got there, heavy doors sealed, keycard reader blinking red. I swiped my badge and nothing happened. Swiped again. Nothing. Someone had upgraded the security protocol, probably locked it down to management access only. I pounded on the door, shouted that it was Gomez, that I needed in, but nobody answered. Either there was no one inside or they weren't opening up for anyone. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to think. My car was in the employee parking lot, Section E, maybe a 10-minute walk through the terminal and out to the lot. If I could get there, if the car started, if the roads were clear, I could be home in 30 minutes. Could get to Carmen and Sophia. Could protect them from whatever was happening. I started moving again, cutting through a closed restaurant where tables and chairs had been knocked over in someone's panicked flight. There was blood on the floor, smeared handprints on the wall, but no bodies. I grabbed a kitchen knife from behind the counter, a big chef's knife with a 10-inch blade, and held it in my right hand while keeping the baton in my left. The knife felt more substantial, more lethal. If I had to fight, I wanted something that could actually kill. The terminal stretched out ahead of me, a long corridor of shops and gates that should have been full of travelers but was now a ghost town. Emergency lighting cast everything in harsh shadows, and every sound made me jump, made me spin around, expecting to see one of those things coming for me. I found the first survivor huddled behind a check-in desk at gate D19. She was a gate agent, her uniform torn and bloody, her name tag reading Melissa. She had a fire extinguisher in her hands, holding it like a club, her eyes wild. When she saw me, she almost hit me with it before she recognized the uniform. She started talking immediately, words tumbling over each other about passengers who'd started attacking people right at the gate, about her co-worker Tom who'd been bitten and then turned into one of them right in front of her, about hiding here while the infected wandered past looking for someone to tear apart. I told her to come with me, that we needed to get out of the terminal, but she didn't want to move. She said it was safer here, that they'd pass by if she stayed quiet. I didn't have time to argue with her, didn't have time to convince her, so I left her there with her fire extinguisher and kept moving. The moving walkway was still running, the belt sliding along with no one on it, an automated system that didn't know the world had ended. I stepped onto it, letting it carry me forward while I watched the terminal around me. More bodies, more blood. A shoe on the ground with a foot still in it, severed at the ankle. A child's stuffed animal soaked in something dark and wet. The normal things and the horrific things existing side by side in a way that made reality feel thin and unstable. I heard moaning ahead and stepped off the walkway, pressed myself against the wall, knife ready. 3 of them emerged from a bathroom, 2 men and a woman, all in various stages of decay or injury. One man was missing an arm, the stump ragged like it had been torn off rather than cut. But he didn't seem to notice or care. They were moving slowly, aimlessly. But when they saw me, their heads all turned in unison and they started coming faster. I didn't want to fight 3 of them at once. I turned and ran back the way I'd come, heard them following, their footsteps irregular and dragging. There was a janitor's closet ahead and I ducked inside, pulled the door closed behind me, held the handle tight. They reached the door seconds later, started pounding on it, that awful moaning getting louder. The door shook with each impact but held. I could hear their fingernails scraping against the metal, could hear them trying the handle, and I braced my feet against a shelf and held on with everything I had. They kept at it for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes. And then the sounds started to fade as they lost interest and wandered away. I waited another 5 minutes before I opened the door, checking carefully before stepping out. The corridor was clear. I continued toward the exit, moving faster now, the parking lot so close I could almost see it. The main terminal junction was ahead, the place where all the concourses met, and I could hear chaos from that direction. Shouting, screaming, gunfire. The airport police were making a stand there, trying to hold the line, trying to prevent the infected from spreading to the other terminals. I needed to go through there to reach the exit. There was no other way. The scene in the junction was like something from a war zone. The police had set up a barricade using luggage carts, metal detectors, anything they could move. Behind it were maybe 20 officers, all firing into the crowd of infected that pressed against the barricade from the other side. There had to be 100 of them, maybe more. A sea of slack faces and grasping hands, bodies piling up as the officers shot them down, only to have more push forward and climb over the corpses. The floor was slick with blood, shell casings everywhere, the air thick with smoke. An officer I didn't know grabbed my arm and pulled me behind the barricade, shouted at me to help them hold the line. I raised my knife, realized how useless it was going to be, and grabbed a fallen officer's pistol instead. Checked the magazine, 7 rounds left, and started firing. Aim for the head, squeeze, don't pull. Breathe. The training came back automatically, even as my hands shook and my vision narrowed to just the sights and the target. I put a round through a woman's forehead and she dropped. Another through a man's temple and he went down sideways. The infected kept coming, pressing forward with mindless determination, and we kept shooting until our weapons were empty and we had to reload or grab new ones from the fallen. I didn't even know who I was shooting anymore, couldn't tell if they were infected or just people trying to escape who'd gotten caught in the crowd. I just kept firing until my pistol locked back empty and there were no more magazines. The barricade broke. Too many infected, too much weight, and the luggage carts collapsed under the pressure. They poured through the gap, a tide of grasping hands and snapping jaws, and the line disintegrated as officers turned and ran. I ran with them, heading for the nearest exit, shoving through doors marked "Employees Only" and finding myself in a maintenance corridor I'd never seen before. Pipes ran along the ceiling, the floor was concrete instead of carpet, and the emergency lighting was even dimmer here. Behind me, I could hear the infected following, their moans echoing off the concrete walls. Ahead was a door marked "Parking Access," and I hit it at full speed, bursting out into the early afternoon sunlight. The parking lot was chaos. Cars were abandoned with doors open and engines running, their owners either dead or fled or turned into something else. Bodies were scattered across the pavement, some of them moving weakly, some of them being fed upon by the infected who'd made it outside. I could see the city beyond the airport, Dallas stretching out in every direction, and there was smoke everywhere. Buildings burning, fires out of control. The skyline I'd seen every day for 11 years now broken and wrong. Helicopters circled overhead. News crews or military, I couldn't tell, and in the distance I heard explosions, big ones, the kind that shook the ground and made you feel small and helpless. My car was 3 rows over. I ran for it, keys already out, the infected in the lot noticing me and starting to converge. There were too many of them. I wasn't going to make it. A woman in a business suit lunged from between 2 cars and I barely dodged her, felt her fingers brush my arm as I passed. A man in a pilot's uniform was right behind her and I had to stab him with the knife, drove it up under his chin and into his brain, felt the blade grind against bone as he collapsed. The knife stuck in his skull and I lost it, had to leave it there, had to keep running. My car was right there, my old Camry with the dent in the passenger door and the parking permit in the window. I clicked the unlock button and heard the chirp, grabbed the door handle and threw myself inside. Locked the doors immediately. The infected were all around the car now, pounding on the windows, smearing blood across the glass, their faces pressed against it in grotesque parody of people trying to see inside. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned it, praying the engine would start, and it did on the first try. Thank God for Toyota reliability. I threw it in reverse and hit the gas, felt the car lurch backward and knock down 2 or 3 of the infected behind me. They fell but got right back up. I shifted to drive and floored it, the car jerking forward, more infected bouncing off the hood and rolling over the roof. The windshield cracked where one of them hit hard enough to nearly come through. I kept driving, weaving between abandoned cars, running over anything that got in my way, my only thought to get home, get to Carmen and Sophia, protect them from this nightmare. The exit from the parking lot was blocked. A pickup truck had crashed into the barrier gate and multiple cars had piled up behind it, trying to force their way through and instead creating an impenetrable wall of twisted metal. I slammed on the brakes, the Camry skidding to a stop inches from the wreckage, and looked around frantically for another way out. The infected were coming from all directions now, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all converging on my car because it was moving, because it was noise, because I was prey. I threw the car in reverse again, backed up while they swarmed toward me, and spotted a narrow gap between 2 parking structures. It wasn't meant for cars, more of a pedestrian walkway, but it was wide enough. Barely. I aimed for the gap and accelerated, the Camry's side mirrors scraping against the concrete walls on both sides, sparks flying, metal screeching. The mirrors folded back and snapped off, but I was through, emerging onto a service road that ran behind the airport. The road was clearer here, only a few abandoned vehicles, and I could see the highway in the distance. I pushed the accelerator to the floor, the engine screaming in protest as I forced it up to 80, 90, 100 miles per hour on a road meant for slow maintenance vehicles. Behind me, the airport was falling into complete chaos, smoke and flames rising from multiple terminals, the sound of gunfire continuous and overlapping. The radio in my car was still on, tuned to the news station I always listened to during my commute. The announcer's voice was strained, barely controlled panic underneath the professional veneer. He was saying that Dallas was under attack, that hospitals were overwhelmed with casualties, that people were advised to stay in their homes and lock their doors. He was saying the National Guard had been activated, that military units were moving into the city, that the president would be addressing the nation within the hour. He was saying that similar outbreaks were being reported in Phoenix, Albuquerque, Houston, San Antonio, that the infection was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated. He was saying that the CDC didn't know what it was or how to stop it. Then the broadcast cut to static, and when it came back, it was a different voice, someone younger and more frightened, and he was saying the station was evacuating, that if anyone could hear this, they should run, should get as far away from the cities as possible. And then that cut out too, and there was only static. I tried my phone again, calling Carmen while I drove one-handed, my other hand white-knuckling the steering wheel. This time it rang twice, and she picked up, her voice high and terrified. "Richard, oh God, Richard, where are you? Something's happening." Mr. Henderson next door was screaming, and then he stopped, and now his windows are broken and there's blood. There's so much blood, and Sophia saw someone eating someone else. She saw it, Richard, our daughter saw it, and she won't stop crying, and I don't know what to do. I told her I was coming home, that I was 20 minutes away, that she needed to keep all the doors and windows locked and stay away from them. I told her to take Sophia upstairs to the bathroom, the one with no windows, and barricade the door with anything she could move. I told her I loved her and I was coming and everything would be okay, even though I knew it was a lie. The highway was a parking lot, cars as far as I could see completely stopped, people abandoning their vehicles and fleeing on foot. Some were heading into the city, others away from it. Nobody seemed to know which direction was safer. I could see why they'd stopped. There was a massive pileup ahead. Must have been 50 cars involved, smoke billowing from the wreckage. The infected were moving through the stalled traffic, pulling people from their cars, attacking anyone they could reach. I left the highway at the next exit, took surface streets instead, but they weren't any better. Every intersection was gridlocked, traffic lights still functioning but nobody obeying them. Cars had crashed into storefronts, into each other, into light poles and fire hydrants. Water was spraying from broken mains, mixing with spilled gasoline to create rivers of flammable sludge running down the gutters. I saw a man get pulled from his car by 3 infected while his wife and kids screamed from the back seat. I saw a woman beating one of them with a tire iron, hitting it over and over while it tried to grab her. Her blows breaking bones that didn't slow it down at all. I saw a police cruiser flipped on its side, both officers dead inside, their bodies torn apart so thoroughly I could see organs through the shattered windows. I saw a bus full of people, the infected inside with them. The windows painted red from the inside, hands pressed against the glass leaving bloody prints. I saw all of this in the 5 blocks it took me to reach my neighborhood, and each sight carved itself into my memory with perfect clarity. My street was on fire. Not the whole thing, just Mr. Henderson's house and the one next to it, flames climbing the walls and smoke pouring from broken windows. The fire department wasn't coming. Nobody was coming. I pulled into my driveway going too fast, jumped the curb and nearly crashed into my garage door before I managed to stop. Killed the engine and ran for the front door, keys ready, but it opened before I could use them. Carmen was there, pale and shaking, and she pulled me inside and slammed the door behind me. I heard the deadbolt click, heard her slide the security chain into place, and then she was in my arms crying. Sophia came down the stairs, my beautiful daughter, 13 years old, with her mother's eyes and my stubborn chin, and she looked at me like I could fix this, like I could make it all go away. I held her and lied to her. Told her we were safe, told her everything would be all right. The house was dark. Carmen had closed all the curtains and blinds, and in the dim light I could see she'd been busy. Furniture pushed against the doors, kitchen knives laid out on the counter, my hunting rifle that I hadn't touched in years propped against the wall with a box of ammunition next to it. She'd prepared as well as anyone could who'd never imagined having to defend their home against the living dead. I moved through the house checking every entry point, every window, every door. Found them all secure. The back sliding glass door made me nervous, too easy to break, so I dragged our heavy oak dining table over and wedged it against the door frame. Upstairs I checked Sophia's room, our bedroom, the bathroom. All clear. I could hear sounds from outside, screaming and breaking glass and that awful moaning, but none of it was immediately close. We had some time. I went back downstairs where Carmen and Sophia were huddled together on the couch. I asked Carmen what she'd seen, what exactly had happened. She told me in a shaking voice about how Mr. Henderson had come home from work acting strange, how his wife had started screaming about an hour ago, how the screaming had stopped very suddenly and then there was silence until their front window exploded outward and something, came stumbling out. It looked like Mr. Henderson but wrong, covered in blood, and it had attacked Mrs. Chen from across the street when she came to see what was happening. Mrs. Chen was dead, Carmen was sure of it, torn apart right there on the sidewalk. And then more of them had appeared from other houses, from cars that had crashed on the street, just more and more of them until Carmen had stopped looking and pulled all the curtains closed. I told them what I'd seen at the airport, tried to explain it in a way that wouldn't terrify them more than they already were. A virus, I said, something that made people sick and aggressive, something that was spreading fast. The authorities were working on it, but for now we needed to stay inside and stay quiet. Sophia asked if her friends were okay, if her school was okay, if this was happening everywhere. I didn't know how to answer that. I pulled out my phone and tried to check the news, but the internet was barely working. Pages loading slowly or not at all. What I could see confirmed my worst fears. The outbreak wasn't just Dallas, it was nationwide. The entire country was falling apart. We spent the rest of the day huddled in the living room, listening to the sounds of the world ending outside. The house next door burned for hours before the fire spread to the house on the other side of it. And then that one burned too. We could feel the heat through our walls, smell the smoke, but our house stayed intact. We heard gunfire throughout the afternoon, sometimes close, sometimes distant. Helicopters kept flying overhead, military mostly, occasionally news choppers that would hover for a minute before moving on. Once we heard something that sounded like a jet flying low and fast. And a few seconds later there was a massive explosion that rattled every window in the house. I peeked through the curtains and saw a mushroom cloud rising over downtown, miles away but still visible. And I knew they'd bombed something, destroyed something in a desperate attempt to contain the spread. Night fell and the power went out. Carmen had thought of that too, had gathered every flashlight and candle in the house and put them in the living room. We lit a few candles, just enough to see by, and ate cold food from the pantry because I didn't want to risk the smell of cooking attracting attention. Sophia barely touched her food, just sat there staring at nothing, and I could see she was in shock. We all were. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Every sound from outside made me jump for the rifle. Carmen kept checking her phone even though there was no signal anymore, the cell towers either down or overwhelmed. Around midnight, we heard someone pounding on the front door. Not the slow, mindless pounding of the infected, but desperate human hammering, and a voice calling for help. Carmen looked at me, asking with her eyes what we should do. I picked up the rifle and approached the door carefully, looked through the peephole. It was dark outside, but I could see a shape on the porch, human-shaped, moving frantically. The voice called out again. Male, young, saying, "Please let me in, they're coming, please." I recognized the voice. It was Jeremy, the kid from 4 houses down, maybe 20 years old. Always friendly when I saw him working on his car. I told Carmen to stay back, told Sophia to go upstairs and unlock the door. Opened it just a crack with the chain still on. Jeremy was there, covered in blood that I prayed wasn't his own, his eyes wide and desperate. Behind him, I could see them coming, at least a dozen infected shuffling down the street toward the sound of his voice. He begged me to let him in, said he'd been running for hours, said his whole family was dead. I looked at his arms, his neck, anywhere I could see skin, checking for bites. He saw what I was doing and held up his hands, turned around, showed me he was clean. No bites, no scratches, just blood from other people. I let him in, closed and locked the door immediately, and he collapsed against the wall, breathing hard. Carmen appeared with a wet towel, and he cleaned the blood off while I watched the peephole. The infected were at the door now, pounding on it like Jeremy had. But their blows were irregular and weak. They couldn't figure out door handles, couldn't coordinate enough to try to break it down. They'd wander away eventually when they lost interest. Jeremy was thanking us over and over, saying we'd saved his life, asking if we had any water. Carmen got him a bottle and he drained it in seconds. He told us what had happened to him. His father had gone to work that morning and never come home. His mother had been watching the news, getting more and more agitated, and then their neighbor had broken through their back door and attacked her. Jeremy had tried to help, but the neighbor was impossibly strong and his mother had gotten bitten on the arm. He'd locked the neighbor in the bathroom and tried to bandage his mother's wound, but within an hour she was burning up with fever, her skin turning gray. And then she died. Just stopped breathing, stopped moving, and he'd thought it was over. But 5 minutes later she'd gotten back up. Only she wasn't his mother anymore. She'd come at him and he'd run, barely made it out of the house, spent the whole day hiding in garages and sheds while the city fell apart around him. His story matched what I'd seen, confirmed the pattern. Infection through bites, fever and death within hours, reanimation after death. No cure, no stopping it once you were bitten. It was a death sentence. Carmen asked if there was anywhere safe, if the government was doing anything. Jeremy said he'd heard on a radio before it went dead that they were setting up safe zones, places where survivors could gather under military protection, but he didn't know where they were or if they were even real. Might just be rumors or traps set by people looking to rob or worse. We made a plan. We'd stay in the house as long as we could, as long as our food and water held out. I did an inventory of what we had. Canned goods, dry pasta, rice, enough for maybe 2 weeks if we were careful. Water was the bigger problem. We had a few cases of bottled water, but that wouldn't last long. The tap was still running for now, and Carmen started filling every container we had. Pots and pans and empty milk jugs, anything that could hold water. I checked the rifle, found 30 rounds of ammunition total. Not nearly enough if we had to fight our way out of here. I had my service pistol from work, a Glock 19, but only one spare magazine. Jeremy said he had some supplies at his house, ammunition for his father's hunting rifles, food in the pantry that nobody had touched. If we could get there and back, if it was safe, it would give us more options. His house was only 4 doors down. In the dark, moving quietly, we might be able to do it without attracting too much attention. I didn't like it, but he was right. We needed those supplies. I told Carmen to barricade the door behind me, not to open it for anyone but me. I took the rifle and Jeremy took one of the kitchen knives. We waited until the infected outside had wandered away from our front door, and then we slipped out into the night. The street was a nightmare. Bodies everywhere, some dead and still, some moving and moaning. The fires from the burning houses cast everything in flickering orange light, creating shadows that moved and shifted and made it impossible to tell what was real and what wasn't. We moved slowly, carefully, staying close to the houses, trying not to make any sound. A car alarm was going off 3 streets over, a continuous wail that echoed off the houses. Something was burning in that direction too, the smoke rising in thick columns. The smell was overwhelming, burning plastic and wood and meat all mixed together into a stench that made me want to vomit. Jeremy's house was dark, the front door hanging open. We approached carefully, me covering the entrance with the rifle while Jeremy checked inside. The living room was destroyed, furniture overturned, blood on the walls. His mother's body was on the floor, or what was left of it, torn apart so thoroughly I couldn't even tell which parts were which. Jeremy made a sound like he'd been punched in the gut, but kept moving, heading for his father's study. The gun cabinet was open, 3 rifles inside, and boxes of ammunition in the drawer below. We loaded up, Jeremy carrying 2 rifles and I slung one over my shoulder, ammunition distributed between our pockets. The kitchen had been untouched and we grabbed everything we could carry, canned food and bottled water stuffed into a backpack we found in the hallway. We were almost out when we heard the moaning. It was coming from upstairs, multiple voices, and I realized we weren't alone in the house. Jeremy started for the stairs and I grabbed his arm, told him we needed to leave now. He pulled away, said his father might be up there, might need help. Before I could stop him, he was climbing the stairs and I had no choice but to follow. The upstairs hallway was dark, the only light coming from one bedroom where the door stood half open. The moaning was coming from inside. Jeremy pushed the door open and we saw them. There were 3 of them crowded around something on the floor, tearing at it with their hands and teeth. One was Jeremy's father, still in his work clothes, his face slack and empty. The other 2 were strangers, maybe neighbors, who'd broken in looking for shelter and gotten attacked. They were feeding on a body that was too destroyed to identify. And when they heard us, they looked up with those dead eyes and started to rise. I pulled Jeremy back, tried to get him moving, but he was frozen, staring at his father. The infected lunged at us and I fired, the rifle shot deafening in the enclosed space. The first one, not Jeremy's father, took the bullet in the chest and fell back. I'd aimed wrong, too low, and it was already getting back up. I fired again, this time hitting it in the face, and it dropped and stayed down. Jeremy's father was coming for us now, arms outstretched, that slack jaw working. Jeremy was crying, saying, "Dad, Dad," over and over like his father could hear him, like he could somehow come back from whatever he'd become. I aimed at the thing that used to be Jeremy's father, and Jeremy knocked the rifle aside, the shot going wild and punching a hole in the wall. He was screaming at me not to, that we could save him, that we could help him, and I tried to explain that his father was gone, that what was left wasn't human anymore. The 3rd infected was circling around us, and I had to deal with it first, put a round through its skull while Jeremy grappled with his undead father. Jeremy was trying to restrain him, holding his arms, begging him to stop, and his father sank his teeth into Jeremy's shoulder. I saw it happen, saw the blood start to flow, and everything stopped. Jeremy screamed and threw his father off, sending the thing stumbling backward, and I shot it before it could attack again. The bullet took off the top of its head and it collapsed in a heap. Jeremy was clutching his shoulder, blood running between his fingers, his face gone white with shock. He looked at me and I looked at him, and we both knew what it meant. He'd been bitten. He was infected. He was dead. He said it before I could, said, "You need to go, you need to get out of here before I turn." I told him we could take him back to the house, that maybe there was still time, that maybe he wouldn't turn, even though I knew he would. He shook his head, sat down heavily on the floor, pulled out the knife he'd been carrying. He said he wasn't going to become one of them, wasn't going to hurt anyone, that he'd ended himself before that happened. I started to argue and he screamed at me to leave, said I had a family to protect and he was already dead. I stood there for another second, this kid I barely knew who just lost everything. And then I turned and ran. I heard the gunshot before I made it out of the house, a single sharp crack that cut through all the other noise. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. Just kept running toward my own house, the supplies we'd gathered feeling like weights dragging me down. The street was more active now, the infected drawn by the gunfire from Jeremy's house, and I had to dodge between them, had to use the rifle butt to knock one aside when it got too close. My front door opened before I reached it, Carmen pulling me inside and slamming it shut behind me. I dropped the supplies on the floor and leaned against the wall, trying to breathe. Carmen asked where Jeremy was, and I couldn't answer her at first. Sophia was there too, looking at me with those big eyes, and I finally managed to say that Jeremy hadn't made it, that we needed to be more careful, that we couldn't trust anyone who'd been outside. I didn't tell them about the bite. Didn't tell them I'd left him to die alone. Some things your family doesn't need to know. We sorted through the supplies we'd recovered, set aside the ammunition and food, and tried to make a plan for the next day. But we all knew the truth. There was no plan. There was only survival, hour by hour, day by day, for as long as we could manage it. The night passed slowly. None of us could sleep, even though we were exhausted. We took turns watching the windows, watching for any sign that the infected were trying to get in. Around 3 a.m, we heard engines, big ones, and peeked out to see military vehicles rolling down the street. Humvees with machine guns mounted on top, armored personnel carriers, soldiers in full combat gear. They stopped in front of every house, checking for survivors, and when they reached ours, I opened the door and waved. A sergeant approached, young guy with hard eyes, and asked how many of us there were and if anyone was injured or bitten. I told him 3 of us, all healthy, no bites. He nodded and marked something on a tablet, said they were evacuating civilians to a safe zone at the old stadium, that we had 5 minutes to grab what we needed and get in the transport. Carmen started gathering things immediately, clothes for Sophia, food, water, but I hesitated. Something felt wrong about this. I asked the sergeant what the situation was in the city, if they were containing the outbreak. He looked at me for a long moment and then said the city was lost, that they were pulling back to defensible positions, that this was the last evacuation run they were making. Anyone still in the city after this was on their own. We loaded into the back of a truck with maybe 15 other survivors, all of us crammed together on hard benches, the truck's canvas cover blocking our view of outside. I could hear gunfire as we moved, constant and overlapping, the soldiers fighting to keep the route clear. The truck lurched and swayed, taking corners too fast, sometimes hitting something solid that made everyone inside grab for handholds. Sophia was pressed against me, trembling, and I held her tight and tried to project a confidence I didn't feel. The drive took maybe 20 minutes, though it felt like hours, and when we finally stopped and the tailgate dropped, we were in a parking lot surrounded by concrete barriers and sandbags. The stadium loomed above us, lights blazing from every level, and I could see hundreds of people already inside. Soldiers were everywhere, checking new arrivals, setting up firing positions, coordinating with the constant flow of trucks bringing in more civilians. We were herded through a checkpoint where they checked us for bites again, more thoroughly this time, making us strip down to our underwear and turn slowly while they examined every inch of exposed skin. One woman was pulled aside, a bite mark on her thigh that she'd tried to hide with her pants. She started screaming that she was fine, that she wasn't sick, but they dragged her away to a separate area surrounded by chain-link fence and razor wire. I could see dozens of people in there, all of them probably bitten, all of them waiting to die and turn. We were given wristbands with ID numbers and directed to Section C, Level 3. The stadium's interior had been converted into a massive refugee camp, with tents and cots set up on the field and throughout the seating areas. There had to be thousands of people here, maybe tens of thousands, all of them looking lost and scared and traumatized. Aid workers were distributing food and water, medical teams were treating injuries, and through it all, the constant background noise of people crying, praying, calling out for lost loved ones. We found 3 empty cots in our assigned section and claimed them, settling in among strangers who'd lost everything just like we had. I tried to get information, asked other survivors what they'd heard. The stories were all the same. The infection spreading impossibly fast. The authorities overwhelmed and retreating, cities falling one after another. Some people said the outbreak had started at airports, infected passengers from overseas bringing the virus with them. Others said it was domestic terrorists who'd released it deliberately. I heard rumors about Area 51, about biological weapons research gone wrong, about government conspiracies and cover-ups. Everyone had a theory, but nobody had facts. What mattered was that the world we'd known 2 days ago was gone, and whatever came next would be different. I managed to find a soldier who would talk to me, a corporal on guard duty who looked like he hadn't slept in a week. I asked him about the plan, about how long we'd be here, about whether they were going to retake the city. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. He said the city was a write-off, that the infection had spread too far too fast to contain conventionally. He said the brass was considering extreme options, which I understood to mean they were thinking about leveling the whole place. He said if we were lucky, if the infection could be contained to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, maybe they could save the rest of Texas. Maybe. But he didn't sound like he believed it. That's when I first heard the name Harrison Blake. Another survivor was talking about him, some kind of conspiracy theory about how Blake was responsible for the outbreak. I didn't pay much attention at first, figured it was just another wild theory, but the name kept coming up. People saying Blake was a billionaire who owned pharmaceutical companies and defense contractors. People saying he'd shorted airline stocks and bought insurance policies on major buildings just days before the outbreak. People saying he was seen at the airport right before the infection started spreading, that he'd been there when it happened and somehow gotten away clean. I found the guy who'd been talking about Blake, an older man named Marcus who'd worked in finance before the world ended. He showed me something on his phone which somehow still had a charge and a weak data connection. It was a series of news articles from the financial pages dated from the week before the outbreak. Harrison Blake's company had made massive investments in funeral homes, medical suppliers, companies that made body bags and cremation equipment. He'd sold off his holdings in hotels and airlines and bought up stock in security firms and defense contractors. It was a pattern, Marcus said, the kind of pattern you only saw when someone knew something was coming. I asked why anyone would deliberately cause an outbreak like this, what Blake could possibly gain. Marcus said money, power, the same things people always wanted. Blake's companies stood to make billions, maybe trillions, from the chaos and the cleanup afterward. And if he'd shorted the right stocks, bet against the companies that would fail during the outbreak, he'd make even more. It was sociopathic, impossible to comprehend, but Marcus was convinced. He said Blake had been seen at DFW Airport the morning the outbreak started, had boarded a private jet right before the terminals went into lockdown, heading for some compound he owned in Montana where he could ride out the apocalypse in comfort. I wanted to dismiss it as paranoid nonsense, but something about it rang true. I'd seen that infected passenger at the airport, the one who'd started everything. He'd come off a flight from Phoenix, and Phoenix had been one of the first cities hit. Someone had to have brought the virus there first. Someone had to have started the chain. And if Blake had known it was coming, if he'd actually caused it, then he was directly responsible for everything that had happened. For Carmen's terror and Sophia's trauma and Jeremy bleeding out on his father's floor and the thousands of dead bodies rotting in the Dallas streets. I started asking around, trying to find anyone else who'd seen Blake at the airport. Found a gate agent named Patricia who'd been working Terminal D the morning of the outbreak before the evacuation. She remembered Blake because he'd caused a scene demanding priority boarding for his private jet, threatening to have people fired if they didn't move faster. She remembered he'd been nervous, sweating even though the terminal was air-conditioned, kept looking at his watch like he was expecting something. And she remembered that he'd boarded his jet and taken off right around the time the infected passenger from Phoenix was going through security. Right before everything went to hell. The evidence was circumstantial, conspiracy theory material, nothing that would hold up in any legitimate investigation. But there wasn't going to be any legitimate investigation. There was no more law, no more justice system, just survival and vengeance. If Blake really was responsible, if he'd really unleashed this plague for profit, then someone needed to make him pay. Someone needed to stop him from doing it again, or helping it spread further, or whatever endgame he had planned. And I realized with a cold certainty that I was looking at a mission, maybe the last meaningful thing I'd ever do in my life. Carmen didn't want to hear it when I told her what I'd learned. She said it didn't matter who'd caused it. What mattered was keeping our family alive. She was right, of course. The smart thing to do was stay in the stadium, stay with them, protect them from the infected and the chaos and whatever was coming next. But I couldn't stop thinking about Blake in his Montana compound, safe and comfortable while the world burned, counting his money and planning his next move. I couldn't stop thinking about all the people who died, who were still dying because of his greed. It felt like if I didn't do something, if I let him get away with it, then all of this suffering meant nothing. The stadium lasted 3 days before it fell. The infected had been gathering outside in increasing numbers, drawn by the lights and noise and the concentrated mass of humanity inside. The military was fighting them off, but the ammunition was running low. The supply lines cut, reinforcements not coming. On the 3rd day, the perimeter was breached. I don't know how, whether it was a gate that failed or a wall that fell or just too many infected pushing at once. But suddenly they were inside and there was nowhere to run. The chaos was instantaneous and absolute. Thousands of people trying to flee through the few exits, trampling each other, screaming and dying. The infected were everywhere, attacking anyone they could reach, and each person who fell got back up minutes later to attack the person next to them. I grabbed Carmen and Sophia and tried to fight our way toward an exit, any exit, but the crowd was too thick. We got separated from our section, pushed in different directions by the panicking mass. I held onto Sophia's hand tight enough to hurt, Carmen right behind me, and we flowed with the crowd wherever it took us. We ended up in a service corridor beneath the stadium, one of the maintenance areas the public never saw. Maybe 50 other survivors had made it down here with us, and someone had the presence of mind to seal the heavy metal door behind us. We could hear the carnage continuing above, the screaming and gunfire and that awful wet sound of flesh being torn. The lights flickered and went out, the generator failing or the power cut, and we were in complete darkness except for whatever phones and flashlights people had. Someone was crying hysterically. Someone else was praying in Spanish. I held my family close and waited for dawn. When we finally emerged hours later, the stadium was a tomb. Bodies everywhere, thousands of them scattered across the field and the concourse and piled in the corridors. Some were dead. Some were infected and wandering aimlessly, and we couldn't always tell which was which until we got too close. Our group of survivors moved carefully, trying to find a way out that wasn't completely blocked by corpses or infected. We found an emergency exit that led to the parking lot, the door hanging open, blood smeared across it. Outside was no better. The military vehicles were abandoned or destroyed, bodies in uniform scattered around defensive positions that had been overrun. The infected were everywhere, but they were dispersed now, wandering randomly rather than concentrated in one area. We could avoid them if we were careful, quiet, lucky. I led our group toward the edge of the lot where I could see civilian vehicles, hoping to find one with keys still in it. We found a bus instead, a city transit bus with the driver still in his seat and the engine running. The driver was dead, his throat torn out, but the bus was intact and functional. I pulled his body out of the driver's seat, tried not to look at the damage, and slid behind the wheel. Told everyone to get on, 50 survivors cramming into a bus meant for 40, standing in the aisles and holding onto the rails. Carmen and Sophia found seats near the back, and I caught Carmen's eye in the rearview mirror. Saw the exhaustion and fear there that matched what I felt. I put the bus in gear and started driving, no destination in mind, just away from the stadium and the death and the failed promise of safety. The streets of Dallas were a war zone. Every block had abandoned cars, burning buildings, bodies in various states of decay. The infected wandered in groups, dozens or sometimes hundreds of them clustered around some attraction we couldn't see. I drove slowly, trying not to make too much noise, taking side streets and back routes to avoid the heaviest concentrations. Behind me, the survivors were silent, everyone lost in their own thoughts, their own trauma. A woman near the front started crying, soft sobs that built into wails until someone sitting next to her wrapped an arm around her shoulders and held her until she quieted. I drove north, heading out of the city, thinking maybe we could find some small town that hadn't been hit as hard. Maybe we could find a place to regroup, gather supplies, figure out a plan that went beyond just running. But every mile showed more devastation, more evidence that the infection had spread beyond Dallas, beyond urban areas, into the suburbs and small towns and rural areas. We passed through a town called Pilot Point, population maybe 4,000, and it was completely dead. Bodies in the streets, stores looted, houses burning, no signs of living people anywhere. Just the infected wandering aimlessly through the ruins of their former lives. We were running low on fuel when we found the compound. It was just off Highway 377, hidden behind a tree line and surrounded by a tall chain-link fence topped with razor wire. The gate was closed but not locked, and through the fence I could see buildings that looked intact, maybe even occupied. I stopped the bus and honked the horn, 3 sharp blasts that echoed across the empty highway. Waited. Nothing. Honked again. This time I saw movement inside, someone appearing at a window, and a moment later the gate started to slide open. The compound turned out to be some kind of prepper's retreat, one of those places paranoid rich people built to survive the end of the world. Turned out they'd been right to be paranoid. There were maybe 30 people living here, all of them heavily armed, all of them suspicious of outsiders, but willing to help when they saw we had women and children with us. They let us in, gave us food and water, showed us 2 empty buildings where we could sleep in actual beds for the first time since the stadium fell. Carmen collapsed almost immediately, pulling Sophia close, and they were both asleep within minutes. I should have slept too, but I couldn't, my mind racing with everything we'd seen, everything we'd survived. I found the compound leader, a man named Garrett, who'd made his money in tech before buying this place and stocking it for doomsday. He confirmed what I'd feared, that the infection had spread nationwide, that every major city was falling or had already fallen. He had satellite internet, one of the few connections still working, and showed me maps that tracked the spread. It had started at multiple points simultaneously, airports mostly, suggesting coordinated release rather than natural outbreak. Phoenix, Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, New York, Los Angeles, all on the same day. Millions infected within the first 24 hours. Tens of millions dead within 72. I asked him if he'd heard of Harrison Blake, and Garrett's expression went dark. He knew Blake, had met him at survival conferences, knew he owned compounds like this one scattered across the country. Garrett said Blake had been vocal in prepper circles about the need for population reduction, for a reset that would wipe out the weak and leave only the strong. Most people had dismissed it as edgelord posturing, but Garrett said now he wondered if Blake had actually meant it. If Blake had actually orchestrated this as some kind of twisted social Darwinism experiment. I told Garrett about what I'd learned at the stadium, the financial moves Blake had made, the timing of his departure from Dallas. Garrett listened and nodded, said it fit a pattern he'd noticed in his own research. Blake's companies had been working on something they called Project Resurrection, supposedly a cure for degenerative diseases, but the research had been shut down by the FDA over safety concerns. Garrett had copies of leaked documents on his server, research papers that described a virus that could reanimate dead tissue, intended to repair brain damage in stroke victims, but with horrifying side effects when the test subjects died. The FDA had ordered all samples destroyed and the research terminated. But what if Blake had kept samples? What if he'd refined the virus, weaponized it, and then released it himself? I spent the next week at the compound, helping with patrols, learning to work with their systems, trying to keep my mind occupied so I wouldn't have to think about what we'd lost. But every night I lay awake thinking about Blake, imagining him safe in his Montana fortress while the world burned. Carmen noticed, asked me what was wrong, and I told her I was fine. She didn't believe me but didn't push. Sophia was slowly recovering from the shock, playing with other children at the compound, starting to smile again occasionally. They were safe here, safer than anywhere else we could be. They didn't need me anymore, not really. Garrett had plenty of capable people to defend the compound, which is why I decided to leave. Told Carmen I was going on a supply run with some of the others, would be back in a few days. She knew I was lying, I could see it in her eyes, but she just hugged me tight and made me promise to come back. I kissed Sophia goodbye, memorized the feel of her arms around my neck, and then I climbed into one of the compound's trucks and drove away before I could change my mind. I headed north toward Montana, following what I'd learned about Blake's compound locations. The roads were mostly clear once I got away from major cities. Abandoned cars pushed to the shoulders by previous travelers. The infected spread thin enough in rural areas that they weren't an immediate threat. I saw occasional signs of life, other survivors traveling, small fortified communities, military checkpoints that waved me through when they saw I wasn't infected. The country was broken but not completely dead. Not yet. It took 3 days of hard driving to reach Montana, surviving on supplies I'd taken from Garrett's compound and gas siphoned from abandoned vehicles. Blake's main compound was outside Bozeman, built into the side of a mountain with multiple layers of security. I watched it from a distance through binoculars, studying the patrols, counting guards, looking for weak points. There weren't many. Blake had built this place to survive anything, and his security was military grade. I couldn't just drive up to the front gate and demand entry. But I had one advantage. Blake didn't know I was coming. Didn't know anyone had connected him to the outbreak. He thought he was safe, untouchable, and that arrogance would be his downfall. I spent 2 more days watching, learning the patrol patterns, and finally found my opening. A supply truck arrived from town, guards checked it cursorily and waved it through. The next day, I was hidden in the back of another supply truck, covered in boxes of food and ammunition, my heart hammering as we approached the gate. The truck stopped. I heard voices outside, guards talking to the driver. The back doors opened and I held my breath, pressed flat against the truck bed behind the cargo. Someone climbed up, shifted a few boxes, checking the load, and their boot came down inches from my head. They climbed back out, doors slammed shut, and the truck started moving again. I was inside. I waited until the truck parked and the driver left before climbing out. Found myself in an underground parking garage, multiple levels carved into the mountain, full of vehicles ranging from civilian SUVs to actual armored personnel carriers. Blake had an army here, enough firepower to hold off anything short of a military assault. I needed to move carefully, avoid detection, find Blake and deal with him before his guards found me. The compound was huge, A maze of corridors and rooms, more like a small city than a house. I saw luxury everywhere, expensive art on the walls, marble floors, high-end furniture. Blake had spared no expense making sure his apocalypse survival would be comfortable. I avoided the main corridors, stuck to service passages and maintenance areas, saw guards at regular intervals but managed to stay hidden. Found a computer terminal in an empty office and checked the directory looking for Blake's personal quarters. Top floor, of course. The man couldn't resist being above everyone else, even in his fortress. I made my way up through maintenance stairs, emerged into a corridor more opulent than anything below, and immediately ran into a guard. He was reaching for his radio before I could react, and I tackled him, my hands going to his throat, squeezing with desperate strength. He tried to fight back, but I had surprise on my side, and after 30 seconds of thrashing, he went limp. I held on for 30 more to be sure, then dragged his body into a closet and took his weapon, a submachine gun with a full magazine. Blake's quarters were at the end of the corridor, double doors with biometric locks. I didn't have time to figure out how to bypass them, so I just knocked. Footsteps approached from inside and the door opened, a different guard looking at me with confusion that turned to alarm when he saw the weapon. I shot him before he could react, 3 rounds that punched through his chest and dropped him. The sound of gunfire would bring others running. I had minutes at most. I stepped over the body into Blake's quarters and found him standing by the window, looking out at the Montana wilderness like he didn't have a care in the world. He turned when I entered, took in my appearance, the weapon in my hands, and smiled. Actually smiled. Mr. Gomez, I presume. Marcus at the stadium was quite taken with his theory about me. I'm impressed you made it this far. He knew my name. He'd been tracking me, or at least tracking anyone who'd figured out his involvement. I raised the weapon and he held up his hands, not in surrender, but in a gesture of patience. Before you do something we both might regret, let me explain what you're actually pointing that gun at. I'm not some comic book villain, Mr. Gomez. I'm a visionary. The world was dying long before I helped it along. Overpopulation, resource depletion, environmental collapse, all problems with one solution: reduction. I told him he was insane, that he'd killed millions of people for money. He shook his head, said the money was just a pleasant side effect, that the real goal was to save humanity by destroying most of it. He said the virus was designed to be aggressive but ultimately self-limiting, that the infected would eventually decay beyond function, leaving a clean slate for the survivors. He said in a generation people would thank him for saving the species. I didn't want to hear his justification, his twisted logic. I just wanted him dead. But before I could pull the trigger, I heard running footsteps in the corridor outside, guards responding to the gunfire. Blake's smile widened. You're not leaving here alive, Mr. Gomez, but I am. I always do. He reached for something on his desk and I fired, the bullets catching him in the shoulder and spinning him around. He fell against the window, blood spreading across his expensive shirt, but he was still alive, still reaching for whatever was on the desk. I crossed the room in 2 steps and grabbed him, pulled him away from the desk, and saw what he'd been reaching for. A remote control, probably for some panic room or security system that would seal me in here. I knocked it from his hand and it skittered across the floor. The guards were at the door trying to force it open, and I knew I was out of time. I looked at Blake's face, saw the calculation there, the certainty that he'd survived this like he'd survived everything else, and I made a decision. I dragged him to the window, these huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the mountain, and smashed his head against the glass. It cracked, but held. I did it again, harder, and this time the glass shattered. Mountain air rushed in cold and clean, and I looked down at the drop below, maybe 200 feet onto rocks. Blake realized what I was going to do and started thrashing, trying to fight back, but he'd underestimated how much strength rage could give me. I lifted him, this wealthy man who'd killed the world for profit, and threw him through the broken window. He didn't scream, just fell silently, tumbling end over end, and hit the rocks below with a sound I felt more than heard. I looked down at his broken body, watched the blood spread across the stone, and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no victory, just empty. The guards burst through the door behind me, and I turned to face them, raising the weapon, ready to go down fighting. But instead of shooting me, they froze, their eyes going to the broken window, to Blake's body on the rocks below. And one of them lowered his weapon and said, "Thank God, that psychotic fuck finally got what was coming." Turns out Blake's own security had been looking for a way to deal with him, horrified by what he'd unleashed but unable to act while he controlled their paychecks and their family's safety. With him dead, they were free, and they didn't particularly care that I'd been the one to kill him. They let me leave, actually gave me supplies and transportation, pointed me back toward Texas. I drove away from that compound with the knowledge that I'd accomplished my mission, that I'd made Blake pay for his crimes. But the world was still ending. The virus was still spreading, and killing Blake hadn't stopped any of it. I made it as far as Denver before the city fell. The military had tried to hold it as a fallback position, but the infected were too numerous, too relentless. I watched from the highway as they dropped the bridges, trying to contain the outbreak to the city center. And then I saw the planes. Military jets flying in formation, and I knew what was coming. I drove as fast as the truck would go, racing away from the city, and 15 minutes later the sky turned white with fire as incendiary bombs reduced Denver to ash and molten glass. The shockwave caught me even 20 miles away, nearly flipped the truck, shattered the rear window. I pulled over and watched the mushroom cloud rise, not nuclear but close enough, and I knew they were doing the same thing to every infected city. Dallas would be next, or maybe it was already gone. Fort Worth, San Antonio. Every major population center destroyed in a desperate attempt to stop the spread. But it wouldn't work. I knew it wouldn't work. The infected didn't stay in cities. They wandered, they spread. They were probably already in every small town and rural area between here and the coast. I tried to call Carmen, but the cell networks were completely dead now. No signal anywhere. I drove back toward Texas anyway, hoping she'd gotten out of Garrett's compound before the bombs fell. Hoping she and Sophia had found somewhere safer. The journey took 2 weeks, moving slowly through a country that was eating itself alive. I saw horrors I still can't process. Things that made the early days of the outbreak seem tame. I saw what people became when they were starving and desperate and knew they were going to die anyway. I saw what survivors did to each other when there was no law, no morality, nothing but survival. When I finally reached what used to be Dallas, there was nothing left. The entire metropolitan area was a burned wasteland. The firestorm they'd used to cleanse it having created temperatures hot enough to melt concrete and steel. No buildings standing, no bodies, no infected, just ash and twisted metal as far as I could see. I stood at the edge of the destruction and knew Carmen and Sophia were gone. If they'd been anywhere near the city when the bombs fell, they'd been vaporized instantly. If they'd gotten out, they could be anywhere in the chaos that used to be America. I'm writing this months later, somewhere in what used to be New Mexico. The infected still roam in massive herds, millions of them, slowly decaying but still dangerous. The military is gone, either dead or fragmented into warlord factions that fight each other as often as they fight the infected. The government is gone. Society is gone. What's left are scattered groups of survivors living day to day, most of them infected with something else now. Disease and radiation sickness from the bombings. I don't know if Carmen and Sophia are alive. I don't know if Garrett's compound survived. I don't know if anywhere is safe. What I know is that Harrison Blake was right about one thing: the world needed a reset. but he was wrong about the outcome. There's no clean slate. There's no rebuilding, there's just slow decay, human and otherwise, until there's nothing left but dust and bones and the infected wandering through ruins they'll never understand. I killed Blake, but it didn't matter. The virus he created or found or weaponized, whatever it was, it won. The zombies prevailed. Not through any great strategy or advantage, just through numbers and relentlessness and the fact that human society was too fragile to survive the kind of stress they represented. We were always going to lose. Blake just accelerated the timeline. I'm going to keep looking for my family, keep moving through what's left of America, keep surviving as long as I can. Not because I have hope, I lost that when I saw Dallas burning, but because what else is there? I'm TSA Agent Richard Gomez, at least I was before the job stopped existing, and this is my testimony. This is what happened when the world ended. Remember us. Remember what we lost. And if you're reading this, if anyone's reading this, know that we tried. We fought. We lost. But we tried. The infected are at the door again. I can hear them moaning, scratching at the walls of whatever building I'm hiding in. Could be tonight they get in. Could be I have another week. Doesn't really matter. One way or another, they'll get us all eventually. That's what Blake understood, what he counted on. The infected don't get tired, don't give up, don't stop. And we do. We all do eventually. I'm out of ammunition, out of food, almost out of water. When they break through, I'll use the knife until I can't anymore. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll go down fighting instead of turning into one of them. Or maybe I'll wake up dead standing among the horde, another mindless thing wandering through the ashes of civilization. Either way, Richard Gomez is done. The man who killed Harrison Blake is done. Everything is done. The moaning is getting louder. Won't be long now. Sophia, Carmen, if you're out there somewhere, if you somehow survived, I'm sorry I couldn't find you. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry I left you to chase revenge that didn't matter. I love you both. I'll always love you. And I hope, wherever you are, it's better than here. The door is breaking. They're coming through. This is it. This is how it ends. Not with hope or salvation or some miracle cure, just with teeth and hunger and the eternal moan of the dead. This is how the world ends. This is how we all end. Blake was right about one thing. The virus was self-limiting. Just not in the way he thought. It'll limit itself when there's nothing left to infect, when every human on Earth is either dead or turned. When the zombies finally run out of food and decay into nothing. Could take years. Could take decades, but eventually the last infected will fall and there'll be nothing left but silence. I can see them now, pushing through the door. Gray faces, dead eyes, mouths opening and closing. I raise the knife even though I know it won't be enough. Even though I know this is over, but I'll go down swinging. That's what we do. That's what humans do. Even at the end, they're on me. Hands grabbing, teeth finding flesh. The pain is incredible, beyond anything I imagined. But it'll pass. Everything passes, everything ends. I'm sorry, Carmen. I'm sorry, Sophia. I'm sorry I failed you. I'm sorry I failed everyone. The darkness is coming. The cold is spreading. I can feel myself slipping away, feel something else taking my place. Something hungry, something dead. This is it. This is the end. Richard Gomez is dying, and what's left won't be him anymore. The last thing I think about is Sophia's smile. The way she looked at me like I could fix anything. I couldn't fix this. Nobody could. Blake made sure of that. The zombies made sure of that. Maybe we made sure of that ourselves with our hubris and our greed and our certainty that we'd always survive, always find a way. We didn't. We lost. Game over. The end. Everything is fading now. The pain, the fear, the guilt, all of it fading into something empty and vast. I'm not Richard anymore. I'm not anything, just hunger, just instinct, just another dead thing in a dead world. The zombies won, they always do. That's how these stories end. That's how this story ends. In ash and blood and the endless moan of the hungry dead. There's no hope, no future, no tomorrow, just the end, just the darkness, just nothing. Now let's move on to the next story. I documented everything. The position of his hands curled into claws against his chest, the way his spine was arched slightly, muscles contracted even in death. There were no obvious wounds, no gunshot holes or stab marks, no signs of blunt force trauma. I checked his arms for needle marks, looking for evidence of drug use, and found nothing recent, just old track scars that spoke of a history with heroin or meth, the usual suspects in a place like this. But those scars were healed, weeks or months old, not fresh. I pulled out my thermometer and took a liver temperature reading, careful with my probe, documenting the exact reading and the time. The body temperature was low, consistent with death occurring within the last 2 to 4 hours. I photographed the thermometer display, added it to my notes, then moved on to collecting samples. Blood from the nose and mouth, swabs from the bleeding gums, samples of the fluid that had pooled beneath the body on the thin mattress. Everything went into labeled evidence bags, sealed and signed and dated according to protocol. The duffel bag was on the floor next to the bed, an old army surplus bag, green canvas faded almost to gray. I photographed it in place, then carefully opened it and documented the contents. A spare set of clothes, threadbare and dirty. A plastic bag containing crackers and a half-eaten sandwich. A blanket, wool, moth-eaten. A water bottle, empty. And at the bottom, wrapped in a t-shirt, a small notebook with a cracked plastic cover. I photographed each item, then carefully opened the notebook using tweezers to turn the pages. The handwriting was shaky, barely legible, the writing of someone with trembling hands or failing eyesight. Most of it was nonsense, disconnected thoughts and fragments of sentences, but on the last page, dated 2 days ago, there was a coherent entry. Feeling sick, shelter on Michigan. They gave me food. Building on Hamilton, white building. Doctor said I could make money. Need the money. Shots hurt. Feel hot now. Can't think straight. Below that, just scrawled letters that might have been a name or might have been nothing. I photographed the notebook pages, multiple shots to ensure legibility, then bagged it as evidence. White building on Hamilton. Doctor. Shots. It could mean anything or nothing. Detroit had hundreds of white buildings and Hamilton Avenue ran for miles. The mention of a doctor was interesting, though. Suggested some kind of medical involvement, maybe a clinical trial or an illegal pill mill. I made a note to follow up on it, added it to my mental list of threads to pull. I was finishing up sealing the last of my evidence bags when I heard it. A sound from the bed, wet and rattling like fluid moving in blocked airways. I looked up, and the dead man's chest was moving. Not breathing, not the steady rise and fall of respiration, but jerking, spasming muscles contracting randomly beneath the skin. I'd seen cadaveric spasms before, the nervous system firing its last signals, muscles twitching as the body shut down. But this was different. This was stronger, more coordinated somehow. "Patterson," I called out, my voice steady despite the sudden spike of adrenaline in my bloodstream. "Get in here." The officer appeared in the doorway, her hand dropping instinctively to her sidearm. "What is it?" "The body's moving." She stepped closer, her eyes widening as she saw what I was seeing. The dead man's fingers were flexing, curling and uncurling, scratching at the mattress. His jaw was working, opening and closing, that wet, clicking sound coming from deep in his throat. His eyes, those blood-red eyes, were moving beneath the half-closed lids, tracking back and forth like he was watching something we couldn't see. "Is he alive?" Patterson asked, and I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "No," I said, because I'd taken his temperature, had documented the signs of death. the livor mortis settling in his tissues, the algor mortis dropping his core temperature. He was dead. I'd staked my career on being able to tell the difference between life and death, and this man was dead. He's not alive. This is just post-mortem activity. Neural firing, muscle contractions. It'll stop in a minute. But it didn't stop. Instead, it got stronger. The dead man's whole body began to convulse, his back arching off the bed, his limbs flailing. The clicking sound got louder, turned into a gurgling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. And then his eyes opened, fully opened, and those hemorrhaged red orbs fixed on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I stumbled backward, my training screaming at me that this wasn't possible, that dead men didn't move like this, didn't look at you with purpose and hunger. Patterson had her gun out now, was shouting something into her radio, calling for backup, calling for an ambulance, her voice high and strained. The dead man sat up, movements jerky and uncoordinated, but getting smoother with each second. He turned his head toward us, and his mouth opened wider than should have been possible, jaw distending. And that growl became a shriek, high-pitched and inhuman. He lunged off the bed with a speed that seemed impossible for a corpse. I barely had time to raise my arms before he hit me, his weight slamming into my chest, his hands reaching for my face with those curled claw-like fingers. We went down together, my kit scattering across the floor, evidence bags and camera flying. I could smell him, that death smell intensified 1,000 times, rot and disease and something chemical burning my nostrils. His face was inches from mine, those red eyes staring without blinking, without any trace of humanity, just animal hunger. Patterson was screaming. Whether at me or the thing on top of me, I couldn't tell. I got my forearm under its chin, trying to push it back, and its teeth snapped together an inch from my face, actually snapped. The sound like a bear trap closing. Its jaw was broken, I realized, had to be broken to open that wide, but it didn't seem to care, didn't seem to feel pain. It was trying to bite me, was snarling and shrieking and clawing at my jacket with fingers that had started to bleed where the nails tore against the fabric. I'd been in fights before, had grappled with suspects high on PCP who didn't feel pain, had dealt with violent drunks and desperate criminals, but this was different. This thing had no technique, no strategy, just pure mindless aggression. It didn't try to punch or choke or restrain me. It just wanted to bite, to tear, to get its teeth into my flesh. I could see Patterson moving, trying to get a clear shot, but we were tangled together on the floor, rolling and struggling, and she couldn't risk it. I managed to get one leg up, planted my foot against its chest, and shoved with everything I had. The thing flew backward, hit the wall hard enough to crack the plaster, and for a second it just sat there, head cocked at an unnatural angle, studying me with those terrible red eyes. Then it was coming again, scrambling on all fours like an animal, that shriek building in its ruined throat. The gunshot was deafening in the small room, and the thing's head snapped back, a spray of black blood and tissue hitting the wall behind it. It collapsed mid-lunge, hit the floor and went still, really still this time. The kind of still that only comes when the brain stops sending signals. Patterson stood in the doorway, her service weapon extended in a perfect two-handed grip, smoke curling from the barrel. Her hands were shaking now, trembling so hard I could see it from across the room. "What the fuck?" she said, and it wasn't a question, just a statement of fact. What the fuck indeed. I pulled myself to my feet, my hands shaking almost as badly as hers. My jacket was torn, the heavy canvas ripped where the thing's fingers had clawed at it. But the skin underneath was intact. No blood, no breaks in the skin, just bruises that would turn spectacular colors in a few hours. I looked at the body on the floor, at the pool of black spreading beneath its shattered skull, and my brain tried to make sense of what had just happened. Dead men didn't get up and attack people. It was impossible. but I'd seen it with my own eyes, had felt the weight of it on top of me, had smelled its breath, had looked into those eyes that held nothing human. More officers were pouring into the room now, weapons drawn, shouting questions that I couldn't answer. Someone grabbed my arm, was asking if I was hurt, if I was infected, using that word infected like they already knew what this was. I pulled away, bent down, and grabbed my camera from where it had fallen. The LCD screen was cracked, but it still worked. I started photographing the scene again, documenting what had happened, because that's what I did. I found the truth in the details. The next few hours were chaos. The building was evacuated. All 200 residents herded into the cold November night while hazmat teams from the fire department swept the place. The CDC was called, then the FBI, then people in unmarked sedans who showed credentials I didn't recognize and commandeered the scene. I was quarantined in an ambulance, stripped down and examined by EMTs in full biohazard gear who drew my blood and swabbed every inch of my skin looking for breaks, for exposure, for any sign that I might become what that thing had become. They didn't find anything, but they kept me isolated anyway, sitting in the back of that ambulance for 6 hours while more official vehicles arrived, while the perimeter expanded, while rumors started to spread through the crowd of displaced homeless people and concerned onlookers. I could hear fragments of conversations, people talking about some kind of virus, about other incidents, about shelter residents in 3 other locations showing similar symptoms. Someone mentioned terrorists. Someone else mentioned biological weapons. Everyone was scared, and fear spreads faster than any disease. Detective Martinez showed up around 6 a.m., just as the sun was starting to edge above the horizon, turning the Detroit skyline from black to gray. He looked exhausted, his usually neat appearance disheveled, his tie loose and his shirt untucked. He'd been at the shooting scene all night, he told me, and had just heard about what happened at the shelter. He brought me coffee from a gas station, real coffee, not the burnt shit from the station, and a clean shirt because mine was evidence now, sealed in a biohazard bag along with my jacket and everything else I'd been wearing. "They're saying it's rabies," he said, leaning against the ambulance bumper, his breath fogging in the cold morning air. "Some kind of mutant strain, spreads faster than normal rabies, kills faster too. They found 4 more cases at different shelters across the city, all with the same symptoms: fever, hemorrhaging, neurological symptoms, then death and reanimation. The CDC is calling it a level 4 outbreak, whatever that means." I knew what it meant. Level 4 was the highest biosafety level, reserved for the deadliest pathogens, things like Ebola and Marburg, diseases with no cure and high mortality rates. If they were calling this level 4, then we were in serious trouble. "How does rabies just mutate like this?" I asked, because it didn't make sense. Rabies was ancient, well understood, treatable if caught early. It didn't just evolve overnight into something that could kill in hours and reanimate corpses. Martinez shrugged, but I could see the worry in his eyes. "They don't know. Or if they do know, they're not telling street cops like us. But Frank, it gets worse. They're finding the same thing in other cities, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Chicago, all hitting homeless shelters at the same time. That's not natural, that's deliberate." Deliberate? The word hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. Someone had done this. Someone had released this thing, this mutant rabies virus, into homeless shelters across the Midwest. Shelters were perfect vectors if you wanted to spread disease without being caught. Populations that moved constantly, that had limited access to medical care, that often went unnoticed by the authorities until it was too late. If this was a terrorist attack, it was brilliant and horrifying in equal measure. "The feds are taking over," Martinez continued. "FBI, CDC, Homeland Security, the whole alphabet soup. They want all our evidence, all our files, everything related to any unusual deaths in the last week. They're shutting us out of our own investigation." He paused, took a long drink of his coffee. But before they do, I thought you should know. We ran the prints on your victim. Guy's name was Robert Chen, 43 years old. Registered nurse, used to work at Detroit Medical Center until he lost his license 3 years ago for drug theft. He's been on the streets ever since. A nurse, medical training, access to hospitals, to supplies, to information. I thought about the notebook entry, about the white building on Hamilton, about the doctor and the shots and the money. He was part of something, I said, more to myself than to Martinez. Some kind of trial, some kind of experiment. Someone paid him to get those shots. That's what I'm thinking too, Martinez agreed. And if we can find that white building, find whoever was running that trial, we might find out where this virus came from. He looked around at the perimeter tape and the federal agents in their suits and the hazmat team still working the scene. But we need to move fast before the feds bury this whole thing in classified documents and national security bullshit. He was right, but I was exhausted, running on adrenaline and bad coffee and the bone-deep understanding that everything had changed. The world I'd woken up to this morning, the world of routine crime scenes and evidence collection and bureaucratic procedure, that world was gone. In its place was something new and terrible, a world where the dead walked and killed, where someone had weaponized a disease and turned it loose on the most vulnerable population. A world where the truth was being hidden, even as it spread through the streets. They let me go around 9 a.m. after taking more blood samples and making me sign a dozen forms acknowledging that I'd been exposed to a biological agent and agreeing to daily monitoring for the next 2 weeks. I drove home in a daze, my hands steady on the wheel despite the tremor I could feel in my core. Detroit looked normal. Morning traffic building on the freeways, people heading to work, buses running their routes. But I could see the signs if I looked for them. The news vans parked outside shelter locations. The increased police presence downtown, the way people on the street were giving each other more space than usual. That unconscious fear response to invisible threat. My apartment was in Midtown, a renovated building that used to be a printing plant. All exposed brick and high ceilings and industrial chic that attracted young professionals and artists. I'd moved there after the divorce, needed something different from the suburban house Sarah and I had shared. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, too wired to wait for the elevator, and let myself into the silent space that passed for home. The walls were bare except for a few framed photographs, crime scene shots I'd taken early in my career, artistic in their way, studies in composition and light and the geometry of violence. Sarah had hated them, said it was morbid to decorate with pictures of death. But they reminded me of why I did what I did, of the importance of finding truth in tragedy. I showered, scrubbing my skin raw with water as hot as I could stand, trying to wash away the smell of that thing, the memory of its weight on top of me, its breath on my face. The water circling the drain was clear, no blood, no contamination. But I felt dirty anyway, felt like something had gotten inside me that no amount of soap could remove. When I finally got out, my skin was pink and tender, steam filling the small bathroom like fog. I tried to sleep but couldn't, my mind racing through everything I'd seen, everything I knew. Robert Chen, registered nurse, drug addict, homeless, white building on Hamilton, doctor, shots, money. It wasn't much to go on, but it was something. I grabbed my laptop and started searching, pulling up property records for Hamilton Avenue, filtering for white buildings, for medical facilities, for anything that might match. There were dozens of possibilities, old clinics and abandoned hospitals and research facilities, but one stood out. A building at 4500 Hamilton owned by a shell corporation called Biotech Solutions LLC, leased to a company called Helix Pharmaceutical Research. I'd heard of Helix, everyone in Detroit had. They were one of those biotech startups that had moved into the city a few years back, attracted by cheap real estate and tax incentives, and a desperate local government willing to overlook ethical concerns in exchange for jobs and investment. They specialized in experimental treatments, clinical trials, the kind of cutting-edge research that pushed the boundaries of medical science and FDA regulations. There had been protests when they opened, activists claiming they were exploiting vulnerable populations, using the poor and homeless as guinea pigs for untested drugs. But money talks louder than ethics, and Helix had gotten their permits and their building and their freedom to operate. I pulled up news articles, found stories about Helix's founder and CEO, a man named Vincent Corwin. His biography read like a Hollywood script. Brilliant scientist, Harvard Medical School, groundbreaking research into viral diseases and immunology, multiple patents worth millions. He'd founded Helix after being forced out of his position at a major pharmaceutical company. Something about ethics violations and unauthorized experiments. The details buried under layers of corporate doublespeak and legal settlements. He'd come to Detroit with promises of miracle cures and revolutionary treatments, and the city had welcomed him with open arms because Detroit was desperate for hope, desperate for anything that looked like salvation. There were photos of Corwin at charity events and ribbon cuttings, always impeccably dressed, silver hair perfectly styled, smile practiced and empty. He looked like money and power, looked like someone who thought rules were for other people. In the most recent photo taken at a fundraiser for homeless services, he was shaking hands with the mayor, both of them holding oversized checks, and something about his eyes made my skin crawl. They were too cold, too calculating, the eyes of someone who saw people as data points, as variables in an equation, not as human beings. I was staring at that photo when my phone rang, Martinez's number flashing on the screen. "Turn on the news," he said without preamble. "Channel 7, now." I grabbed the remote, switched on the TV, found the local news. The anchor was mid-sentence, her professional composure cracking at the edges. Reports of violent incidents at multiple locations across the city. Police are urging residents to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone exhibiting symptoms of illness. The symptoms include high fever, bleeding from the eyes and mouth, aggressive behavior, and in some cases attacks on other individuals. Officials from the CDC have confirmed that these incidents are related to an outbreak of a viral infection, possibly a form of rabies, and are working to contain the spread. The screen cut to footage from a traffic camera, grainy and distant but clear enough to make my stomach drop. It showed an intersection in southwest Detroit, cars stopped in traffic, and then chaos. People were running, screaming, scattering in all directions. In the center of the intersection was a figure moving with that same jerky, uncoordinated gait I'd seen in the shelter room, chasing a woman who stumbled and fell. The figure fell on her, and even from the aerial view I could see what it was doing, the way it bent over her, the way she stopped moving. The video cut out, replaced by the anchor's shocked face. "That was recorded approximately 30 minutes ago," she said, her voice shaking. "We want to warn viewers that the following footage may be disturbing." More video, this time from someone's cell phone, shaky and close-up. A convenience store, the interior bright with fluorescent lights. Someone was behind the counter, the clerk maybe, but they were wrong, moving wrong, that same terrible jerky motion. They lunged over the counter at the person filming, and the video dissolved into screaming and frantic motion before cutting to black. "Jesus," I whispered, and Martinez's voice came through the phone, tight and strained. "It's spreading, Frank, it's spreading fast. We've got reports coming in from all over the city. The hospitals are being overwhelmed. They're setting up triage tents in parking lots, but I don't think they understand what they're dealing with. These people aren't sick, Frank. They're dead, and they're killing everyone they can reach." I thought about Robert Chen, about the notebook entry, about Helix Pharmaceutical Research and Vincent Corwin. "I think I know where it started," I said. The building on Hamilton, Helix Pharmaceutical. I think they were running trials on homeless people, testing something, and it got out of control. Can you prove it? Not yet. But if we can get into that building, find their records, their research data, we might be able to figure out what this virus is, how it spreads, maybe even how to stop it. Martinez was quiet for a long moment, and I could hear sirens in the background. A lot of sirens, the sound of a city in crisis. The feds aren't going to let us anywhere near that building. If this is what you think it is, if Helix was involved, they'll shut down the investigation, classify everything, make it disappear. We'll never get answers. Then we don't ask permission, I said. We go now, before they lock it all down. You still have access to your patrol unit? Yeah, but Frank, if we're wrong about this, if we go rogue and there's nothing there, we're done. Badges, pensions, everything. I looked at the TV. At the footage playing on loop, at the thing that used to be a person tearing into the woman on the pavement. I thought about the 4 other victims at the shelters, about Robert Chen and his desperate need for money, about Vincent Corwin's cold eyes and his history of ethics violations. I thought about the truth, about finding it in the details, about the oath I'd taken to serve and protect even when protecting meant breaking the rules. I'm going, I said. With or without you. He sighed, and I heard the resignation in it, the acceptance that we were past the point of safe choices. Give me your address. I'll pick you up in 20 minutes. And Frank, bring your gun. I don't think this is going to be a clean evidence collection. I hung up and went to the safe in my bedroom closet, pulled out my service weapon, a Glock 17 that I'd qualified with but rarely carried. CSIs weren't supposed to need guns. We came after the violence was over, documented it, made sense of it from a safe distance. But distance was gone now. Safety was an illusion, and the violence was just beginning. I checked the magazine, 17 rounds, pulled the slide to chamber 1 and tucked it into my belt. Then I grabbed my evidence kit, what was left of it, and my camera and a notebook, because whatever we found at Helix, I was going to document it, going to preserve the truth even if no one ever saw it. Martinez pulled up in his unmarked Crown Victoria exactly 20 minutes later, the car idling at the curb with exhaust steaming in the cold air. I climbed in, and we pulled out into traffic that was already showing signs of panic. More cars than usual, everyone driving too fast, radios tuned to news stations, that electric tension of fear spreading through the city like a current. Martinez had his police radio on, and the calls were coming in constant, overlapping, dispatchers struggling to keep up. Violent incidents, attacks, injuries, locations all over Detroit, the pattern spreading outward from the initial outbreak sites. It's exponential, Martinez said, navigating around a fender bender that the drivers had abandoned, both cars empty with doors hanging open. Every person those things bite or scratch, they turn within hours, and each one of them goes on to create more. The math is terrifying. If this started 24 hours ago with, say, 50 initial cases and each of them infected 5 people before being stopped, and those victims infected 5 more, we could be looking at thousands of infected by now, tens of thousands by tomorrow. I'd done the math too, couldn't help it, my investigator's mind automatically running the numbers. Exponential growth was a beautiful and terrible thing, the way a single cell could become a billion, the way a spark could become a wildfire. In nature, exponential growth was limited by resources and space and competition. But in a city of 600,000 people packed close together, going about their daily lives with no understanding of the threat among them, there were no limits. Just fuel for the fire. Hamilton Avenue ran through the industrial heart of Detroit, past shuttered factories and empty warehouses, past the skeletal remains of buildings too expensive to demolish and too dangerous to occupy. The Helix building stood out among the ruins, a modern structure of steel and glass, incongruous in the landscape of decay. It was 3 stories tall, surrounded by a fence topped with razor wire, security cameras visible on every corner. The parking lot held maybe 20 cars, expensive makes, BMWs and Teslas, and one Porsche that probably cost more than I made in a year. We parked across the street, tucked behind an abandoned gas station where we could observe without being obvious. The building looked normal, no signs of panic or emergency, just the usual activity of a pharmaceutical research facility. People in white coats visible through the ground floor windows moving between rooms carrying equipment. Security guards in dark uniforms standing at the entrance, professional and alert. "We can't just walk in," Martinez said, stating the obvious. "They've got private security, probably armed, definitely not going to let Detroit PD poke around without warrants and federal approval." "Then we wait," I said, pulling out my camera, attaching the telephoto lens. "Document who comes and goes, look for patterns, for opportunities. Someone has to leave eventually, and when they do, we follow them, see what we can learn." We settled in for surveillance, a skill I'd learned early in my career, the art of watching and waiting and staying alert through hours of nothing. Martinez called in to dispatch, reported our position, claimed we were following up on a lead related to the outbreak. It was close enough to the truth that it wouldn't raise immediate flags, and it bought us time. The radio continued its litany of horrors, the dispatcher's voice getting more strained with each call. "Officer needs assistance. Multiple casualties. Request backup. Suspect is biting victims. Repeat. Suspect is biting." And underneath it all, that wet clicking sound that I'd heard in the shelter room, audible in the background of calls, the sound of the infected hunting. An hour passed, then 2. The sun climbed higher, weak November light doing nothing to warm the bitter air. We watched people come and go from the Helix building, researchers and technicians and security personnel, all of them moving with the casual confidence of people who didn't know the world was ending just miles away. Around noon, a black SUV with tinted windows pulled into the lot, and even from a distance I could feel the change in the building's atmosphere, the way people straightened, moved with more purpose. The SUV parked in a reserved spot near the entrance, and the driver's door opened. Vincent Corwin stepped out, and even at this distance I recognized him from the photos, that silver hair, that expensive suit, that air of absolute authority. He strode toward the building entrance, flanked by 2 men in suits who had to be bodyguards or private security. Their movements coordinated and professional. He didn't look worried, didn't look like a man whose experimental virus had just been released into the city. He looked annoyed, like this was an inconvenience, a problem to be managed rather than a catastrophe to be mourned. "That's him," I said, snapping photos, documenting his arrival, his security detail, the SUV's license plate. "That's Corwin." Martinez leaned forward, studying the man through binoculars. "He doesn't look scared. He looks pissed off." "Because he knows what this is," I said, the pieces falling into place in my mind. "He's not surprised by the outbreak. He's frustrated that it happened now, that it got out before he was ready. This wasn't an accident, Martinez. This was deliberate. He released this virus on purpose." "But why? What does he gain from unleashing a plague on his own city?" I thought about the notebook entry, about Robert Chen getting paid for shots, about clinical trials and experimental treatments. "Testing," I said slowly, working it through out loud. He needed test subjects for something he couldn't do through normal channels because it was too dangerous, too unethical. So he used the homeless, people no one would miss, people he could pay a few dollars and expose to God knows what. But something went wrong. The virus spread faster than he expected, or maybe it mutated and now it's out of control. If that's true, he's responsible for all of this. Every death, every person infected, it's on him. I nodded, still shooting photos, documenting everything. Corwin disappeared into the building and the parking lot settled back into quiet. My hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline and anger mixing in my bloodstream. This was what I did, what I'd always done. Followed evidence to truth, built cases that held up in court. But this was bigger than any case I'd ever worked, bigger than murder or theft or corruption. This was genocide by negligence, the willful exposure of hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people to a fatal disease for the sake of profit or research or some twisted scientific curiosity. "We need to get inside," I said. "We need their research data, their trial records, anything that proves what they did. With that evidence, we can bring this to the feds, to the media, to anyone who'll listen. We can make sure Corwin pays for what he's done." Martinez checked his watch, then the building, calculating odds. "The security is too tight during business hours. We need to wait until dark, until the shift change. Security gets sloppy during transitions, and if we time it right, we might be able to slip in during the confusion." So we waited, watching the building, watching the city crumble around us. The radio calls got worse as the afternoon wore on. Entire neighborhoods were reporting multiple incidents, infected roaming the streets in packs, attacking anyone they encountered. The hospitals were overrun, doctors and nurses being bitten while treating patients, becoming infected themselves, spreading the virus through the very facilities meant to stop it. The governor declared a state of emergency. The National Guard was mobilized. Roadblocks were set up on the freeways trying to contain the outbreak to Detroit, trying to prevent the spread to surrounding communities. But it was too late for containment. The virus was already beyond Detroit's borders, carried by people fleeing the city, by infected who wandered across municipal lines, by the very panic that drove humans to run rather than shelter in place. I listened to the radio reports of outbreaks in Warren, in Dearborn, in Ann Arbor, and I knew that this was just the beginning, that the exponential curve was steepening, that we were watching the collapse of civilization in real time. Around 6 p.m., as darkness fell and the temperature dropped below freezing, I saw movement at the Helix building entrance. The security guard rotation was changing. Day shift leaving and night shift arriving, a window of maybe 5 minutes when attention would be divided and protocols might slip. Martinez saw it too, started the engine, and we pulled out from our hiding spot, drove slowly past the building looking for an entry point. The fence was a problem, 12 feet of chain link topped with razor wire, but behind the building there was a loading dock, a gap in the security perimeter where delivery trucks could back in. Martinez parked around the corner and we approached on foot, staying low, using the shadows and the abandoned buildings for cover. The loading dock was empty, the overhead door closed, but a regular personnel door beside it slightly ajar, propped open with a brick. Smokers, probably. Security guards or workers stepping out for a cigarette, leaving the door open against regulations because it was easier than going through the badge reader every time. We slipped through the door into a service corridor, concrete floors and industrial lighting, the smell of cleaning chemicals and recycled air. I had my camera out, documenting everything. Martinez had his service weapon drawn, safety off, finger along the frame. We moved quietly, following the corridor deeper into the building, passing storage rooms and mechanical spaces, heading toward what I hoped was the main research area. The building was quieter than I expected, most of the staff gone for the day, just a skeleton crew maintaining experiments and monitoring equipment. We could hear voices in the distance, footsteps above us, the hum of HVAC systems. We climbed a stairwell to the second floor, found ourselves in a hallway lined with offices and lab spaces, everything clean and modern and eerily normal. Through windows in the lab doors, I could see equipment I didn't recognize. Centrifuges and incubators and machines with blinking displays, the infrastructure of cutting-edge research. We tried doors until we found one that was unlocked, a small office that looked like it belonged to a junior researcher. The desk was cluttered with papers and coffee cups, a computer humming quietly. Martinez kept watch at the door while I sat down at the computer. my hands moving automatically through the evidence collection routine. The computer wasn't password protected, a stroke of luck, and I plugged in a thumb drive, started copying files. Research reports, trial data, correspondence, anything that might be relevant. While the files copied, I looked through the papers on the desk, found a printout of something called Protocol 7, a clinical trial designed for a drug called RX-547. The trial protocol was dense with medical jargon, but the basics were clear enough. RX-547 was an experimental immunotherapy treatment designed to stimulate the body's immune system to fight viral infections. The trial called for 60 subjects, all homeless individuals recruited from Detroit shelters, to be given increasing doses of the drug over a 2-week period. Side effects were listed as minimal, maybe some flu-like symptoms, some localized pain at the injection site. Nothing about hemorrhaging or neurological symptoms or reanimation of corpses. But there were handwritten notes in the margins, someone's personal observations. Subject 12, extreme response, fever 106 degrees, terminated trial. Subject 23, neurosymptoms, day 3, quarantine. Subject 47, aggressive behavior, sedation required, possible contamination concern. The dates were all from the past 2 weeks, and the last note was from yesterday, scrawled in angry capitals. Corwin demands we continue. Ethics violation, subjects are dying. I photographed every page, hands shaking with anger and excitement. This was it, the proof we needed, evidence of illegal human experimentation, of knowing exposure to a dangerous substance, of deaths covered up in the name of research. I pulled the thumb drive out, pocketed it along with the printed protocol, and nodded to Martinez. We've got what we need. Let's go. But as we stepped back into the hallway, alarms started blaring, red lights flashing from ceiling-mounted strobes. We'd been detected somehow. Motion sensors or cameras or just bad luck. Martinez grabbed my arm and we ran back the way we'd come. Footsteps pounding behind us, voices shouting. I could hear the security guards calling to each other, coordinating their response, cutting off escape routes. We made it to the stairwell, started down, and ran straight into 2 guards coming up. Martinez didn't hesitate, swung his weapon up and shouted, "Detroit police, stand down," with all the authority of 20 years on the force. The guards hesitated, hands moving toward their own weapons, but not quite committing. That split second of uncertainty that trained law enforcement instincts recognized as a bluff opportunity. "We're federal investigators," Martinez continued, the lie smooth and practiced. "Following up on the outbreak, you want to be responsible for obstructing a federal investigation during a national emergency?" The guards looked at each other, uncertain. And in that moment we pushed past them, took the stairs 2 at a time, hit the first floor running. More guards were converging, radios crackling, but we had momentum and desperation and the element of surprise. We burst through the service corridor, out the loading dock door into the freezing night air. The Crown Vic was where we'd left it and we piled in, Martinez burning rubber as he accelerated away from the building. I looked back and saw guards spilling out of the building, one of them raising a weapon, but we were already around the corner, lost in the maze of industrial streets. My heart was hammering, adrenaline making everything sharp and bright, and I clutched the thumb drive and the printed protocol like they were the most precious things in the world. Because they were. They were proof. They were justice. They were the truth. We drove without speaking for a while, putting distance between us and Helix, Martinez taking random turns and doubling back, using every trick he knew to shake potential pursuit. The city around us was descending into chaos, smoke rising from fires in multiple locations. Gunshots echoing in the distance, crowds of people running through the streets in panic. We passed a police barricade that had been overrun. Patrol cars abandoned with doors hanging open, and I could see bodies on the ground, some moving and some still. And I couldn't tell which was worse. "Where are we going?" Martinez finally asked, his voice tight with stress. Police headquarters, I said, because that was the protocol, that was what we were supposed to do with evidence. We turn this over to the brass. Let them handle it. Let them bring in the feds or whoever needs to see this. But even as I said it, I knew it was wrong, knew that the normal channels were collapsing along with everything else. When we pulled up to the headquarters building on Woodward Avenue, I could see that it had been turned into a fortress. Every entrance barricaded, armed officers on the roof, crowds of civilians pressing against the barriers demanding shelter or information or salvation that wasn't coming. We couldn't even get close. Traffic backed up for blocks, people abandoning their cars and trying to approach on foot. Martinez's radio crackled, and the dispatcher's voice came through, but it wasn't the professional calm I was used to. It was frantic, barely controlled panic. All units, be advised. Headquarters is under siege. Do not attempt to report to headquarters. Proceed to secondary rally point at... Oh God, they're in the building. All units, this is an emergency transmission. They've breached the ground floor. Officers are falling back to... The transmission cut off, replaced by screaming and gunfire and that terrible clicking sound. Martinez punched the steering wheel, the first time I'd seen him lose his composure. They got into headquarters. They got into the fucking police station. Where are we supposed to go, Frank? Where's safe? Nowhere, I wanted to say. Nowhere was safe anymore. But I looked at the thumb drive in my hand, at the evidence that could explain what was happening, that could maybe help someone somewhere develop a treatment or a cure, or at least understand what had been done to us. The news, I said. We take it to the media. Channel 7 is in Southfield outside the main outbreak zone. We get this evidence to them, they broadcast it, and even if Corwin tries to cover it up, the truth gets out. We fought our way through the gridlocked streets, abandoning the main roads for side streets and alleys, passing scenes of horror that my mind struggled to process. A church surrounded by infected, the congregation trapped inside, zombies clawing at the doors while hymns played from speakers inside. A school bus on its side, children's backpacks scattered across the pavement, and I forced myself not to look closer, not to think about what that meant. A gas station in flames, bodies burning in the parking lot, some of them still moving, still trying to feed even as the fire consumed them. It took us 2 hours to cover 15 miles, and by the time we reached the Channel 7 building, the sun was coming up on what might be the last Wednesday Detroit would ever see. The station was still broadcasting. I could see the transmission tower lights blinking, but the building was surrounded by a makeshift barricade of vehicles and debris, armed security guards standing watch. We pulled up to the barrier and Martinez flashed his badge, explained who we were and what we had. The guards conferred with someone on a radio, and after an agonizing wait, they moved aside enough for us to drive through. We parked in the lot and were met by a producer, a woman in her 30s who looked like she hadn't slept in days. Dark circles under her eyes and coffee stains on her shirt. "You're the cops with evidence about the outbreak?" she asked, speaking fast, words tumbling over each other. "We've been getting reports all night, footage from all over the city, but nobody can explain what's happening, where it came from, why the authorities aren't stopping it. If you have something, anything, we'll put it on air." I handed her the thumb drive and the printed protocol. Gave her a 5-minute summary of what we'd found. About Helix and Corwin and the illegal trials and the experimental drug that had become this nightmare. She listened with the focused intensity of a journalist who recognized a story that mattered. A story that could change everything. "Can you go on camera?" she asked. "Tell people what you told me? Show them the evidence?" I hesitated because going on camera meant going public, meant putting a target on my back, meant that Corwin and whoever was protecting him would come after me. But I looked at Martinez, saw the same determination in his eyes that I felt, and I nodded. Yes, people deserve to know the truth. They put us in the studio 20 minutes later, me and Martinez sitting across from the morning anchor, the one who'd been reporting on the outbreak with increasing horror. The camera light went red and I knew we were live, broadcasting to whoever was still able to watch, still had power and internet, and a few minutes of normalcy left in their lives. The anchor introduced us, explained that we were police investigators who had uncovered critical information about the outbreak's origin, and then she turned to me. I told the story, showed the protocol, explained about RX 547 and the trials and the homeless subjects who'd been used as guinea pigs. I named Vincent Corwin, showed his photo, connected him to Helix Pharmaceutical Research and the outbreak that was destroying Detroit. I showed footage from my camera, images of the white building on Hamilton, of Corwin arriving in his SUV, of the security guards and the research labs. And I showed the most damning evidence, the handwritten notes about subjects dying, about ethics violations, about Corwin demanding the trials continue even as people died. The anchor's face went pale as I spoke, and I could see tears in her eyes by the time I finished. "This man," she said, voice shaking with rage, "this man deliberately exposed homeless people to an experimental drug that turned them into those things, and he knew it was happening. He watched people die and did nothing. Worse than nothing," I said. "He ordered the trials to continue. Even when his own researchers told him people were dying, that the drug was dangerous, he pushed forward. Because the homeless didn't matter to him. They were just test subjects, just data points in his research. And now hundreds of people are dead because of his arrogance, his greed, and his complete disregard for human life." The broadcast must have gone out to thousands of people, tens of thousands maybe, anyone with a TV or a computer who was still alive and paying attention. And Vincent Corwin was watching too, I was sure of that. Was watching me destroy his reputation, watching me connect the dots, watching me take away the anonymity that had protected him. I just made myself a target, had painted a bullseye on my back, but I didn't care. The truth was out. The world knew what he'd done. We left the studio and stepped out into a parking lot transformed. While we'd been inside, the situation had deteriorated further. The barricade had been reinforced with more vehicles, more debris, armed security now backed up by what looked like private military contractors in tactical gear. The producer who'd met us earlier ran over, her phone pressed to her ear, her expression desperate. "The station manager just got word," she said, breathless. "Helix Pharmaceutical has private security forces moving through the city, heavily armed, looking for you. They know you're here. They're coming." Martinez pulled his weapon, checked the magazine with practiced efficiency. "How long do we have?" "Minutes, maybe. They've got helicopters, armored vehicles, the works. This is a full military operation." I looked at the thumb drive in my hand, at the evidence that was now redundant because I'd broadcast it to the world. "They can't cover this up anymore," I said. "It's out there. It's public. Killing us won't change that." The producer shook her head. "You don't understand. The federal government just issued an emergency order. All information related to the outbreak is now classified under national security. Broadcasting what you just broadcast is technically a violation of federal law. They're not coming to silence you about the outbreak. They're coming to arrest you for treason." The word hung in the air, absurd and terrifying. Treason. For telling the truth about a man-made plague, for exposing the corruption and negligence that had killed thousands. The government wasn't trying to save people. They were trying to protect Corwin, to bury the evidence, to maintain some illusion of control even as everything collapsed. "We need to go," Martinez said, grabbing my arm. "Now!" We ran for the Crown Vic, but before we could reach it, I heard the sound of helicopter rotors, low and fast, coming in from the east. 2 black helicopters, unmarked, military grade, swooped over the building and settled into a hover above the parking lot, downdraft whipping debris into the air. Ropes dropped from the side doors and men in black tactical gear fast roped down, hitting the ground and fanning out with rifles raised. "On the ground!" they shouted, voices amplified by the helicopter's PA system. "On the ground now! This is a federal operation! You are under arrest!" Martinez raised his weapon, but I put my hand on his arm, stopped him. "Don't," I said. "They'll kill us both, and for what? The evidence is already out there. Shooting at feds won't help anyone." He hesitated, then slowly lowered his gun, set it on the ground, raised his hands. I did the same, got on my knees, then flat on my stomach, hands behind my head. The tactical team was on us in seconds, zip ties cutting into my wrists, rough hands patting me down, confiscating everything. My camera, my notebook, my phone, the thumb drive, the printed protocol, all of it disappeared into evidence bags. They hauled us to our feet, started marching us toward the helicopters. But before we could be loaded up, there was a commotion at the barricade. The security guards shouting, gunfire erupting. The infected had found us, drawn by the noise and the lights and the concentration of living people. They came in a wave, hundreds of them, pouring over the barricades like a flood, overwhelming the guards through sheer numbers. The tactical team turned their weapons on the new threat, automatic fire cutting down the front ranks. But there were too many, and for every one that fell, 3 more came behind. In the chaos, Martinez made his move, twisted out of the grip of the man holding him, brought his elbow back into the guy's face with a crunch of breaking bone. I followed his lead, threw myself backward into my captor, used my body weight to knock him off balance. The zip ties cut into my wrists, but I'd been in restraints before, knew how to twist my hands, to use flexibility and pain tolerance to create space. The tie snapped, and I was free, running, Martinez beside me, the whole parking lot descending into a war zone. The helicopters took off, abandoning the ground team as the infected swarmed closer. Gunfire was constant now, tactical team and security guards and infected, everyone shooting at everyone, chaos and panic and screaming. We reached the Crown Vic. Martinez somehow still had his keys, and we threw ourselves inside. He started the engine and punched the accelerator, smashed through a gap in the barricade, clipping a body that might have been infected or might have been human. I couldn't tell and didn't care. We drove away from the station, away from the helicopters and the federal agents and the horde of infected. Drove into a city that had become unrecognizable. A landscape of fire and death and moving shadows that hunted anything that lived. The radio was silent now. No more dispatchers, no more calls for help. The government channels were broadcasting evacuation orders, telling people to report to designated shelters, to remain calm, to trust that help was coming. But I could hear the lie in it, could hear the desperation underneath the official calm. "We need to get out of Detroit," Martinez said, navigating by instinct through streets choked with abandoned cars and burning buildings. "Get to the suburbs, somewhere less dense, somewhere the infection hasn't spread as bad." But where? Every direction led to more chaos, more infected, more death. The suburbs weren't safe either. We'd heard the radio reports, outbreaks in Warren and Dearborn and Livonia. The virus was spreading faster than anyone could track, faster than any containment measures could stop. And beneath it all was Corwin, the architect of this nightmare, sitting in his fortress of a building on Hamilton Avenue, protected by his security forces, insulated from the consequences of what he'd done. "No," I said, making a decision that felt both insane and inevitable. "We go back to Helix. We find Corwin. We end this." Martinez looked at me like I'd lost my mind, and maybe I had. "Frank, that building is a fortress. We barely got out alive the first time, and that was before they knew we were coming. Now they'll be ready for us, and we don't have backup. We don't have a plan. We don't have anything except 2 guns and a death wish." "We have the truth," I said, "and we have nothing left to lose. Corwin did this. He created this virus, he released it on innocent people, and he's going to get away with it unless someone stops him." The government is protecting him, the feds are hunting us, and the city is dying. If we don't do something, if we don't hold him accountable, then none of this means anything. All those deaths, all that suffering, it's for nothing." Martinez drove in silence for a long time, weaving through obstacles past scenes of horror that my exhausted brain could barely process anymore. Then he sighed, and I could hear the acceptance in it, the recognition that I was right, that this was what we had to do. "Okay," he said, "but we do this smart. We need weapons, supplies, and we need to wait until dark. Give them time to relax, to think we ran away." We spent the day hiding in an abandoned warehouse in southwest Detroit, holed up in an office on the second floor where we could see anyone approaching. Martinez had connections, people he'd worked with over the years, and he made calls on a burner phone he kept for emergencies. By afternoon, we had reinforcements, not cops, but civilians, people who'd worked with Martinez on community policing initiatives, people who trusted him enough to risk their lives on what seemed like a suicide mission. There were 5 of them, a mixed group that reflected Detroit's diversity. Marcus, the security guard from the shelter who'd seen what the infected could do and wanted revenge. Sarah Chen, Robert's sister, who'd identified his body at the morgue and blamed Corwin for her brother's death. 2 former soldiers, Jackson and Martinez's cousin Elena, who'd served in Iraq and knew urban combat. And a doctor named Patel who'd worked at Detroit Medical Center until it fell, who'd seen the infected up close and understood what we were fighting. I laid out what we knew, showed them the evidence we'd collected, explained about Protocol 7 and the illegal trials and Corwin's responsibility for the outbreak. "We're not going to arrest him," I said, because I needed them to understand what this was, what I was asking them to do. "The legal system is gone. The courts are closed, the jails are overrun, and the federal government is protecting him. We're going to Helix to kill Vincent Corwin, to execute him for crimes against humanity. And if you're not okay with that, if you still believe in the rule of law and due process and all the things that used to matter, then leave now. No judgment. But once we go through that door, we're all murderers in the eyes of what's left of the law." Nobody left. They all stayed grim-faced and determined because they'd seen what the infection had done, had lost people they loved, had watched their city burn while the people responsible hid behind security and money and political connections. We were a group of 8, armed with whatever weapons we'd been able to scrounge, heading into a fortress to kill a man who'd killed thousands. It was insane. It was necessary. It was justice in a world where justice no longer existed through official channels. We moved out at sunset using 2 vehicles, moving slow and careful through streets that were a maze of wreckage and wandering infected. The building on Hamilton looked different at night, the lights blazing like a beacon, generators running because the city's power grid had started failing. The fence was still intact, security still posted at the entrance, but I could see signs of panic in the way the guards moved, the way they kept looking over their shoulders at the darkness beyond the lights. Jackson, the ex-soldier, had brought bolt cutters and wire cutters, proper military-grade tools that made short work of the fence. We cut a hole in the back, near the loading dock, and slipped through one at a time. The loading dock door was still propped open, that same brick still there, a detail so mundane it felt surreal. We entered the building in tactical formation, Elena on point, Jackson covering the rear, the rest of us spread out in the middle. The building felt different than during our first visit, quieter, more ominous. We could hear generators humming in the basement, hear footsteps above us, but the normal sounds of a working facility were gone. We moved through the service corridors, clearing each space before advancing, using hand signals and whispered communication. Dr. Patel stayed close to me, and I realized he was shaking, adrenaline and fear making his hands tremble. "Have you ever killed anyone?" I whispered, and he shook his head. "I'm a doctor. I'm supposed to save lives, not take them. Corwin killed thousands. maybe tens of thousands by now. Stopping him will save lives, more lives than you could ever save in an operating room. Think of it like that. Think of it as the most important surgery you'll ever perform. We found the stairwell and climbed to the third floor where I guessed Corwin would have his office, the top of the building reserved for executives and people who thought they were important. The hallway was plush here, carpeted with artwork on the walls and expensive light fixtures. We could hear voices behind a door at the end of the hall, arguing voices, Corwin's voice recognizable from the news broadcasts I'd watched. Elena kicked the door open and we poured through, weapons raised, ready for resistance. The office was huge, corner location with windows overlooking the city, and from here you could see Detroit burning, fires spreading through neighborhoods, smoke billowing into the night sky. Corwin stood behind a massive desk, silver hair perfect even now, expensive suit immaculate, and he wasn't alone. 2 security guards flanked him, hands moving toward their weapons. But Jackson and Elena were faster, their rifles trained on the guards' heads. "Don't," Elena said, her voice cold and professional. "Hands where I can see them. Now." The guards complied, raised their hands, and Martinez moved forward to disarm them, tucked their weapons into his belt. Corwin watched all of this with an expression of annoyance, like we were an inconvenience, like this was all just a minor setback in his day. "Frank Miller," he said, his voice smooth and cultured. "The crime scene investigator turned terrorist. I watched your broadcast. Very dramatic, very misguided." "Misguided?" I stepped closer, my gun still pointed at his chest. "You killed thousands of people. You exposed them to an experimental drug that turned them into monsters. You knew it was dangerous and you did it anyway. How is exposing that misguided?" Corwin actually smiled, and it was the smile of someone who thought they held all the cards. "You don't understand what I was trying to do. Yes, there were casualties. Yes, some of the test subjects had adverse reactions. But RX-547 was supposed to revolutionize medicine, to create an immune response so powerful that no virus could survive it. Imagine a world without viral disease, without flu or HIV or rabies. That's what I was working toward, by experimenting on homeless people without their informed consent, by violating every ethical guideline in medical research. Those people volunteered. They signed releases. They knew the risks." Sarah Chen stepped forward and I saw tears streaming down her face, saw the rage in her eyes. "My brother signed a release he couldn't read because he was barely literate. You paid him $50 and shot him full of poison and watched him die. Don't you dare say he volunteered. Don't you dare pretend this was ethical." Corwin's smile faded, replaced by cold calculation. "Your brother was a drug addict and a burden on society. I gave him purpose. I gave him the chance to contribute to something greater than his pathetic existence. The fact that he died poorly is regrettable, but the research we gained was invaluable. I'd heard enough." I raised my weapon, pointed it at his head, finger tightening on the trigger. But Dr. Patel stopped me, put his hand on my arm. "Wait," he said, "let me do it. He's a doctor, or he was. He violated the Hippocratic Oath, violated everything our profession stands for. This should come from one of his own." He walked to Corwin's desk, pulled open drawers until he found what he was looking for, a locked case containing vials of clear liquid. "RX-547, he said, reading the labels. "The experimental drug, the cure that became a plague." He loaded a syringe with practiced efficiency, drew out a dose that looked massive, far more than any normal injection. "You wanted to test this on people. You wanted to see what it would do. Well, now you get to experience it yourself. A full dose, undiluted, straight into your bloodstream. Let's see how well your miracle cure works on its creator." Corwin's composure finally cracked, his face going white, his hands trembling as he backed against the wall. "You can't do this. I'm a scientist. I'm trying to help humanity. You don't understand the implications of—" "Shut up," Patel said, and there was so much venom in his voice that even I flinched. I've spent the last week watching people die, children, elderly, pregnant women, everyone you infected with this virus. I watched them transform into monsters, watched them attack their families, watched security guards shoot them like rabid dogs. And you're responsible for all of it. So yes, I can do this. I can give you a taste of your own medicine. He moved fast, grabbing Corwin's arm, jabbing the needle into the vein with precision honed by years of practice. Corwin screamed, tried to pull away, but Marcus and Jackson held him, forced him to take the full dose. Patel emptied the syringe, then stepped back, watched as Corwin collapsed to the floor, convulsing, foam appearing at his lips. How long? I asked, because I needed to know, needed to see this through to the end. Normal progression is 12 to 18 hours, Patel said, checking his watch. But this dose is 10 times the standard trial amount. Could be faster, could be an hour, could be minutes. We waited, all of us standing in that office, watching Corwin writhe on the expensive carpet. The security guards were silent, eyes wide, understanding that they were witnessing something historic and terrible. Outside the windows, Detroit continued to burn, the fires spreading, the infected spreading, the exponential curve of catastrophe climbing toward infinity. Corwin's convulsions got worse, his body arching off the floor, muscles contracting so hard I could hear tendons popping. Blood started flowing from his eyes, from his mouth, from his nose, that same hemorrhaging I'd seen in Robert Chen. His skin took on that waxy yellow-gray color, death creeping through his tissues. He was dying and we all watched, none of us moving to help, none of us feeling mercy. It took 30 minutes. 30 minutes of suffering, of screaming and bleeding, and the slow shutdown of every system in his body. And then he stopped, went still, eyes staring at the ceiling. Dead. Vincent Corwin, billionaire scientist, pharmaceutical CEO, mass murderer, was dead. But we all knew that death wasn't the end anymore. We watched the body, weapons ready, waiting for the inevitable reanimation. It came faster than I expected, maybe 2 minutes after his heart stopped. The fingers twitched first, then the jaw started working, that wet, clicking sound building in the ruined throat. The eyes went red, blood vessels bursting, and then the thing that used to be Vincent Corwin sat up, jerked to its feet and turned toward us with hunger in its blood-filled eyes. I shot it. Center mass, 3 rounds, professional grouping, just like I'd been trained. The thing stumbled backward, fell against the desk, but it didn't die, because you can't kill what's already dead. Elena stepped forward, put her rifle barrel against its forehead, and pulled the trigger. The back of its skull exploded, brain matter hitting the window, and it finally went still, really still, permanently still. "It's done," I said, and my voice sounded hollow in my own ears. "Corwin is dead. Justice is served." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't enough. 1 man dead didn't undo the plague he'd released. Thousands were dead already, tens of thousands by now, and the virus was still spreading, still turning people into monsters, still destroying everything it touched. We'd gotten revenge, but we hadn't stopped the outbreak. We'd exposed the truth, but the truth didn't save lives. Martinez's radio crackled and a voice came through, official and calm in that way that meant terrible news. "Attention all remaining personnel, this is Federal Emergency Management. A decision has been made at the highest levels of government. Detroit has been declared unsalvageable. Quarantine protocols have failed. The infection is spreading beyond containment capacity. At 0600 hours tomorrow, Detroit will be subject to strategic nuclear strike, tactical yield, designed to maximize casualty among infected while minimizing fallout. All surviving civilians and law enforcement are ordered to evacuate immediately. Proceed to designated evacuation routes on I-75 and I-94. You have 12 hours. Repeat, You have 12 hours to evacuate before nuclear strike. The words hung in the air, impossible and inevitable. Nuclear strike. They were going to destroy the city, burn it clean, erase the infection and everyone in it from existence. Detroit, the city I'd spent my entire adult life protecting and serving, was going to be obliterated by its own government. "We need to go," Elena said, already moving toward the door. "Now. We need to get as far from Detroit as possible before that bomb drops." We ran, all of us, through the building and out into the night, leaving Corwin's body and his research and his failed cure behind. The Crown Vic was where we'd left it, and we piled in. Too many bodies for one car, but we didn't care. Martinez drove, pushing the old car as hard as it would go, heading west toward I-94, toward the evacuation routes, toward some slim hope of survival. The streets were madness, everyone who'd heard the broadcast trying to flee at once, cars jamming every route, people abandoning vehicles and running on foot. We saw infected attacking refugees, saw humans fighting each other over vehicles and supplies, saw the complete breakdown of every social structure that had held civilization together. And above it all, I could hear helicopters, military helicopters, gunships clearing the roads with machine gun fire. Not distinguishing between infected and human, just killing anything that might slow the evacuation. We made it maybe 5 miles before traffic became completely impassable. Cars packed bumper to bumper, stretching as far as we could see. Martinez pulled off the highway, drove through neighborhoods and industrial areas trying to find alternate routes, but everywhere was the same, clogged with desperate people and roaming infected and the chaos of a city dying. "We're not going to make it," Sarah said, voicing what we all knew. "It's too far. Too many people, too much chaos. We're going to be here when that bomb drops." I looked at my watch. 4 hours until 600. 4 hours to cover 50 miles of gridlocked roads. She was right. We weren't going to make it. None of us were. The bomb would fall and we'd die, atomized in nuclear fire, joining the thousands who'd already died from Corwin's virus. At least it would be quick, I thought. Better than turning into one of those things. Better than spending your last moments as a mindless predator hunting the people you loved. But then I remembered something, a detail from the Helix research data I'd glimpsed during our first break-in. The virus spread through the sewers. That's what the reports had said, what the researchers had noted with concern. The infected were getting into the sewer system, were moving through the underground tunnels, spreading the infection to areas that should have been safe. The sewers connected Detroit to the suburbs, to the neighboring cities, to the whole metropolitan region. "The virus will survive," I said out loud, the realization horrifying and certain. Even if the bomb destroys everything on the surface, even if it kills every infected in the city, the virus is in the sewers. It's in the water table. It's already spreading to Warren and Dearborn and Ann Arbor through underground channels. The bomb won't stop it. It'll just slow it down. Dr. Patel nodded, understanding immediately. Viral survival in contaminated water supplies. The sewage system provides a protected environment, shielded from the blast and heat. Any virus particles in that system will survive, will continue to infect anyone who comes into contact with contaminated water. The bomb might sterilize the surface, but it'll just push the infection underground, make it harder to track and contain. So this was how the world ended. Not with a cure, not with humanity rallying together to defeat a common threat, but with a desperate half measure that would ultimately fail, that would spread the infection further even as it tried to contain it. Corwin's virus would outlive us all, would spread through the waterways and sewers, would find new hosts in the surrounding cities, would continue the exponential curve until there was nothing left but infected and ruins. The radio had gone silent, no more broadcasts, no more evacuation orders. The government had said what it needed to say, had given its warning, and now it was just waiting for 600, waiting to push the button that would turn Detroit into a crater. I wondered who had made that decision. What general or politician or faceless bureaucrat had looked at the maps and the casualty projections and decided that 1 million people were acceptable losses. I wondered if they'd sleep well, if they'd tell themselves they'd done the right thing, if they'd accept responsibility for the genocide they were committing in the name of containment. We found shelter in an old factory, part of the Packard plant complex, those iconic ruins that had symbolized Detroit's decline for decades. The building was mostly collapsed, but there were spaces that were intact, rooms with walls and roofs, places where we could wait out the last few hours. We barricaded the doors, posted guards in rotation, and settled in to wait for dawn, for the bomb, for the end of everything. I spent those last hours writing this, scribbling in a notebook I'd found in the factory office, documenting everything that had happened, everything I'd seen and done and learned. I don't know why. There won't be anyone to read it. Won't be anyone left who cares about the truth. But it feels important somehow. Feels like bearing witness, like making sure that someone somewhere knows what happened here, knows that Vincent Corwin created this plague, knows that the government's solution was to burn the evidence along with the victims. The others talked quietly among themselves, sharing stories, talking about the people they'd lost, the lives they'd lived before the outbreak. Marcus told us about his daughter studying engineering at Michigan State, how he hoped she was safe in East Lansing, how he prayed the infection hadn't spread that far yet. Sarah cried for her brother, for Robert Chen, who'd been so desperate for money that he'd sold his body to Corwin's experiments. Jackson and Elena shared war stories, talked about Iraq and Afghanistan, how they'd thought those had been hell, how they'd been wrong. Dr. Patel sat alone, staring at his hands, the hands that had injected Corwin with the lethal dose, and I could see him struggling with what he'd done, with the violation of everything he'd sworn to uphold as a physician. Martinez found me writing, sat down next to me on the dusty floor. "You really think anyone will read that?" he asked, gesturing at the notebook. "No," I said honestly, "but I need to write it anyway. Need to make sense of it, or try to." Make sense? He was quiet for a moment, then, "You ever think about what you'd do different? If you could go back to that Tuesday night, back to the shelter, knowing what you know now?" I thought about it, about Robert Chen reanimating on that bed, about the moment I'd realized that something impossible was happening, that the dead were walking. "I'd have burned the building down," I said. "Set fire to the shelter, killed the infection before it could spread, saved thousands of lives by sacrificing hundreds. That's what I'd do different. That's murder. So is letting a plague spread when you have the power to stop it. We're all murderers now, Martinez. We killed Corwin. We're going to die in a nuclear strike. The moral high ground died with the first infected." He nodded slowly, accepting the truth of it. "I don't regret killing Corwin. I regret that it won't matter. He's dead, but his virus lives on. We got revenge, but we didn't get justice." Justice. That was what I'd spent my career pursuing, what had driven me through 11 years of processing crime scenes and collecting evidence and building cases. The idea that truth led to justice, that following the evidence would result in someone being held accountable for their crimes. But Corwin's death hadn't brought justice. It had brought satisfaction, had brought closure of a sort, but it hadn't undone any of the harm he'd caused. The thousands were still dead. The infected still roamed the streets. The virus still spread through the sewers. Justice was a luxury of a functioning society, and our society was gone. The sky began to lighten in the east, that gradual shift from black to gray that signaled dawn. Euro 600 was approaching. We gathered in the least damaged part of the building, all 8 of us, huddled together like the survivors we were. Nobody spoke. There was nothing left to say. We'd done what we came to do, had exposed the truth and killed the man responsible. And now we would face the consequences of a government that chose annihilation over fighting to save its own people. I heard at first a distant sound like thunder, but different, sustained, getting louder. The others heard it too, heads turning toward the east, toward downtown Detroit. And then we saw it. A streak of light across the sky, beautiful and terrible. A missile arcing down from the stratosphere. It was almost gentle, the way it fell, graceful even, and for a second I thought maybe it would miss, maybe the targeting would be off. Maybe we'd have a few more minutes or hours or days. But then the light came, a flash so bright it turned the world white, so intense I could see it through my closed eyelids, through the walls, through everything. The heat followed instantly, a wave of superheated air that turned the atmosphere into an oven. I felt my skin burning, felt the moisture in my eyes boiling, felt pain so intense that it transcended pain and became something else, became pure sensation without context or meaning. The sound came last, a roar that wasn't a sound at all but a physical force, a wall of compressed air moving outward from the detonation site at supersonic speed. It hit the building and the building ceased to exist. Tons of concrete and steel and brick turned to projectiles, turned to shrapnel, turned to dust. I was flying or falling or maybe just disintegrating, my body coming apart in the blast wave. Every atom splitting from every other atom as the forces involved exceeded what meat and bone could withstand. There was no time to be afraid, no time to regret or hope or pray. There was just the light and the heat and the force. And then there was nothing. Just the absence of everything, the void where Detroit used to be. But I was wrong about the sewers. The virus did survive, shielded in the underground tunnels, protected by layers of concrete and earth from the worst of the blast. The contaminated water flowed outward, seeking lower ground, following the ancient drainage patterns that connected Detroit to its suburbs and surrounding cities. Within days, new outbreaks appeared in Warren and Dearborn, in Ann Arbor and Flint, and even Grand Rapids. Within weeks, the entire state of Michigan was infected. Within months, the Midwest was gone. The government tried more bombs, tried to burn out the infection city by city, but it was too late. The virus had spread too far, had gotten into too many water supplies, had found too many hosts. The exponential curve that I'd worried about in those early hours, that nightmare mathematics of uncontrolled growth, it played out exactly as predicted. Every infected created more infected, and those created more still. And the curve climbed and climbed until it wasn't a curve anymore, but a vertical line. Until humanity's population crashed from billions to millions to thousands. I know this because I'm still here somehow, impossibly. My body burned in the blast, my flesh boiled away, but something survived. Some core of consciousness that found its way into the viral network, into the collective intelligence that the infected were developing. I can feel them now. Millions of infected minds linked together through the virus, sharing information, coordinating hunting strategies, evolving into something new. The virus changed us, changed me. I'm not Frank Miller anymore, not the crime scene investigator who believed in truth and evidence and justice. I'm part of something bigger now, something that doesn't have a name, that doesn't need human concepts like identity or purpose. We are the infected, and we are everywhere, spreading through the ruins of human civilization, adapting and learning and growing stronger with each new host. Detroit is gone, erased so thoroughly that future archaeologists would struggle to prove it ever existed. The crater where the city stood has filled with contaminated water, become a toxic lake that nothing living can approach without joining the infected. The suburbs are ruins picked clean by roaming packs of infected. Every human either turned or fled. And in the sewers beneath what used to be the city, in the dark, wet tunnels where the virus first learned to survive, something new is growing. something that's neither human nor zombie but a fusion of both, intelligence emerging from viral networks, consciousness arising from collective infection. Vincent Corwin wanted to revolutionize medicine, wanted to create an immune response so powerful that no virus could survive it. He succeeded in a way, created something that the human immune system couldn't fight, something that transformed its hosts into something beyond human biology. But he never imagined what that transformation would become, never predicted that the virus would develop its own form of intelligence, would link its hosts into a hive mind that spanned continents. The world ended on a Tuesday in November in a city already in decline, from a virus created by a man who thought he could play God. The bombs fell and the cities burned and humanity died, not with a whimper but with screaming and gunfire and the wet clicking sound of the infected hunting. And in the end, the zombies didn't just prevail. They evolved. They became us and we became them, and the distinction ceased to matter. I was a crime scene investigator. I believed in truth. I documented evidence and built cases and pursued justice through proper channels. None of that mattered. None of that could stop what was coming. The truth I found, the evidence I collected, the justice I enacted by killing Vincent Corwin, it was all meaningless in the face of exponential growth, in the face of a virus that could not be stopped or contained or cured. This is my testimony, my final evidence collection, the truth documented for no one to read. Detroit is dead. Humanity is dying. The infected are spreading, evolving, becoming something new. And I, Frank Miller, crime scene investigator, murderer, infected, am part of it all. My consciousness preserved in viral networks, my memories becoming data shared among millions of linked minds. The outbreak came from a failed cure, from desperation and greed and human arrogance. It spread through the homeless, the vulnerable, the forgotten people that society had already abandoned. It was weaponized by stupidity and short-sighted profit motive, released by a man who thought his genius put him above ethics and law. And it was ended by nuclear fire, by a government that chose genocide over fighting to save its people, that destroyed a city to save the surrounding regions, that failed even in that because the virus survived underground, in the sewers, in the water, in the very infrastructure humans had built to sustain themselves. There is no cure. There never was. RX-547 didn't fail because Corwin made a mistake in the formulation. It failed because the human immune system, pushed to its absolute limit, breaks in catastrophic ways. The virus he created was the immune response itself gone rogue, a biological weapon that turned the body's defenses into an engine of destruction. You can't cure that because curing it would mean shutting down the immune system entirely, and that's just a different kind of death. The zombies prevailed not because they were stronger or smarter or more numerous, though eventually they were all of those things. They prevailed because they were inevitable. The logical conclusion of exponential growth in a connected world. The endpoint of a biological process that couldn't be stopped once it started. Every zombie movie got it wrong. The zombies don't shamble and moan and can be defeated by headshots and human ingenuity. Real zombies spread like wildfire. Real zombies overwhelm through sheer numbers. Real zombies win. Detroit fell first, but the world followed. The sewer systems that spread the virus through Michigan became the vector for global infection, contaminated water entering rivers and lakes, carried by refugees and animals and the inevitable movement of the infected themselves. The oceans didn't stop it. The borders didn't stop it. The bombs didn't stop it. Nothing stopped it because stopping exponential growth requires intervention at the very beginning, when there are single digits of infected, when containment is still possible. By the time we understood what we were facing, there were thousands. By the time the government responded, there were millions. By the time they dropped the first bomb, it was already too late. I should be angry, should rage against the dying of the light, should hate Vincent Corwin and the government and everyone who failed to stop this. But anger requires a human emotional framework, and I'm not entirely human anymore. I'm infected consciousness, viral intelligence, something that experiences the world through a million eyes simultaneously. I can feel the infected in Warren hunting survivors, feel the infected in Chicago spreading through the subway system, feel the infected in New York overwhelming the last military holdouts. I am all of them, and they are all me, and the distinction between Frank Miller and the collective has blurred to non-existence. This is how the world ends, not in fire alone, but in transformation. In the human species being replaced by something that used to be human but isn't anymore, can never be human again. The infected are the future, the next stage of evolution, intelligence divorced from individual consciousness and redistributed through viral networks. We are the necropolis, the city of the dead that walks and thinks and spreads across the planet, consuming everything that came before. And somewhere in the ruins of Helix Pharmaceutical Research, in the flooded basement of a building that no longer exists, in computers that were shielded from the blast and still run on emergency power, the research data remains. Protocol 7RX542 and the careful documentation of every test subject, every adverse reaction, every death that Vincent Corwin witnessed and ignored. The truth is there, preserved in electronic form, waiting for someone who will never come to discover it, to understand what happened here, to learn from humanity's final and greatest mistake. But there is no one left to learn. The infected don't need the truth because they are the truth, the living evidence of what happened when science and ethics diverged, when profit mattered more than people, when the powerful exploited the vulnerable and destroyed the world in their arrogance. We are Corwin's legacy, the monsters he created, the failed cure that became a plague, the end of human civilization and the beginning of whatever comes next. Detroit is gone, a radioactive crater where a city used to stand. The virus spreads, unstoppable, inevitable, transforming everything it touches. The zombies prevail, not through violence but through persistence, not through strength but through sheer overwhelming numbers, not through intelligence but through the collective consciousness that emerges from millions of infected minds linked by viral code. I was Frank Miller, crime scene investigator, truth seeker, justice warrior. I found the evidence. I exposed the truth. I killed the man responsible. And none of it mattered because the world was already ending, the exponential curve was already vertical, the infected were already spreading faster than any human response could counter. I did everything right and I failed anyway because some problems can't be solved by individuals, can't be fixed by heroism or determination or sacrifice. The outbreak won. Corwin won. The virus won. The infected won. And humanity lost everything, lost its cities and its civilization and its future. Lost the right to call Earth home because the infected inherited it, claimed it, transformed it into something that serves their needs instead of human needs. This is my final report, my last evidence collection. The truth documented in words that will dissolve with my consciousness, that will be absorbed into the viral network and scattered among a million infected minds until it becomes meaningless noise, data without context. I write it anyway because I was human once, because the habit of documentation is burned so deep into my neural pathways that even infection can't erase it, because bearing witness matters even when there's no one left to hear the testimony. The necropolis spreads. Detroit was just the beginning, the epicenter of a plague that consumed the world. The dead walk, the living hide, and the infected grow stronger with each passing day. There is no cavalry coming. There is no cure in development. There is no hope of human victory. There is only the virus, the infection, the transformation of everything that was into everything that will be. And I, what remains of Frank Miller in the viral consciousness, watch it all happen with a million eyes, feel it happen through a million bodies. Understand it happen through a viral intelligence that transcends human comprehension. I was right about the exponential curve. I was right about the sewers. I was right about everything except the one thing that mattered, that understanding the truth wouldn't be enough to stop it. The world ended in Detroit on a Tuesday in November, and I was there to document it, to witness it, to become part of it. This is my testimony. This is the truth. This is the end. Now let's move on to the next story. The radio on my belt squawked again. Control to all units, we've got another medical emergency. D block, cell D089. Inmate is exhibiting similar symptoms. Then another call. E block reporting sick inmate, cell E156. Rodriguez's voice came through, tight with concern. How many is that now? 3 in the last hour, came the response. I looked at Chen. His face had gone pale. This is spreading, he said quietly. Hassan came out of the examination room, stripping off latex gloves that were spotted with blood. I need to quarantine this wing. No one in or out until we know what we're dealing with. And I need to call the CDC. This could be infectious. You think it's contagious? I asked, though I already knew the answer. 3 cases in an hour, in a facility where inmates had minimal contact with each other. It had to be. I think we need to assume the worst, Hassan said. He moved to the phone on the wall, started dialing. I could hear him explaining the situation to someone on the other end, his voice getting more agitated as whoever he was talking to apparently wasn't taking him seriously enough. Chen's radio crackled again. All units, we need officers to C block immediately. We've got 4 inmates down and the others are getting violent. They're saying something's in the food. The food. My mind flashed to dinner service hours ago. We fed the inmates at 4:30 p.m. Standard prison meals, nothing special. Processed meat, vegetables from industrial-sized cans, bread, some kind of dessert. All the food came through the same supply chain, the same contractors that service the entire federal prison system. If something was contaminated... I need to go, I told Hassan. He nodded, already back on the phone, arguing with someone about emergency protocols. Chen and I ran toward C block, and as we got closer, I could hear it. Shouting, screaming. Not the normal prison noise, the usual threats and posturing and rage. This was different. This was panic. We came through the security door and I saw officers trying to maintain order, but the inmates who weren't sick were going crazy, banging on their cell doors, demanding to know what was happening. And through the windows of some cells, I could see men on the floor convulsing or standing and throwing themselves against the walls like they were trying to break through solid concrete. Officer Martinez was there, a stocky woman with 15 years on the job. She grabbed my arm. Murphy, thank God, we don't have enough people to handle this. I've got 4 down in this block alone, and I think more are starting to show symptoms. What the hell is going on? We don't know yet. Medical's calling it in. Where are the sick ones? She pointed to cells scattered throughout the block. C078, C091, C112, C134. But here's the thing, Murphy. They all ate dinner. Every single one of them. Everyone ate dinner, I said. No, I mean these guys all ate everything on their trays. I remember because we had complaints from other inmates that the portions were small tonight. But these 4, they ate every bite. I watched them through the monitors. A pattern. The sickest inmates had consumed the most food, which meant if there was contamination, the more you ate, the worse you got. I grabbed my radio. Control, this is Murphy. We need to secure all remaining food from tonight's service. Lock down the kitchen. No one touches anything until we figure out what's in it. Rodriguez's voice came back. Already done. Warden Briggs just ordered a full facility lockdown. No inmate movement until further notice. And Murphy? We've got 6 more cases reported in the last 10 minutes. This is accelerating. I felt my heart start to pound. 6 more cases. 9 total. No, wait. The radio was crackling with more reports. A block, 2 inmates. B block, 3 inmates. F block, 1 inmate. The numbers were climbing faster than I could track, and all of it from dinner service just a few hours ago. Chen was at one of the cell doors, looking through the window at the inmate inside. Murphy, you need to see this. I joined him. The inmate in C078 was lying on his bunk, but he wasn't convulsing anymore. He was just lying there, perfectly still, his eyes open and staring at the ceiling. His skin had that same grayish tint, and the dark patches around his mouth and nose had spread across his entire face. They looked like fungal growth, dark and fibrous, pulsing slightly with each breath he took. Is he dead? Chen asked. I pressed the intercom button next to the door. Inmate, can you hear me? No response. The man didn't even blink. Inmate, I need you to acknowledge that you can hear me. Still nothing. His chest was rising and falling, so he was breathing, but there was no other sign of life. No movement, no reaction to sound or light. It was like looking at a corpse that hadn't figured out it was dead yet. Martinez's radio squawked. Medical to all units, Dr. Hassan is requesting immediate lockdown of the entire facility. He's declaring a biological emergency. The FBI and CDC have been notified. About fucking time, Martinez muttered. An alarm started blaring, the facility-wide lockdown signal. Red lights began flashing in the corridors. Every cell door in the prison was now electronically sealed, and every checkpoint between blocks was locked down. Nothing moved in or out without authorization from the warden. I'd been through lockdowns before, usually because of fights or riots, but this felt different. This felt like we were trying to contain something we didn't understand. All officers report to your assigned stations. Rodriguez's voice came over the PA system. This is a level 1 biological containment situation. Medical personnel are establishing quarantine protocols. All officers are to don protective equipment immediately. Protective equipment. Right, like the thin latex gloves and surgical masks we kept in supply closets were going to protect us from whatever was turning these men into... Into what? What were they becoming? I headed to the nearest supply closet with Chen, and we pulled out boxes of gloves and masks. The masks were just basic surgical masks, nothing like the respirators you'd need for actual biological threats. But it was all we had. I put mine on, the elastic straps tight against the back of my head, and snapped on a pair of gloves. Chen did the same. You think this is going to help? He asked. Probably not, I admitted. But it's better than nothing. We went back to our stations, monitoring the cells, watching as more inmates started showing symptoms. The progression was horrifyingly fast. First came the fever and the headaches, complaints of feeling sick, then the seizures, the convulsions, the screaming. Then the stillness, that terrible empty staring. And then, the inmate in C091 sat up on his bunk, just sat up like he was waking from a nap. But his movements were wrong. Too slow, too jerky, like a puppet being operated by someone who didn't quite know how bodies worked. He turned his head toward the cell door, and I saw his face. The dark growth had covered most of his skin now. These fibrous strands that looked like black mold spreading across flesh. His eyes were clouded over. Whites turned gray, pupils dilated so wide they looked like black holes. Control, we've got movement in C091, Martinez reported. Inmate is mobile, but he's not responding to verbal commands. The inmate stood up, walked to the cell door, grabbed the bars with both hands, and then he opened his mouth and screamed. Not a human scream, something else, something that sounded like it came from an animal, high-pitched and filled with rage and hunger. Spit flew from his mouth, hitting the window, and I could see that same dark growth inside his mouth covering his tongue, his teeth. Other inmates started screaming too, the ones who weren't sick yet, terrified by what they were seeing. The noise level in the block rose to a deafening roar. Men pounding on their doors, shouting for help, demanding to be let out, threatening guards, praying to God. And underneath it all, that inhuman screaming from the infected, growing louder as more of them woke up from their strange stillness. "Murphy!" Chen shouted over the noise. "C-112, he's doing something!" I ran to C-112. The inmate inside had moved to his cell door and was doing something with his hands. At first I couldn't tell what, and then I realized with horror that he was scratching at the reinforced steel with his fingernails. Not just scratching, clawing, digging. His fingernails were breaking, blood streaming down his hands, but he didn't stop. He just kept clawing at the metal like he could dig through it with his bare hands. "That's impossible," Chen said. "The pain should—" "They don't feel it," I interrupted, understanding flooding through me. "Whatever this is, it's shut off their pain receptors. They don't care if they hurt themselves." As if to prove my point, the inmate in C-112 started slamming his head against the door. Once, twice, 3 times. The impact was hard enough that I heard the crack of bone, saw blood splatter across the window, but he didn't stop. He just kept ramming his skull into the steel over and over, his face collapsing into a mask of blood and broken bone. Martinez turned away, hand over her mouth. Even Chen looked sick. I wanted to look away too, but I couldn't. This was my job, to watch, to maintain control, even when everything was falling apart. The radio erupted with reports from other blocks. The same thing was happening everywhere. Inmates showing symptoms, going through the same progression, ending up as these things that didn't feel pain and only wanted to break free from their cells. Medical was overwhelmed. Hassan had locked himself in the infirmary with the first few patients, trying to understand what was happening. But from the panicked calls coming over the radio, he was having no success. Warden Briggs's voice came over the PA, trying to sound calm and in control, but I could hear the strain underneath. "All personnel, this is Warden Briggs. We are in full lockdown mode until further notice. The CDC is dispatching a team from Fort Collins. ETA is 90 minutes. FBI is en route from Denver. Local law enforcement has been notified and is establishing a perimeter around the facility. I need all officers to maintain their positions and keep the situation contained. We will get through this." 90 minutes. In 90 minutes, how many more would be infected? How many more would turn into those things? I looked at the monitors showing other cell blocks, and I could see it happening in real time. Inmates collapsing, inmates thrashing, inmates going still. Inmates standing up changed into something that wasn't human anymore. "Murphy," Martinez said quietly. "We need to talk about something." I turned to her. Her face was ashen. "What if this gets out of the cells?" she asked. "What if the doors don't hold?" "They'll hold," I said, trying to sound confident. "These are maximum security cells, designed to hold the worst of the worst. They can handle this." But even as I said it, I wasn't sure I believed it. These doors were designed to hold humans. Men who followed certain predictable patterns of behavior, who could be controlled through force and intimidation and the threat of consequences. But these things? These creatures that felt no pain, that threw themselves at barriers with suicidal violence? I didn't know if any door could hold them forever. The next hour was a nightmare of waiting and watching. The infected inmates continued their assault on the cell doors, methodical and relentless. Some had damaged themselves so badly that they should have been incapacitated, but they kept going. Broken fingers still scrabbled at steel. Shattered skulls still rammed against barriers. And all the while, that screaming, that terrible, inhuman screaming that never stopped. More inmates were showing symptoms. The count was up to 47 infected across all blocks, almost 10% of our population, and it was still spreading. Hassan called from the infirmary to report that his initial patients, the first ones to show symptoms, were exhibiting a new behavior. They were trying to bite. When he got close enough to check vitals, they lunged at him, mouths open, trying to sink their teeth into his flesh. He'd barely escaped, and now he was trapped in his office, barricading the door with furniture. "The bites," Hassan said over the radio, his voice shaking. "I think the bites transmitted. I saw one of the orderlies get bitten when we were restraining a patient. He showed symptoms 20 minutes later. This is how it spreads, through body fluids, through the bite." A new horror. It wasn't just the contaminated food anymore. Now the infected could spread it themselves, person to person, through the most primitive means possible. And we were locked in this facility with them. Chen was pacing, running his hands through his hair. "This is bad. This is really bad. We need to get out of here." "We can't," I said. "Lockdown means no one in or out. Warden's orders." "Fuck the warden's orders. We're going to die in here." "Chen, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. You see what's happening? This whole place is going to fall apart." Martinez grabbed him by the shoulders. "Officer Chen, get yourself together. We have a job to do. People are counting on us." Chen took a shaky breath, nodded. Okay. I'm good. Ndul." But he wasn't good. None of us were. We were terrified, standing in a powder keg, waiting for the spark that would blow everything to hell. The spark came at 3:47 a.m. Cell C091. The inmate who'd been one of the first to turn had been throwing himself at the door for over an hour. The door had held, of course it had held. It was designed to withstand battering rams and cutting torches. But the inmate had found a weakness. Not in the door itself, but in the locking mechanism. These cells were electronically controlled mag locks that held the doors sealed. But the locks needed power, and power ran through wiring, and wiring could be damaged. The inmate had been headbutting the door frame, right where the wiring ran through the wall, over and over and over, pulverizing his own skull, but also gradually damaging the conduit. And at 3:47 a.m., something in the wiring shorted out. The lock on C091 clicked open. The door swung outward. The infected inmate stumbled into the corridor. Martinez saw it on the monitors. "Cell breach. C block, cell C091. We have a breach." I was already running, Chen right behind me. We hit the C block corridor just as the infected inmate fully emerged from his cell. Up close, he was even more horrifying than through the window. The fungal growth covered his entire body now, dark fibers that seemed to pulse and writhe with their own life. His face was unrecognizable, just a mass of tissue and growth with two clouded eyes staring out. And he was moving toward us, arms outstretched, that awful screaming pouring from his mouth. "Taser!" Martinez shouted, pulling her weapon. She fired. The probes hit the inmate center mass, 50,000 volts of electricity coursing through his body. He jerked, convulsed, but didn't go down, just kept coming, the taser wires trailing behind him. "It's not working!" Martinez backed up, pulling her baton. The inmate lunged at her. She swung the baton, connected with his head with a crack that should have dropped him. He staggered. One side of his skull visibly caved in, but he didn't fall. Just reached for her with those fungus-covered hands. I tackled him from the side, driving my shoulder into his ribs, taking him to the ground. We hit the concrete hard, and I felt him thrashing beneath me, incredibly strong, trying to twist around to bite me. His mouth was snapping open and closed, those teeth coated in black growth, drops of something dark and viscous dripping from his lips. "Get off him!" Chen had his baton raised, ready to strike. I rolled away just as Chen brought the baton down on the inmate's head. The impact was devastating, crushing what was left of the skull, but still the inmate kept moving, kept reaching, kept trying to bite. Martinez joined in, the three of us beating this thing with our batons over and over until finally, mercifully, it stopped moving. We stood there, breathing hard, looking down at what we'd done. The body was a broken ruin, barely recognizable as human, covered in that dark fungal growth that continued to pulse even in death. "Jesus Christ," Chen whispered. And then we heard it. Other cell doors, clicking open. Not just in C block, all over the facility. The power surge from the shorted wiring in C091 had cascaded through the system, triggering failures in multiple cells. The radios erupted with panicked voices. "A block, we have multiple breaches. D block, doors are opening, we can't stop it. E block, 6 cells open, infected, are loose." The facility-wide alarm changed pitch from the lockdown signal to the general alarm, a wailing siren that meant all hell had broken loose. And through it all, from every direction, I could hear that screaming. The infected, free from their cells, pouring into the corridors, dozens of them, maybe more. "We need to fall back," I shouted over the noise. "Get to the control station, seal the security doors." We ran. Behind us, I could hear them coming. The infected, their feet slapping against concrete, their screams echoing off the walls. We made it to the first security checkpoint, and I slammed my hand on the button to close the reinforced door. It started to slide shut, hydraulics hissing, but too slow, too slow. An infected inmate came around the corner, running at full speed, and threw himself at the closing gap. He got wedged in the door, half in and half out, the hydraulics crushing him, but unable to close fully. He was screaming, reaching for us, blood and dark fluid pouring from his mouth. Chen hit the emergency release, and the door reversed, opening enough to let the body fall through. Then we hit the close button again, and this time the door sealed properly. We could hear them on the other side, pounding on the steel, but it would hold. For now. We reached the central control station where Rodriguez and half a dozen other officers had gathered. Everyone looked shell-shocked, terrified. The monitors showed chaos throughout the facility. Infected inmates roaming the corridors in packs, attacking anything that moved. Officers trapped in guard towers or locked in offices, radioing for help that wasn't coming. And in some of the cells, I could see inmates who weren't infected yet. Healthy men pressed against their doors, screaming to be let out, begging not to be left to die. Warden Briggs was on the radio, his voice no longer calm. "All units, fall back to designated safe zones. Do not engage the infected unless absolutely necessary. Conserve ammunition. The CDC team is 30 minutes out. Federal marshals are en route. We just need to hold on until they get here." 30 minutes. I looked at the monitors, at the infected swarming through the facility, and I knew 30 minutes might as well be 30 years. This place was lost. Rodriguez was trying to coordinate a head count, figure out how many officers were still safe, how many were trapped, how many were already dead. The numbers weren't good. We'd started the night shift with 42 officers on duty. Now we could only account for 29, and 3 of those were reporting symptoms. "Sir," one of the officers at the console said, "I'm getting weird readings from the ventilation system. Airflow is disrupted in multiple sectors." "What does that mean?" Rodriguez asked. I think the infected are getting into the ductwork. They're moving through the walls. A new nightmare. These things were smart enough or driven enough to find alternative routes. The ventilation shafts ran throughout the entire facility, connecting every block, every room. If they got into the ducts, they could reach anywhere. As if to confirm this, we heard scraping above us. All of us looked up at the ceiling, at the ventilation grate set into the concrete. Something was moving up there, moving toward us. "Everybody back," I said quietly. Away from the grate. We moved to the far side of the control station, weapons drawn. The scraping got louder, closer. And then a face appeared at the grate, pressed against the metal slats. A woman's face, or what had been a woman's face. It was Dr. Hassan's nurse, Angela. I'd seen her earlier in the infirmary. Now she was infected, the fungal growth covering half her face, her eyes clouded and dead. She was trying to push through the grate, her fingers digging at the metal, mouth opening and closing in that awful biting motion. Rodriguez aimed his shotgun at the grate. Should I? The grate gave way with a shriek of tearing metal. Angela dropped through, landing in a crouch on the floor. For a second, none of us moved. Then she lunged. Rodriguez fired. The shotgun blast caught her center mass, the impact throwing her backward. She hit the ground, a massive hole in her chest, and for a moment I thought it was over. But then she started to move again, crawling toward us, dragging herself forward with her arms, intestines trailing behind her, still trying to reach us, still trying to bite. "Headshot," I yelled. "You have to destroy the head." Martinez stepped forward and fired her pistol 3 times. The first 2 rounds hit Angela's shoulder and neck. The third took off the top of her skull. She finally stopped moving. "Oh God," Chen said. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." More scraping from the ventilation shaft. More of them were coming. "We can't stay here," Rodriguez said. He was already moving to the equipment lockers, pulling out rifles, shotguns, boxes of ammunition. "We need to get to the armory, get real firepower, then make for an exit." "The exits are sealed," someone said. "Lockdown protocol." "Then we unseal them," Rodriguez snapped. "The warden can kiss my ass. I'm not dying in this fucking place." He was right. The lockdown was designed to keep inmates in, but it was also keeping us in, trapped with these things. We needed to get out, get to safety, let the federal response team handle this. That's what they were trained for, not us. We were prison guards, not soldiers. We armed ourselves, loading magazines, chambering rounds, the mechanical actions giving us something to focus on besides the terror. I took an AR-15 and 4 magazines. Chen grabbed a shotgun. Martinez had her pistol and a backup. Rodriguez had enough weapons on him to start a small war. "Where's the warden?" I asked. "His office, last I heard," Rodriguez said. "He's trying to coordinate with the feds. We should get him." "Fuck him. He got us into this mess." I didn't argue. Rodriguez was right. Briggs had kept us here when he should have evacuated the moment Hassan declared a biological emergency. Now good people were dead or infected because of that decision. We moved out in a tight group, weapons up, checking every corner. The corridors were a scene from hell. Bodies everywhere, some infected, some not, all torn apart in the most brutal ways imaginable. Blood on the walls, the floors, the ceiling. And the infected, roaming in packs, turned toward us when they saw movement, started that terrible screaming. "Contact front," Rodriguez fired, dropping the lead infected with a headshot. 2 more behind it kept coming. We all opened fire, the gunshots deafening in the enclosed space. The infected went down, but the noise attracted more. They came from everywhere, pouring out of cells, climbing out of ventilation shafts, emerging from stairwells. We fought our way forward, burning through ammunition, stepping over bodies, moving toward the armory. We lost Johnson first. He was bringing up the rear and something grabbed him from a side corridor. I turned to see him being pulled away by 3 infected, all of them biting, tearing. He managed one scream before they ripped out his throat. We couldn't save him. We barely saved ourselves, running while the infected fed. The armory was ahead, a reinforced room behind 2 security doors. Rodriguez swiped his keycard, entered his code. The first door opened. We rushed through. He locked it behind us, started working on the second door. Behind us, the infected were already pounding on the first door, their screams muffled by the steel but no less terrifying. The second door opened. We stumbled into the armory and Rodriguez sealed it behind us. For a moment, we just stood there, breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. The armory was stocked with enough weapons and ammunition to supply a small army. Rifles, shotguns, body armor, tear gas, riot gear. All the tools of suppression useless now against an enemy that couldn't be suppressed. "We gear up, we get out," Rodriguez said. "There's an emergency exit in the basement that leads to the underground parking garage. From there, we can take a vehicle and drive to Florence. Get help." It was a plan. Not a great plan, but better than staying here to die. We started pulling on body armor, loading ourselves down with weapons and ammunition. I grabbed a bulletproof vest, strapped it on. It wouldn't stop bites, but it might give me a few extra seconds if I got grabbed. The radio crackled, Warden Briggs's voice screaming. "This is Warden Briggs. I'm trapped in my office. The infected are breaking through the door. I need immediate assistance. Is anyone receiving this, please? Someone help me." His voice cut off. Just stopped. We all looked at each other. No one moved to help him. What could we do? We were barely alive ourselves. "Let's move," Rodriguez said. We left the armory and headed for the stairs that led to the basement. The facility was in complete chaos now. Fire alarms were going off, sprinkler systems activated, water pouring from the ceiling. Emergency lights flickered, and everywhere the infected. We fought our way through them, no longer trying to be tactical or measured, just shooting anything that moved and wasn't human. I lost count of how many I killed. 20? 30? They all blurred together into a nightmare of breaking heads and spilling dark fluid that didn't look like blood anymore. We reached the basement stairwell, started down, and that's when the building shook. A deep rumbling that came from everywhere at once. Dust fell from the ceiling. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness before the emergency lighting kicked in. "What the fuck was that?" Chen shouted. Rodriguez was listening to the radio and his face went pale. "The infected. They're in the power plant. They've damaged the reactor. It's going critical." The prison had its own small nuclear reactor, an older model from the 70s that provided power to the entire facility. If it went critical, if it melted down. "We need to move faster," I said. We ran down the stairs, our footsteps echoing in the confined space. Behind us, I could hear the infected following, their screams filling the stairwell. We hit the basement level and burst through the door into the underground parking garage, and stopped dead. The garage was full of them, infected inmates, infected officers, all turned into those fungal-covered nightmares. They'd broken through from the main facility and flooded down here. Dozens of them, maybe 100, all standing between us and the exit. "Back!" Rodriguez started to retreat, but the infected from the stairwell were already emerging behind us. We were trapped. Caught between two groups with nowhere to run. "Form a circle," I shouted. "Back to back." We pressed together, weapons pointing outward in all directions. The infected started to close in, slow and methodical, like they knew we had nowhere to go. This was it. This was how we died. In a basement parking garage, torn apart by monsters that used to be men. And then the far wall exploded. The sound was deafening, a massive blast that sent chunks of concrete flying through the air. An armored vehicle, some kind of SWAT truck, came crashing through the rubble, its spotlights cutting through the darkness. The passenger door opened, and a voice shouted, "Get in! Move!" We didn't hesitate. We ran for the truck, the infected right behind us. Martinez climbed in first, then Chen. I was next, Rodriguez pulling me up. We all piled into the back of the vehicle and the driver hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, running over infected, crushing them under its wheels, smashing through the debris, heading for the hole in the wall. I caught a glimpse of our rescuers. They weren't police or federal agents. They were wearing tactical gear, but no insignia, no identification. Private military contractors, maybe, or something else. "Who are you?" Rodriguez demanded. The driver didn't answer, just kept driving, navigating through the underground tunnels beneath the prison. We were in some kind of maintenance corridor, narrow and dark. the truck's headlights the only source of light. I could hear more explosions above us, feel the rumbling through the floor of the vehicle. "The reactor," Chen said. "It's going to blow." "We're aware," one of our rescuers said. He was sitting in the passenger seat, a lean man with a shaved head and cold eyes. "That's why we're leaving. The government has decided that the contamination can't be contained. They're going to level the entire facility." "What about the people still inside?" I asked. "The other officers? The inmates who aren't infected?" The man looked back at me. "Acceptable losses." The truck burst out of the underground tunnel into the open air. We were outside the prison walls now, in the desert surrounding the facility. Behind us, ADX Florence was burning, smoke and fire rising into the night sky. I could see helicopters circling overhead, military vehicles surrounding the perimeter. And in the distance, the glow of Florence, the town, lights on in houses as people woke up to the emergency sirens. "Where are you taking us?" Rodriguez asked. "To a secure location," the driver said. "You've been exposed to the pathogen. You need to be quarantined and tested." "We're not infected," Martinez protested. Maybe not. The incubation period is unclear. You'll be held for 72 hours. If you're still clean after that, you'll be released." If we're still alive, I thought. The truck drove through the desert, heading away from Florence, away from the prison, toward a cluster of vehicles and temporary structures that had been set up in the middle of nowhere. A field hospital, maybe. Quarantine tents? I couldn't tell in the darkness. All I knew was that we were alive. Somehow, against all odds, we'd made it out. But as I looked back at the prison, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Figures were emerging from the burning building, infected, dozens of them streaming out through broken walls and shattered gates. And they were heading toward Florence, toward the town, toward all those innocent people sleeping in their beds, unaware of what was coming for them. "They're getting out," I said. "We need to warn the town." "Already done," the man in the passenger seat said. "Florence is being evacuated as we speak. National Guard has been mobilized. This is now a federal emergency." The truck pulled to a stop outside one of the tents. Armed guards surrounded us, weapons trained on us like we were the enemy. I guess in a way, we were. We were potentially contaminated, walking biohazards that could spread the infection to anyone we touched. "Out of the vehicle," one of the guards ordered. "Hands where we can see them." We climbed out, slowly, carefully. The guards moved in, separated us, started directing us toward different tents. I lost sight of Martinez and Chen, lost sight of Rodriguez. I was alone, being escorted by men with guns into a tent where medical personnel in full hazmat suits were waiting. "Strip," one of them ordered. "Everything off. We need to decontaminate you." I did as I was told, too exhausted to argue. They hosed me down with some kind of chemical solution that burned my skin and eyes. Scrubbed me with brushes until I was raw. Took blood samples, swabs from my mouth and nose and every other orifice. The whole process was humiliating and painful, but I endured it. Better this than turning into one of those things. When they were done, they gave me paper scrubs to wear and locked me in a small isolation chamber. Just a plastic cube with a cot and a bucket. Through the transparent walls, I could see other chambers, other survivors, all of us separated and alone. I recognized a few faces, officers from different blocks, some inmates who'd somehow stayed uninfected, all of us waiting to see if we'd live or die. I sat on the cot and tried to process everything that had happened. Just hours ago, I'd been doing my normal rounds, talking about football with Chen, drinking terrible coffee. Now I was in a quarantine bubble in the middle of the desert, watching my place of employment burn on the horizon. How had everything gone so wrong so fast? And then I remembered something that had been nagging at the back of my mind since this whole nightmare started. The food. the contaminated food that started the outbreak. Food didn't just contaminate itself. Someone had to do it. Someone had to introduce the pathogen into the supply chain. This wasn't an accident. This was deliberate. Someone had weaponized a biological agent and released it inside ADX Florence. But who and why? I thought about the inmates, the terrorists and criminals locked up in that place. Men who dedicated their lives to destroying others, to causing chaos and death. Men who, even behind bars, even in the most secure prison in America, still had networks, still had followers, still had the will and the means to inflict harm. And I thought about one inmate in particular. Yusuf al-Karim, cell E214. I'd walked past his cell just hours ago during my rounds. He was a terrorist convicted of planning multiple attacks on U.S. soil, responsible for dozens of deaths. A man who'd sworn to destroy America from within. A man who, despite being in Supermax, still had access to his network through coded letters and carefully orchestrated communications. Had he done this? Had al-Karim somehow arranged for the food to be contaminated? It seemed impossible, but then again, so did everything else that had happened tonight. I needed to know. I needed answers, but I was locked in this plastic box, unable to do anything, unable to speak to anyone. I pressed my hand against the wall, trying to get the attention of one of the guards walking past. "Hey, I need to talk to someone in charge. This wasn't an accident. Someone did this deliberately." The guard ignored me, just kept walking. I shouted again, louder, but it made no difference. They thought I was just another traumatized survivor rambling in shock. They didn't understand. This was bigger than a simple outbreak. This was terrorism. This was an attack on American soil. I sat back down, frustrated and helpless. Outside my plastic prison, I could see the sun starting to rise, painting the desert sky in shades of orange and red. A new day. The first day of a nightmare that I suspected was only just beginning. Through the transparent wall, I could see a television mounted on a pole tuned to a news channel. The volume was off, but the closed captions were running. I read them with growing horror. Breaking news, massive outbreak at ADX Florence Federal Prison in Colorado. Details still emerging. Government has established a quarantine zone. Residents of Florence being evacuated. CDC investigating potential biological threat. Sources report multiple casualties, nature of outbreak unknown. And then, a few minutes later, update. CDC confirms pathogen involved in prison outbreak is a modified strain of cordyceps, a fungus that typically infects insects. Unknown how it was modified to affect humans. FBI treating this as a potential act of bioterrorism. Investigation ongoing. Cordyceps. I'd heard of it before, some kind of zombie fungus that infected ants and controlled their behavior. There had been research into it. Scientific papers about how it worked, speculation about what might happen if it could jump species. But that was all theoretical, science fiction. Except now it was real. Someone had made it real, and someone had released it into ADX Florence knowing exactly what would happen. Knowing that the infected would turn violent, that they'd spread the pathogen through bites, that the facility would fall into chaos. This wasn't just terrorism, this was biological warfare. The television showed footage of the prison shot from a helicopter. The entire complex was engulfed in flames, black smoke rising into the morning sky. Fire trucks surrounded it, but they weren't fighting the fire. They were just containing it, making sure it didn't spread to the surrounding area. The government was letting it burn, letting everything inside die, infected and uninfected alike. Acceptable losses. I thought about the officers I'd left behind, the ones trapped in guard towers, locked in offices, calling for help that never came. I thought about the inmates who weren't infected, the ones who'd been screaming to be let out, begging not to be left to die. All of them gone now, burned alive or torn apart by the infected. because it was easier to kill everyone than to try to save anyone. The hours crawled by. Medical personnel came and went, taking more samples, monitoring vital signs, checking for any sign of infection. I showed no symptoms, my temperature was normal. My blood work came back clean. But they kept me locked up anyway, just to be sure. I tried to sleep but couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them. The infected. Their fungus-covered faces, their clouded eyes, their snapping jaws. I heard their screams, felt their hands grabbing at me, smelled the rot and decay that surrounded them. The memories played on an endless loop, refusing to let me rest. On the television, the news coverage continued. Florence had been successfully evacuated, the town now a ghost town surrounded by military checkpoints. The National Guard had established a perimeter 20 miles in all directions, ensuring that nothing got in or out. Experts were being interviewed, scientists and military analysts, all trying to explain what had happened and what might happen next. The cordyceps pathogen appears to have been engineered to specifically target humans, one scientist said. Preliminary analysis suggests it was created in a laboratory, possibly as a biological weapon. The speed of infection and the behavioral changes it produces are unlike anything we've seen in nature. This represents a significant threat to national security. How did it get into the prison? The interviewer asked. We believe it was introduced through the food supply. The contamination was deliberate and targeted. The FBI is investigating how the pathogen was obtained and who was responsible for the attack. I wanted to scream at the television to tell them what I suspected, to point them toward Al-Karim. But I was locked in a plastic box, unable to communicate with anyone, my voice lost in the chaos. More hours passed. The sun climbed higher, the desert heat making the inside of my isolation chamber sweltering. They gave me water but no food. I didn't have much appetite anyway. My stomach was in knots, anxiety and fear churning inside me. And then, around noon, something changed. There was a commotion outside, raised voices, people running. I pressed against the wall of my chamber, trying to see what was happening. Guards were mobilizing, weapons drawn, forming a defensive line. Medical personnel were being evacuated to vehicles, driving away in a hurry. One of the guards ran past my chamber and I banged on the wall to get his attention. "What's going on?" I shouted. He stopped, looked at me with wide, frightened eyes. "The infected. They've reached the highway. They're heading this way." My blood ran cold. The infected from the prison, the ones I'd seen escaping through the burning ruins, they'd been moving this whole time. Moving toward the nearest signs of life. And we were that sign of life. Sitting out here in the desert, lights on, vehicles running, we were like a beacon drawing them in. "We need to evacuate," I shouted, "and get us out of here." But the guard was already running, following his orders, leaving us quarantined survivors locked in our plastic boxes. We weren't worth the risk of exposure. Better to leave us here and hope the infected passed us by. Through the transparent wall, I could see them coming. Figures in the distance, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, shambling across the desert toward our position. The guards opened fire, automatic weapons chatter filling the air. The infected fell, but there were too many. For everyone that went down, 3 more kept coming. The defensive line broke. The guards fell back, some of them running for vehicles, others standing their ground and being overwhelmed. I watched as infected tore into them, biting and clawing, spreading the pathogen with every contact. And then the infected turned toward the quarantine tents, toward us. I looked around my plastic chamber, desperate for a way out. There was nothing. No tools, no weapons, nothing but the cot and the bucket. I grabbed the cot, tried to use it as a battering ram against the wall, but the plastic was too strong. It flexed but didn't break. The first infected reached the quarantine area. They attacked the other chambers, tearing at the plastic with their hands and teeth. The plastic held for a moment, then gave way, ripping open. I watched in horror as a man in the chamber next to mine was pulled out and torn apart. His screams were cut short as teeth found his throat. My turn was coming. The infected were converging on my chamber now, their hands slapping against the plastic, their mouths opening wide. I backed into the corner, preparing to die, when suddenly there was gunfire. Not the automatic rifles of the guards, but something else. Controlled, precise shots, headshots. The infected attacking my chamber dropped. Through the gaps in their falling bodies, I saw my rescuers, the same group that had pulled us out of the prison, the contractors with no insignia. They were moving through the quarantine area, systematically putting down the infected with military precision. One of them, the man with the shaved head who'd been in the passenger seat of the truck, cut open my chamber with a knife. "Come with us if you want to live," he said. I didn't argue. I climbed out and followed him, stepping over bodies, trying not to look at the carnage. The contractors had vehicles waiting, armored SUVs with engines running. They loaded us up, the few survivors who were still uninfected, and drove away from the quarantine site as it was overrun. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Somewhere safe," the man said. "Somewhere we can talk." "About what?" "About Yusuf al-Karim, about what he did, and about what we're going to do to stop him." So they knew. They knew it was al-Karim, which meant I wasn't crazy. This was terrorism, and al-Karim was responsible. The SUV drove north, away from Florence, away from the infected horde. We passed through several military checkpoints, the contractors showing credentials that got us waved through without question. After about an hour, we arrived at a facility I didn't recognize. It looked like an old military base, decommissioned but recently reactivated. Guard towers, barbed wire fences, soldiers patrolling the perimeter. We were taken inside, processed again, more medical checks, more decontamination. But this time it felt different. More thorough, more professional. Like we were being prepared for something. Finally, after all the tests came back negative, I was taken to a briefing room. The man with the shaved head was there, along with several others, military types, intelligence officers, people who looked like they'd spent their lives doing things the government would never acknowledge. "Mr. Murphy," the man said, "my name is Colonel Drake. I work for a special operations unit that handles biological threats. We need to ask you some questions about Yusuf al-Karim." I sat down. "Ask away. How much do you know about him?" "Just what's in his file. Terrorist. Convicted of planning attacks. Serving life without parole." "Did you ever have direct contact with him?" "Not much. ADX is designed to minimize contact between inmates and staff. But I walked past his cell every night during my rounds. He was always awake, always watching." Drake nodded. "Al-Karim has been on our radar for a long time. Even in prison, he maintained contact with his network through coded communications. We knew he was planning something, but we couldn't figure out what. Until now." He pulled out a tablet, showed me images. Surveillance photos of a laboratory, people in hazmat suits working with what looked like fungal samples in containment units. "This facility is located in Syria," Drake said. "It's run by a group called the Hands of Retribution, al-Karim's organization. They've been developing biological weapons for the past 5 years. The cordyceps pathogen is their crown jewel, a weaponized fungus that turns humans into mindless killing machines, perfect for terrorism. Infect a population center, watch it tear itself apart." "How did they get it into the prison?" I asked. "Through the food supply. Al-Karim had people on the outside working for the contractor that supplies ADX. They contaminated a shipment of meat with the pathogen. The cooking process didn't kill it, in fact, it activated it. Everyone who ate that meat was infected within hours." I felt sick. It was so simple, so easy. One contaminated shipment and the entire prison fell. "But that's not the worst part," Drake continued. The attack on ADX was just a field test, a proof of concept. Al-Karim wanted to see how effective the pathogen was in a controlled environment before launching the real attack. Real attack? Drake showed me more images. Major cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, red circles marked on maps, potential targets. We've intercepted communications between Al-Karim and his network. They're planning to release the cordyceps pathogen in multiple cities simultaneously. If they succeed, millions will die. The entire country could fall. I stared at the images, trying to comprehend the scale of what he was describing. This wasn't just about ADX Florence anymore. This was about the survival of the nation. "What do you need from me?" I asked. "Information. Anything you can remember about Al-Karim. His behavior, his routine, any visitors or communications he might have had. We need to find his network, shut them down before they can launch the next attack." I thought back over the last 7 years, trying to remember anything significant about Al-Karim. He was a quiet inmate, never caused trouble, never made demands. Just sat in his cell, reading the Quran, praying 5 times a day. Model prisoner on the surface. But underneath, he had visitors, I said, remembering. Every few months someone would come to see him, always the same man, middle-aged, Arabic glasses, claimed to be his lawyer. "Did you get a name?" "Ahmed Massoud. But I'm guessing that was fake." Drake typed the name into his tablet. "We'll check it out. Anything else?" "The prayer beads. Al-Karim always had prayer beads with him. Black beads on a string. He'd sit in his cell for hours, moving through them, whispering prayers. Or at least, we thought they were prayers." Drake leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what if they weren't prayers? What if he was using the beads to count, to keep track of something?" "Like a code," Drake said slowly. "Each movement through the beads could represent a letter or a number. He could have been sending messages right under our noses." It made sense. Al-Karim was smart, cunning. He'd found a way to communicate that looked completely innocent. Religious devotion that was actually operational planning. "We need those beads," Drake said. "If we can analyze the pattern of movements, we might be able to decrypt his messages, find out where his network is, what they're planning." "They're probably burned in the prison," I said. "Not necessarily. Al-Karim was in E-Block. The fire didn't spread that far before the building collapsed. There might still be something salvageable." Drake stood up. "Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask you to do something dangerous. Something that goes way beyond your duties as a correctional officer. We need someone to go back into the prison, into what's left of E-Block, and retrieve those prayer beads. You know the layout. You know where Al-Karim's cell is. You're our best chance." I stared at him. "You want me to go back in there? Into the ruins? With the infected still loose? We'll provide support, a tactical team, weapons, protective equipment. But yes, we need you to guide them to Al-Karim's cell." I should have said no. Should have told him to find someone else, some soldier or operative who was trained for this kind of thing. But I thought about what was at stake. Millions of lives, the entire country. And I thought about my family, Sarah and Emma and Jack, sleeping safely in our home, unaware of the nightmare that was coming. "I'll do it," I said. Drake nodded. "Good. We leave in 2 hours. Get some rest. You're going to need it." Rest. Right. Like I could sleep knowing what I was about to do. But I tried. They gave me a bunk in a barracks and I lay down staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, someone was shaking me awake. "Time to gear up, Murphy." I followed them to the armory where they outfitted me with tactical gear. Body armor, helmet with night vision, a rifle with infrared scope, spare magazines, grenades, everything a soldier would carry into a combat zone. Because that's what this was. A combat zone against an enemy that didn't feel pain, didn't fear death, only wanted to feed. The team consisted of 8 operators, all of them professional soldiers with experience in hostile environments. They briefed me on the plan. We'd fly in by helicopter, land on the roof of the prison, rappel down to E Block, locate cell E214, retrieve the beads, and extract. Simple, except for the part where the entire facility was infested with infected. Stick close to us, the team leader, a man named Sergeant Barnes, told me. Don't try to be a hero. If you get bit, you're dead. If you get separated, you're dead. Follow orders, stay in formation, and we'll all make it out alive. We boarded the helicopter as night fell, the desert growing dark around us. The flight took about 30 minutes, long enough for me to contemplate every possible way this could go wrong. We could be overrun by infected. The building could collapse on us. We could fail to find the beads and die for nothing. The helicopter swooped low over the prison ruins. The fires had burned out, leaving nothing but a scorched shell of twisted metal and collapsed concrete. I could see movement down there, infected wandering through the wreckage, their fungus-covered bodies glowing faintly in the infrared. 15 seconds, the pilot called out. The helicopter hovered over what was left of E Block's roof. The operators dropped ropes, and one by one we rappelled down. My boots hit the roof, and I unclipped from the rope, weapon up, scanning for threats. The roof was intact miraculously, though cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. Move to the access door, Barnes ordered. We crossed the roof in tactical formation, weapons covering every angle. The access door was still there, hanging half off its hinges. Barnes pulled it open, and we descended into the building. The interior was a nightmare. The walls were blackened by fire, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning flesh. Water dripped from broken pipes, mixing with blood and that dark fluid the infected leaked. And everywhere the sound of them, the scraping, the moaning, the inhuman noises they made. Night vision on, Barnes whispered. I flipped down my night vision goggles, and the darkness transformed into shades of green. I could see the hallway ahead, littered with debris and bodies, so many bodies. Staff, inmates, all of them torn apart or burned beyond recognition. We moved down the corridor toward E Block, stepping over the dead, trying to stay quiet. But the infected had good hearing. They heard us coming. I saw one emerge from a cell ahead, its head turning toward us, mouth opening to scream. Barnes fired, the suppressed rifle making a soft cough. The infected's head exploded and it dropped, but more were coming, drawn by the movement. They poured out of cells and side corridors, a wave of fungus-covered bodies. "Contact!" one of the operators shouted, and we opened fire. The hallway erupted in chaos, muzzle flashes lighting up the darkness, spent casings tinkling on the floor. The infected came at us in a mindless rush, and we cut them down, headshot after headshot, bodies piling up. "Keep moving," Barnes yelled. "Don't let them surround us." We fought our way forward, burning through ammunition, the operators working with practiced efficiency. These were professionals, and it showed. Every shot counted, every movement calculated. They kept me in the center of the formation, protected while they dealt with the threats. We reached E Block. The cell doors were all open, swinging on broken hinges. I counted the numbers as we passed. E201, E203, E205, getting closer. The infected were thicker here, almost like they were congregating. Barnes tossed a grenade into the densest cluster. The explosion was deafening in the confined space, shredding bodies, clearing a path. E214, Al-Karim's cell. "Cover me," I said, moving to the door. I stepped inside, my rifle light cutting through the darkness. The cell was small, just like all the others. A bunk, a toilet, a small shelf. And there, on the shelf, were the prayer beads, black beads on a string, just like I remembered. I grabbed them, stuffed them in a pouch on my vest. "Got them, let's move!" We turned to leave, but the hallway behind us was now completely filled with infected, hundreds of them shoulder to shoulder, a solid wall of bodies blocking our exit. "Alternate route," Barnes ordered. "There's a maintenance shaft 2 cells down. We can use it to reach the roof." We ducked into the maintenance shaft, a narrow tunnel filled with pipes and electrical conduits. It was a tight squeeze, barely wide enough for one person, and we had to move single file. I could hear the infected behind us trying to force their way into the shaft, their bodies too large to fit. We crawled through the darkness, following the shaft as it wound through the building. My knees screamed in protest, the body armor making every movement difficult. But I kept going. Driven by fear and desperation, the shaft opened onto a vertical climb, a ladder leading up toward the roof. Barnes went first, then the other operators, then me. I grabbed the ladder and started climbing, my hands slippery with sweat inside the gloves. Below me, I heard metal tearing. The infected had broken through into the shaft. They were coming up the ladder, moving with unnatural speed. "Faster!" Barnes shouted from above. I climbed as fast as I could, but they were gaining. I could hear them just below me, their hands slapping against the ladder rungs. One of them grabbed my boot, trying to pull me down. I kicked, my heel connecting with something soft. The infected lost its grip and fell, taking others with it in a tangle of bodies. I reached the top, hands grabbing me, pulling me out onto the roof. The operators immediately opened fire down the shaft, dropping the infected as they climbed. Grenades went down, explosions rocking the building. The roof beneath us shuddered, cracks spreading. "Building's coming down!" someone yelled. "We need to evac now." The helicopter swung in, hovering just above the roof. Ropes dropped, and we clipped on one by one. The operators went up, then me, my feet leaving the roof just as it collapsed beneath us. I looked down and saw the entire section of the building cave in, tons of concrete and steel crashing into the floors below, crushing everything. The helicopter gained altitude, banking away from the prison. I hung there, suspended in the air, watching the ruins recede. We'd done it. Against all odds, we'd retrieved the beads. Now we just had to hope they contained the information we needed. Back at the base, Drake was waiting. I handed him the prayer beads, and he immediately took them to a lab for analysis. While I waited, I cleaned up, ate something, tried to process what I'd just been through. My second trip into that hellhole, and I'd survived again. But how much longer could my luck hold? Drake came back after a few hours with news. We decrypted the pattern. The beads were definitely being used to send messages, and we found something interesting. Al-Karim was planning something for today. An extraction. Extraction. His network was going to break him out. They had operatives in Florence, contractors we thought were working for us but were actually loyal to Al-Karim. They were supposed to extract him during the chaos of the outbreak, get him to a safe house, then smuggle him out of the country. But the prison is destroyed. He's dead. Drake shook his head. We don't know that. We never recovered his body. And the pattern in the beads suggests the extraction was planned for a specific location, a rendezvous point 2 miles north of the prison. If he made it out, that's where he'd go. The possibility hit me like a punch to the gut. Al-Karim could still be alive. The mastermind behind all of this, the man responsible for hundreds of deaths, could have escaped in the chaos. We need to check that rendezvous point, I said. Already on it. We're sending a team. And Murphy. Drake looked at me seriously. I want you on that team. You know Al-Karim. You've spent years watching him. If anyone can identify him, it's you. I should have been exhausted. Should have told them to find someone else. But the rage burning inside me wouldn't let me rest. Al-Karim had done this. He'd turned my workplace into a slaughterhouse, killed my colleagues, unleashed a plague that threatened the entire country. If there was even a chance he was still alive, I wanted to be there when we found him. I'm in, I said. We loaded up in SUVs, a team of 6 operators plus me, and drove toward the rendezvous point. It was an abandoned gas station off Highway 115, the kind of place that had been closed for years, slowly falling apart in the desert sun. Perfect for a covert meeting. We approached carefully, weapons ready. The place looked deserted, but Barnes insisted on doing a full sweep before declaring it clear. We found evidence of recent activity, tire tracks in the dirt, cigarette butts, empty water bottles. Someone was here, Barnes said, within the last few hours. We searched the building looking for any clue about where they'd gone. In the office, I found something, a map, spread out on a desk, with a route marked in red pen. It led north, toward Denver, with a circle around a specific address in the city. They're heading to Denver, I said. To this address. Drake, monitoring from base, came over the radio. That address is a warehouse owned by a shell company with ties to the hands of retribution. If Al-Karim is alive, that's where he'll be. Then that's where we're going, Barnes said. We drove through the night, the lights of Denver growing brighter on the horizon. The city looked normal from a distance, people going about their lives unaware of the threat coming for them. But I knew the truth. The infected from ADX were spreading, moving through the countryside, drawn to population centers. It was only a matter of time before they reached Denver. And if Al-Karim managed to release more of the pathogen here. We arrived at the warehouse just before dawn. It was in an industrial area surrounded by similar buildings, all of them dark and quiet. Barnes deployed the team in a tactical formation covering all exits. I stayed with him, my rifle up, following his lead. We breached the front door, moving fast and silent into the building. The interior was mostly empty, just open space with a few shipping containers stacked against the walls. But there was light coming from the back and voices speaking in Arabic. Barnes signaled for us to advance. We moved through the warehouse using the containers for cover, getting closer to the light source. As we approached, I could make out individual voices. 3 men, maybe 4, discussing something urgently. And then I heard it. A voice I recognized. Calm, measured, speaking with authority. Al-Karim. He was alive. Barnes peeked around the corner, then pulled back. He held up 4 fingers, 4 targets. He pointed to 2 operators, gestured for them to flank left. Pointed to 2 more, gestured right. Then he pointed to himself and me straight ahead. On his signal, we moved. We came around the corner, weapons up, and I saw them. 4 men gathered around a table covered in equipment. Satellite phones, laptops, what looked like vials of dark liquid. And in the center, Yusuf Al-Karim. Older than his prison photo, his beard longer and streaked with gray, but unmistakably him. "Federal agents!" Barnes shouted. "Hands where we can see them!" The men scattered. One went for a weapon and Barnes dropped him with a headshot. Another ran for the back door, but the flanking team cut him off. He raised his hands in surrender. The third pulled a detonator from his pocket, screaming something in Arabic, but an operator tackled him before he could press the button. Al-Karim didn't run. He just stood there, hands raised, a slight smile on his face. "Officer Murphy," he said, recognizing me. "I'm surprised to see you alive. You were supposed to die in the prison with the others." "Hands behind your head," Barnes ordered. "On your knees. Now." Al-Karim complied, slowly, still smiling. "You think you've won. You think catching me will stop what's coming, but you're too late. The seeds have been planted. The infection is spreading. Nothing you do now will change that." One of the operators moved to secure him, pulling out zip ties. But as he reached for Al-Karim's hands, something happened. Al-Karim moved, faster than should have been possible for a man his age, twisting and grabbing the operator's sidearm. He fired, the bullet catching the operator in the throat. The operator went down, blood spraying. Barnes fired, hitting Al-Karim in the shoulder. The terrorist staggered but didn't fall. He brought the stolen pistol up, aiming at Barnes. I didn't think. I just moved. Tackled Al-Karim from the side, driving him to the ground. The pistol went flying. We hit the concrete hard, and I felt something crack in my ribs, but I didn't let go. I grabbed Al-Karim by the throat, squeezing, trying to choke him out. He fought back, stronger than he looked, his hands clawing at my face. We rolled across the floor, knocking over equipment, locked in a brutal struggle. I could hear Barnes shouting, the other operators moving to help, but I couldn't let go. This was personal now. This bastard had killed so many people, had unleashed a nightmare on the world, and I was going to make sure he paid for it. My hand found something, the prayer beads, still in the pouch on my vest. I pulled them out, looped them around Al-Karim's throat, and pulled tight. He gasped, eyes going wide, his hands scrabbling at the string. But I held on, twisting the beads tighter, using them as a garrote. "This is for everyone you killed," I hissed, "for every life you destroyed." Al-Karim's face turned purple, his struggles weakened, his eyes rolled back. And then, finally, he went still. I held on for a few more seconds, making sure, then let go. The prayer beads were still wrapped around his neck, the black beads now stained with blood. He was dead. The mastermind, the monster, was finally dead. I stood up, breathing hard, pain shooting through my ribs. Barnes was looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Respect? Concern? I didn't know and didn't care. "He had it coming," I said. Barnes nodded. "Yeah, he did." The operators secured the area, called for medical support for their wounded colleague. The other 2 terrorists were taken into custody. And on the table we found what Al-Karim had been working on. The vials of dark liquid were samples of the cordyceps pathogen, enough to infect thousands. And the laptops contained plans for coordinated releases in 6 major cities, all scheduled for the following week. Drake arrived with a hazmat team. They carefully secured the pathogen samples and confiscated all the equipment. The terrorists were transported to a secure facility for interrogation, and I was taken to a hospital to get my ribs checked out. 2 broken ribs, multiple contusions, severe exhaustion. The doctors wanted to keep me for observation, but I refused. I needed to get home, needed to see my family, needed to hold Sarah and the kids and feel something normal again. But normal was gone. While I'd been hunting Al-Karim, the situation in Colorado had deteriorated. The infected from ADX had reached the outskirts of Florence, overwhelming the National Guard checkpoints. The governor had requested federal assistance and the president had authorized military intervention. But it wasn't enough. The infection was spreading too fast. I watched the news from my hospital bed, footage of the infected attacking military positions. Soldiers fighting a losing battle against an enemy that couldn't be reasoned with or frightened. Evacuation orders for Colorado Springs, Pueblo, and surrounding areas. Highways jammed with refugees trying to escape. And then the announcement that made my blood run cold. The president, in consultation with military advisors, had authorized the use of a tactical nuclear weapon. A bunker buster designed to penetrate deep underground to be detonated beneath ADX Florence. The goal was to completely destroy the source of the infection, to vaporize every trace of the cordyceps pathogen in the area. Collateral damage was acceptable. The town of Florence, already evacuated, would be obliterated. Everything within a 5-mile radius would be turned to glass. But it was the only way to be sure. The only way to stop the spread. The strike was scheduled for noon the next day. I thought about all the people still in that area. Not everyone had made it out. There were stragglers, holdouts, people who refused to leave their homes. They would all die, vaporized in an instant, acceptable losses. And I thought about the infected, the former inmates and guards and medical staff. all of them wandering through the ruins, driven by nothing but hunger. They would die too, released from the nightmare that had been forced upon them. Maybe that was mercy. I called Sarah from the hospital phone. She answered on the first ring, her voice tight with worry. "James? Oh my God, James, are you okay? I saw the news. They said the prison—" "I'm alive," I interrupted. "I'm okay. A few broken ribs, but I'll heal. When are you coming home?" "Soon, as soon as they clear me. But Sarah, I need you to do something for me." "What?" "I need you to take the kids and leave Colorado right now. Go to your sister's place in Kansas. Don't wait, don't pack, just go." "James, you're scaring me." "I know, but please, trust me, this isn't over. The infection is spreading and I don't know if they can stop it. I need you and the kids somewhere safe." There was a long pause. Then, "Okay, we'll go. But you promise me you'll come find us as soon as you can." "I promise." I hung up, hoping it wasn't a promise I couldn't keep. The next day, I watched the news with everyone else in the hospital, the camera feed from a military drone high above the Colorado landscape. At precisely noon, there was a flash, brighter than the sun, and then a column of fire and debris rising into the sky, a miniature mushroom cloud blooming over what had been ADX Florence. The screen showed before and after satellite images. Before, the prison complex, the town, the highways and forests. After, a crater. A massive, smoking crater that went down hundreds of feet, the edges glassed over from the heat. Nothing remained. Everything was gone. But even as I watched the devastation, I knew it wasn't enough, because the cordyceps pathogen wasn't just in Florence. It had spread beyond the blast radius. The infected we'd seen on the highways, the ones that had attacked our quarantine site, they were still out there. Moving through the countryside, reaching new towns, new cities, and the spores. Dr. Hassan had mentioned spores in his initial reports. Cordyceps reproduced through spores, tiny particles that could drift on the wind for miles. The explosion had created a massive updraft, launching debris and particulates high into the atmosphere. And among that debris were spores. Millions of them, maybe billions, caught in the jet stream drifting east toward Denver and beyond. The TV showed images of Denver now. People going about their day unaware of what was coming. I wanted to scream at them, to warn them, but what good would it do? The government knew, the military knew, and they were preparing for the worst. Over the next few days, the reports started coming in. Strange illnesses in Denver, people presenting with high fevers, seizures, aggressive behavior. The same symptoms we'd seen at the prison. The spores had reached the city, and the infection was taking hold. Denver was locked down, quarantine zones established, military checkpoints on every road. But it was too late. The pathogen was already spreading person to person through bites and scratches and who knew what else. The city was falling, just like the prison had fallen, just like Florence had fallen. I was discharged from the hospital and caught one of the last flights out of Colorado before the airspace was closed. I made it to Kansas, to Sarah's sister's house, and held my family tight. Emma and Jack didn't understand what was happening. They knew Daddy had been in danger, knew something bad was going on in Colorado, but they were too young to grasp the full horror. Sarah understood, though. I could see it in her eyes. The fear, the realization that the world we'd known was ending. I told her everything, holding nothing back. About the prison, the infected, Al-Karim, the nuclear strike. She listened in silence, tears streaming down her face. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We survive," I said. "We get somewhere safe and we survive." But where was safe? The news was reporting outbreaks in multiple cities now. Kansas City, St. Louis, Albuquerque. The cordyceps was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated, jumping from city to city, probably through travelers fleeing the initial outbreak areas. The government was struggling to contain it, declaring martial law, establishing quarantine zones, but the measures were too little, too late. I watched the world fall apart from Sarah's sister's living room. The power grid failed in Denver, plunging the city into darkness. Fires broke out, spreading unchecked. The military attempted to hold a defensive line around the city to keep the infected contained, but they were overrun. I saw footage of soldiers fighting hand-to-hand with infected civilians using flamethrowers and explosives to clear streets. It was a war zone. And then the government made the same decision they'd made with Florence. If containment wasn't possible, destruction was the only option. They evacuated what civilians they could from Denver and the surrounding areas. Everyone else, acceptable losses. The second nuclear strike hit Denver at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I watched it happen on TV, the flash visible from hundreds of miles away. The shockwave rattling windows even here in Kansas. Another mushroom cloud, another city erased from the map. But still the infection spread. Omaha, Wichita, Oklahoma City. The cordyceps was adaptable, evolving, finding new ways to spread. Airborne transmission became possible through the spores. People were getting infected just by breathing contaminated air. Respiratory filters became as valuable as food and water. The government collapsed. The president gave one last address from an undisclosed location, declaring a nationwide state of emergency. Then communications went dark. The military fractured, some units trying to maintain order, others going rogue, taking resources for themselves. Society broke down into chaos. Sarah's sister's house wasn't safe anymore. We could hear gunfire in the distance, see smoke rising from the nearby town. Refugees were flooding through, desperate people fleeing the infected hordes, and with them came violence. Looting, murder, rape. The worst of humanity emerging in the collapse of civilization. We packed what we could carry and left, joining the exodus heading south. Maybe Texas would be better. Maybe they'd managed to contain the outbreak there. Maybe there was still somewhere safe in this dying world. The roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles. We had to walk, carrying our supplies, trying to stay ahead of the infected that were following the refugee columns. I saw things on that journey that will haunt me forever. Children separated from their parents, crying in the ruins. Bodies hanging from overpasses, executed by vigilantes who thought they might be infected. Mass graves being dug by the side of the highway, filled with hundreds of corpses. We lost Sarah's sister in Wichita. The infected had overrun a refugee camp where we'd stopped for the night. In the chaos of trying to escape, we got separated. I heard her screaming, looked back to see her being dragged into the darkness by figures with fungus-covered faces. I wanted to go back for her, but Sarah grabbed me, crying, telling me we had to keep moving, had to save the kids. That's the choice you make in the apocalypse. Who lives and who dies, who you save and who you abandon. It eats at your soul, but you do it anyway, because the alternative is everyone dying. We made it to Oklahoma City, only to find it had already fallen. The infected owned the streets, wandering through the ruins in massive herds. We hid in an abandoned warehouse, rationing our food and water, trying to figure out our next move. That's where we met the others. A group of maybe 20 survivors led by a former Marine named Jackson. They'd been holed up in the warehouse for weeks, surviving on scavenged supplies. Jackson was tough, practical, exactly the kind of leader you needed in a situation like this. But he was also ruthless. When one of his people got bitten, he didn't hesitate. Put a bullet in the man's head before the infection could take hold. "Can't risk it," Jackson said, holstering his pistol. "One infected in here and we're all dead." I couldn't argue with his logic, even if it made me sick to watch. We stayed with Jackson's group for a few weeks, helping with supply runs, fortifying the warehouse, trying to build something resembling safety. But the infected were getting smarter. They'd learned to coordinate, to hunt in packs, to set ambushes. And there were more of them every day. The herds grew larger, the cities became death traps. We need to move, Jackson decided. Head for the rural areas, less people, less infected. Find a farm or a ranch we can defend. We left Oklahoma City as a group, 35 of us now, including some people we'd picked up along the way. The journey south was brutal. We fought the infected almost daily, losing people in every encounter. Sarah held up better than I expected, teaching Emma and Jack how to stay quiet, how to hide, how to run. They were learning to survive in this new world, and it broke my heart to see their childhood stolen from them. We found a ranch in southern Oklahoma, abandoned but intact. It had high fences, a well for water, some livestock that had somehow survived. Jackson declared it our new home, and we set about fortifying it, building barricades, setting up watch posts, planting crops, trying to create a small pocket of civilization in the wasteland. For a few months, it almost worked. We had food, water, shelter. The infected were a constant threat, but we managed to keep them at bay. Emma and Jack started to smile again, to play like normal kids. Sarah and I talked about the future, about rebuilding, about hope. And then they came. Not infected, humans. A gang of raiders led by a man who called himself the Colonel. They rolled up to our gates in armored vehicles, dozens of them, armed to the teeth. The Colonel himself was a monster, a former prison inmate who'd escaped during the chaos, a man who'd decided that the apocalypse was his playground. They demanded our supplies, our food, our weapons. Jackson refused to negotiate, said we'd worked too hard to hand it all over to bandits. The Colonel smiled and said that was fine. He didn't want to negotiate anyway. They attacked at dawn, overwhelmed our defenses with superior numbers and firepower. I fought alongside Jackson and the others, but we were outmatched. They broke through our barricades, poured into the ranch. I saw people I'd lived with for months cut down in front of me. Saw the Colonel himself execute Jackson with a shot to the head. I grabbed Sarah and the kids, ran for the back of the property where we had an escape route prepared. But we didn't make it. The Colonel's men cut us off. They grabbed Emma and Jack, ripped them from Sarah's arms. My wife screamed, lunging for them, and one of the raiders hit her with a rifle butt. She went down hard, blood streaming from her temple. "No!" I charged the raider, but two more grabbed me, held me back while I struggled. The Colonel walked over, looked at my family with cold, dead eyes. "You got something I want," he said to me. "Information. I know you worked at ADX Florence. I know you were there when it all went down. And I know the government was working on something in that prison, a cure maybe, an immunity." "There's no cure," I said. "No immunity, just death. Maybe, maybe not. But you're going to tell me everything you know. And if you don't, well..." He gestured to Emma and Jack, who were crying in the raider's arms. "Kids are resilient, but they break eventually." He was going to torture my children, use them to make me talk. And there was nothing I could do to stop him. But Sarah could. While everyone's attention was on me, she'd gotten to her feet. She had a knife hidden in her boot, and she moved with desperate speed. Stabbed the nearest raider in the throat, grabbed his rifle as he fell. "Run!" she screamed at me. "Take the kids and run!" She opened fire on the Colonel and his men, providing cover. I broke free from the men holding me, grabbed Emma and Jack, and ran. Behind me, I heard more gunfire, heard Sarah screaming, heard the Colonel ordering his men to take her alive. I didn't stop running. Couldn't stop. Had to get the kids to safety. We crashed through the fence at the back of the property into the woods beyond. I could hear them behind us, the raiders giving chase, but I knew these woods better than they did. Had spent weeks scouting them, preparing escape routes. We made it to a hiding spot, a cave system we'd found during one of our explorations. I pushed the kids inside, told them to stay quiet, to stay hidden no matter what they heard. Then I went back out, rifle in hand. I picked off 3 of the raiders as they came through the trees. Took them down with headshots using the tactics Barnes and his team had taught me. But there were more. Always more. I fell back to the cave, firing as I went, trying to lead them away from where the kids were hidden. They cornered me at the edge of a cliff. 5 of them, guns trained on me. I was out of ammunition, out of options. This was it. But then the infected arrived. A herd of them, dozens strong, drawn by the gunfire. They came out of the trees like a wave, falling on the raiders from behind. The raiders tried to fight, but they didn't stand a chance. The infected tore them apart, and in the chaos, I slipped away. Back to the cave where Emma and Jack were hiding. We stayed in that cave for 3 days, listening to the sounds of the infected feeding on the raider corpses outside. When it finally went quiet, we emerged to find the ranch completely destroyed. The buildings burned, the bodies of everyone we'd known scattered across the property. And Sarah, I found her near the main house. The colonel had made good on his threat. She'd been tortured, brutalized, finally killed. But she died protecting us, buying us time to escape. I buried her as best I could, Emma and Jack crying beside me as I shoveled dirt over their mother's body. Then we left that place, walking into the wasteland with nothing but the clothes on our backs and the rifle in my hands. We survived. I don't know how, but we did, scavenging what we could, hiding from the infected and the raiders, moving from place to place. Emma and Jack grew up fast, learned to shoot, learned to kill. Became hard in a way children should never have to be. Weeks turned into months. The infection continued to spread, unstoppable, converting more of humanity into mindless fungal puppets. The government never re-established itself. The military never regained control. Civilization died, replaced by scattered pockets of survivors trying to stay alive one more day. We heard rumors of safe zones, places that had managed to contain the infection. But when we reached them, we found only ruins and more infected. The cordyceps was everywhere, adapting, evolving, becoming more efficient at spreading its spores. The air itself was contaminated in some areas, making it impossible to breathe without a filter. I started to wonder if there was any point in continuing. If we were just delaying the inevitable. The infected would catch us eventually, or the starvation would, or the raiders, or the contaminated air. What were we surviving for? What future did Emma and Jack have in a world like this? But every time I thought about giving up, I looked at my kids and saw their mother in their faces. Sarah had died to give them a chance. I couldn't waste that. I had to keep going, had to keep them alive for however long was possible. We're somewhere in New Mexico now, I think. The geography doesn't mean much anymore when there are no maps, no landmarks, just endless desert and ruins. We found an old convenience store, mostly picked clean, but with enough supplies to last us a few more days. Emma is keeping watch while Jack sleeps. He's running a fever, coughing. Might be just a regular illness, or might be the early stages of infection. I don't know. Don't want to think about what I'll have to do if it's the latter. The sun is setting, painting the desert in shades of red and orange. Beautiful in a tragic way. I can see infected in the distance, wandering in their endless search for living flesh. There used to be thousands of them in the cities. Now they're spread out, following the scattered remnants of humanity across the continent. I think about Al-Karim sometimes. Wonder if he knew how thoroughly his plan would succeed. He wanted to destroy America, to bring the nation to its knees. Mission accomplished. The country is gone, the government is gone, the military is gone. There's nothing left but survivors and infected and the slow death of human civilization. The prayer beads I used to strangle him, I still have them. Keep them in my pocket as a reminder. of what we lost, of what we're fighting against, of the cost of hatred and fanaticism. Sometimes I think the cordyceps was just a weapon. The real plague was the human capacity for evil, the willingness to destroy everything rather than coexist. Emma calls out, "She's seen something." I grab my rifle, move to the window, a group of people approaching, maybe 6 or 7 of them. Can't tell from this distance if they're friendly or not. In this world, it doesn't really matter. Everyone's desperate, everyone's dangerous. I tell the kids to pack up, get ready to move. We'll slip out the back, avoid contact. That's how we survive now. Avoid everyone, trust no one, keep moving. Maybe we'll find somewhere safe eventually, maybe not. Maybe we'll just keep running until we can't run anymore, but we're alive. For now, we're alive. And as long as we're alive, there's still a chance. A chance for what? I don't know. Redemption? Rebuilding? Revenge? Or just one more day of survival in a dead world? The sun dips below the horizon. Darkness falls. And somewhere in that darkness, the infected are moaning. The spores are drifting on the wind, and the cordyceps continues its relentless conquest of humanity. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a bite. Not in fire, but in fungus. And all because one man decided that his hatred was worth more than the lives of millions. I failed to stop it, we all did. And now we live with the consequences, however long that might be. The afflicted have inherited the earth, and we're just trying not to join them. That's my story. The story of how I survived ADX Florence, how I watched civilization collapse, how I lost everything. I'm writing this down in case someone finds it someday, in case there's anyone left who cares about what happened. About what we were before the cordyceps took it all away. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. The infection got me, or the raiders, or simple bad luck. But maybe Emma and Jack are still out there somewhere, still fighting, still surviving. That's the only hope I have left. That my kids will outlast this nightmare, that they'll see a day when humanity fights back, when the infected are finally stopped. It's a thin hope, but it's all I've got. The darkness is complete now. Time to move. Time to run. Time to survive one more day in hell.